salary. He was asked if 100K salary is a lot of money, and he said yes. And I don't agree because of the simple fact of what you guys were just saying. The cost of the increase in inflation and the cost of living depend on where people live, as well as goods and services. 100K salary does not even classify you in the middle class.
Oh my God, that's not a lot of money. Who said that?
That is so interesting.
Michael Lamont Hill. He was asked a question by someone named Glennie Martin. He said, "My friend and I are debating, is 100K salary a lot of money?" And I don't agree.
It's not. It's not in America. Maybe in some pockets like West Virginia, maybe, I don't know, but
right. Or if you were living in even in Florida, I think where you live in the further south, where the cost of living is not like a Commonwealth. Oh, well, I can't even really say a Commonwealth state because I think there's some Commonwealth states down south, but even if you're the cost of living pretty much will determine what economic class you fall under, and that does not even equate to your daily life spending with inflation. That means like they're talking about raising the rates to $15 an hour. When that should have been done 30, 40 years ago. Like 15, you talking about $15 an hour, maybe some time ago. Now, I mean, I don't believe it should be way more than that now.
Well, in my area, they can't hire people for under like $18 an hour, even at fast food restaurants. So I don't know who's paying anybody less than $15 an hour today, and where I live at.
Look, this is so ironic. Look, this is what's going on in the Philippines, right? You know, the Philippines, they are suffering from inflation as well, right? And then on top of that, their money being devalued, right? Because of the dollar. Now, the people in the Philippines, they fighting for a minimum wage of $15 per day. But you got the business people, they don't want to raise the minimum wage to $15 a day. They want to keep it at $10 per day.
Oh God!
But isn't that very ironic? In the Philippines, they talking about days, $10 a day, $15 per day.
Damn.
While in American people are talking about $10 per hour, $15 per hour. Isn't that very interesting? I found that very interesting.
Yeah.
But either way, the corporations and the people that own these companies, they the one that controls the economy. The government, they regulate the economy, but these companies, they kind of control it. And so the government and these corporations, they have to negotiate when it comes to raising people's minimum wage or people's salary.
That's why I always laugh at the conservatives when they always talk about $15 an hour that's a lot of money. And I'm thinking to myself, well, you're not actually making $15 an hour.
Oh, God.
And I'm thinking to myself, if that's the case, then you should be made to pay or make $15 an hour on deals. Like no deal that they are invested in should be able to go over $15 an hour. And I guarantee that those deals wouldn't happen.
Yeah. Look, I do feel bad sometimes when for years, right? When I had maids, right? Sometimes I have 3 maids, sometimes I have 2 maids, but most of the time I have 1 maid. And the maid, we pay her 2,000, 5,000 pesos a month, which is between $40 to $100 a month.
Oh God.
But most of the times, like $40 to $60 a month.
Oh God.
And
Thank God.
and when I tell my mom this, she thinks it's criminal.
Oh, it is.
But the thing is, that's just the going rate for maids in the Philippines, right?
Wow.
We pay them, $40 a month, $50 a month. But I did say, but look, she eat my food. I buy her soap, her shampoo and all that stuff, but still that's not enough. I know it's really embarrassing. That's why I try to stay away from telling people I have a maid.
Yeah, but if well, I mean,
man, bro, I want to encourage you to, come on, bro, raise the standard, raise the standards, bro.
Can I tell you something?
Raise the standards, bro.
This is the ironic thing about living overseas, right?
Oh, God.
Hold on, I gotta make sure my wife is not here. Hold
on. Hey, DC Scotty. Okay. Hello. Look. Okay. Oh, I'm back, guys. Now, okay, the difference between living in a poor country. Okay, the difference between living in a poor country where people don't look like you to living in a country where everybody looks like you, right? Look, when I was in Africa, right, and most of the people are poor, right? I found it difficult to want to take advantage of people when it comes to, hire them for, they're willing to work for $2 or $3 a day or something like that.
Crazy.
Or trying to hire a maid. It's difficult to do people like that when they look like you. But when you live in a place where people don't look like you, right?
The oppressor has become the oppressor.
Less, what's that word? You have less feelings when it comes to, look, like if somebody in the Philippines willing to work for me for $2 a day, I hire 100 of them, right? I didn't have that thing that I can't find the word, but I didn't have that feeling that I'm taking advantage of somebody, that I'm using this person. So you can understand why a corporation, right, when they go over, they rather go overseas and hire people that don't look like them, and they will work those people to the ground. Yeah, but that's no difference than what happened here during slavery. It's almost kind of like one of those things where, you're probably meeting whatever the country, you're meeting the country standard, right?
Cultural standard.
But at one point, America's country standard was you were forced to work in a forbearance, maybe that's not the right term. What is it called when the company asks you to work for free? Is it forbearance? No, it's for, oh my gosh, what is the term called?
Volunteering?
No, it's a term. It's a word that they use. It's when a company is trying to, I'm gonna look it up. Oh, go ahead. I'll look it up. What did it say? I almost had it. It's on my lips. It starts with an F, but intern. No.
Yeah, intern. That could be it. No?
Well, that's one, but you're already working for the company. You were already making money, right? You were already paying a salary, and all of a sudden, they're asking you to come and work for free. That's not an intern. It's something else. But
not furlough.
Furlough. Yep, there it is.
Okay.
Yes. And so I just think that things like that, for me, people kind of like, humanity and, what's right goes out the window. So like if I lived overseas, I would pay the maids what I would pay someone if I was in the States, because I now have the means to do so without provocation. Plus, I'm able to get the quality of care or cleaning or service
because they know that they're able to live a quality life around me. And I just think, again, that's just maybe individual decisions. Whereas, slave owners didn't do that. They didn't care. They were not worried about the quality of life of their slaves. They were worried about whether or not the quality of crops and what was their business maintained, on the land that they had was really taken care of. And the force of labor was like cattle. So there was no care in that, So I don't know. I have a little bit of reservations.
Right. Back before the '60s, right? Most of the maids in America were black women, and they had black women as cooks, as they wash clothes, they take care of the kids, and that's the reason why black women didn't get the Social Security. They weren't in the Social Security system back in the old days because they were considered household helpers or whatever.
Yeah, I want to encourage you as well. I don't know if I would pay them American rates, but I definitely would double or triple whatever the local economy states. You know what I mean? Especially if they're doing.
Yeah, see, my wife would never. And look, it's two things, right? There's two things going on. Number one, you got the people in your village, right? They're going to tell you how much you're going to pay your people, right? And then you got the family members. Then you got my wife, right? They're going to tell you what you need to pay people. And I can say, yeah, I want to pay the people this much, but the family members and the people in the neighborhood, they won't agree to that, because they would think that I'm raising me paying this much. I'm going to raise the salaries of all the maids and gardeners and drivers in the neighborhood.
But wouldn't that then bring essentially lift that area out of to another level of economic, stability?
Well, this was going to happen, right? Let's say there's going to be a time where household housekeepers are going to be too expensive, and once they get too expensive, you're not going to have no gardeners, no drivers, no yayas, no cooks, no dishwashers in this neighborhood, in my neighborhood where I live. So everybody has to be responsible for all their housekeeping. That's what's going to happen. So as long as everything's cheap, then the people in this neighborhood where I live, they're going to have 3, 4, 5 people working for them.
But do you hear? So you are hearing what you're saying out loud, right? Because it's almost as if like you're saying, well, once slavery ends, we're not going to have nobody to clean and till our land anymore. It's going to become too expensive, and now we got to pay for our maids. And now we have to give them shelter, and we have to provide them, these certain things, instead of saying, well, if we actually put things in place so people can live a quality life, that means if somebody wants to work in the industry, the service industry, because that still could be considered the service industry, you're being actually paid to actually be a cook and a housekeeper and a gardener.
Right.
Because now the level and terminology of how you see the people that work for you, you actually start to have a little bit more care and concern about what these people are doing in your ecosystem, you know?
Right. I understand. Look, I guess what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to explain how ironic. Look, like I understand how what my people went through in America, right? But what I have been doing the past 25 years, I had experienced the other side. I have experienced what it is to underpay people, to almost like what's that word? I just know how it feels. I know how it feels on both sides. And I guess what I'm trying to say is, I I know what type of mentality it takes to want to take advantage of people, and usually the only way people can do it is usually have to be a person of another race. Good example. Let's say the Black American homeland. Let's say we got the Black American homeland that's 80% Black. Now look, we wouldn't mind bringing in Mexicans, right, to work on our farms. Because look, most of the farmers are going to be Black Americans, right? And then what we're going to do is we're going to hire Mexican to seasonal workers to work on the farm, and they work really cheap. And once everything is harvested, then they can go back to Mexico. We don't need those people anymore. I know I'm speaking really bad, but this is what people or countries are doing all over the world. Like the UAE, right? They hire cheap labor to do their service jobs in the UAE or Qatar or Bahrain or Kuwait or Saudi Arabia, and then once they're used up, those people got to go back to their country. So this is just what I experienced, going to different countries. I'm not saying good. I'm not saying, but it's just something that you have to experience to understand. If I'm making sense.
Yeah, I hear you. Well, I hear you. So you're pretty much saying it's just how things are set up, in a trade capacity but it just seems like it keeps different ecosystems at a economic disadvantage because people who have the means are afraid to spend more money to make more money.
Right.
So they are actually taking advantage of the way the systems are set up now. But I mean, I get it. That's business. It just, I guess when you hear it out loud, it's just, that it's not right.
Yeah. Let me give you another example, right? Okay, you got these people that live in these $1 million homes, right? These homes in my neighborhood are worth from $500,000 to $2 million. Some are worth $3 million, right? And you have these people, the property taxes. I think I mentioned this to you, Black, a long time ago, right? The property taxes. People that live in $1 million homes, they pay property taxes like maybe $2,000 a year, even though they live in a $1 million house, because the rich people control the country, right? They tell the politician, well, the rich people are the politicians. Therefore, they the ones that say, okay, the property taxes, we're going to set the property taxes at this rate, right? And because most rich people control most of the land, they own most of the land, they own most of the property in the Philippines, right? They're going to make sure their property taxes are very low. That's why the public school system in the Philippines, they said the Philippines kids get $100 per year. No, how they said? In America they said that they spend $10,000 per student in America. Well, in the Philippines they spend $100 per student in the Philippines, because your property tax and most of that money go to funding schools. But the schools in the Philippines, the public schools are absolutely terrible. That's why my kids had to go to private school. I know that a lot, especially people in my family. When I talk to people in my family, they say, "Wow, Freddie, you taking advantage of these people." But to understand how my history was, how things went back in the 1800s and 1930s, I guess I'm experiencing that now. And how it works, and how I can fight it if the black American homeland comes to reality. I understand what I need to do to fight anything like that, because if you never experienced it before, you wouldn't know how to fix a system that you don't know how, that you don't understand how it works.
Let me ask you a question, because I believe you're doing the culturally appropriate thing. However, the people in the village leaders, how much power do they have over your comfort and existence there?
Good example. I have a person in my neighborhood. He's he walks every morning. He's a Supreme Court justice. I got a Supreme Court justice in my neighborhood, right? And he's very powerful, right? So when he's, when I see him, you got to give your what's that word? Your these people, you have to give your God, I can't think of the word. Your hey, how you doing today? How you doing, Mr. Supreme Court Justice? You have to give your accolades to these people, because they can harm you. So that's been my experience. They can do things. If they want to, they can force you to sell your house, and you can't live in this neighborhood anymore.
Wow.
So these people, they do have power.
Gotcha. Yeah, it makes sense. And and again, so you're married, and she's saying we got to keep things the way they are. The community saying this is the standard. And so you can try to fight it, but again, it looks like you'll be pushed out, family will be ostracized, and
or I can even lose my right to even live in the Philippines.
Crazy critters, crazy people, man.
So yeah, they have a lot of power here. So look,
are you gonna stay there long?
Well, Rella, I'm 56 years old. I've been living here for over 20 years, for over 2 decades. It's kind of difficult for my kids to come to the States. They really don't want to go to the States. We kind of split on what to do with the kids. But to me, I'd rather for my kids to be under my control, right? So I'd rather for the kids to stay where they're at. And my wife is very conservative about, she don't want the kids to live outside the home. They don't believe in renting. They don't believe in, your kids moving out of the house and renting. They don't believe in that. Your kids, they stay home. If they work, they can help out with the maintenance of the home and everything, but they're not moving out until they get married. That's the rules. And that was something that my wife, she instilled that in me when the kids were young. Because where I grew up in America, if you're not going to college, your parents say you're moving out.
And we talked about that in some previous spaces. That is a mistake, to be perfectly honest, because not only does it spread resources and really spread them thinly, but it also, to me, is a premature empty nester, this American Europeanistic idea, because I remember movies, and I think I've seen this in some articles where they used to put the baby outside, in the wintertime even, and essentially come back, and if the baby was still there, that means whatever, that they're supposed to be here, I guess. I don't know, but they got some crazy ideas about life or whatever. And we kind of have been Europeanized in that sense, where the family that I grew up, we had I grew up in a Black neighborhood, and the families from the South, who were like first generation from the South, they all lived together. The women, the older daughters moved out, but the men all lived in the house with the mother and the father. And so that is a part of that Southern tradition that, many of us who left the South, or families left the South, multiple generations, we kind of got away from. But I believe we do got to get back to that.
Look, I experienced so many times where, you got 3 generations living in the same home. You got 2 brothers that, they live in the same home with their wives. There's this thing called a compound, right? In the Philippines, they have this thing called a compound where you got 4 different families. They live in 4 different homes, but they live in the same compound. That was something I want to build. I want to build a compound where, like my wife and I, we have one house here. My son and his wife, they have a house next to us, and then my 2 daughters, they're married, and their kids, they living in another house. But the 4 houses are on the same lot, which is called a compound. That's my goal. But you probably never hear that in America or in the Black community. But
yeah, they have that. They have it down south. They have communities that live like that. And there was actually a film director who retired, and what he did with his money is he actually built an entire community that was a gated community only his family lived on. His family lived in the community, and it's a gated community. And I think Tyler Perry essentially also is doing the same thing. And there are more people that are actually into that. Matter of fact, again, that's another reason why I want a lot of land, because I want to be able to do that with my seedlings, so that way they always have a place to, come home to. I do not believe in kicking the kids out when they turn 18, 21 or whatever. I think there's a different level of making sure your children are well prepared. Hell, I wasn't even prepared at 27. So I just, there's a lot, and I agree with Black, like there is something to the effect of spreading the income out, where you're forcing your family members to go out and survive on their own, versus the family sticking together to be able to survive, to, continue building a family economically, as well as just sustaining. I mean, it's bananas to me, but just, my heart goes out to definitely the family. And I just feel like listening to you, that you still deal with some restrictions, as we are dealing with restrictions here. And it just, it comes in a different form.
That's correct. And also, you can also see in the business environment too, as well. The families, you got 10, 15, 20 family members, right? They all work in the same business. And it's from the grandparents to the young kids. They all run the same business. They might have a few cousins that work here and there, but everything is family. It is really interesting, and I think that can happen. Matter of fact, the only way that business can succeed in the Black community is that it has to be family based, because you trust your family first, right? There's a stage where there's a level of business where first it starts with the family. You got the family working. Then as the business get bigger, now you can get investment from your friends. And then as it get bigger, now you can get people that are not part of the family or friend connection, whatever. But it has to get larger for that to happen, where people that are not connected get into business together.
Right. Go ahead, DC Scotty.
Hey, thank you for letting me speak. Peace to the room. Speaking of Black businesses succeeding, I wanted to get your guys' thought on this, if it's something worth considering. Abusive short selling has been an issue over the past couple of years, especially for businesses that are just starting out. And it turns out, in many cases, they're squeezing out competition and innovative small companies that can actually change the game in the industries that they're in. And I'm concerned about, this is definitely down the line, but let's say we get our reparations and then we start seeding new businesses, new institutional investments and things of that nature. And then we have an attack, because I believe there is going to be some sort of response after we get reparations, right? There's always a response to us. It's subtle, it's quiet, hard to detect, but there's always a response. And I'm concerned about abusive short selling against brand new Black companies to drive them out of the market. And I'm not a part of any particular organization at the moment. I'm actually going for an interview for one, so I don't have any direct connections with any of the leaders in the movement. But I was just wondering if that is a thought, if that is something that's being considered for the future. It is far out, but right now there is a DOJ probe going on for abusive short selling. For different, they call them activist short sellers. They're supposed to be, watching the market and going after supposedly corrupt or fraudulent businesses. But sometimes they're just going after the little guys, and they're using fraudulent data, sophistry in their data to make their case, but they're lies, thinly veiled lies. So I just wanted to put that out there. It was one of the concerns that I've had.
Yeah, look, I understand that that short selling. Look, in many third world countries, right? Let's say, Thailand, the Philippines, right? They have their own stock exchange, right? And what they do is they make it, they forbid foreigners investing in their stock market, because they know if, the Chinese or the Japanese or the Korean, they can come into their market and they can short their market, and they can destroy the businesses in Thailand or the Philippines or Indonesia. They don't let foreigners own land in Thailand, the Philippines, and other countries. Many countries, they don't let foreigners own land in their country. America is one of the few, and you got Canada, Australia, some other these European countries. They allow foreigners to own land, but most countries do not allow foreigners to own land, especially farmland, in their country.
Shout out to State Power, DJ in the building, Trouble, Black Panther Sun Gazer, and Fat Out. Welcome to the space tonight. How is Eur Zaddy going to protect Black America from Zaddy? That is the topic of the room. Of course, we've kind of been all over the place, but again, welcome to our Saturday night space. Grab your wine, whatever makes you relax and feel good, and come up on stage. Don't feel, when you're ready. And let's get into this discussion.
Hey, so I Twitter just replied to my report of the account of this strange person, racist person. So they did find that was a violation. So that's a good thing. Hopefully they're going to do something about that account. He only had like 65 followers, so I think it was a troll account anyway, but hopefully, that sends a message to people like that.
Was that the one with the George Floyd picture?
Indeed it was. Yep. I'll put
So
the I'll put the
I'm
block.
glad they're doing something. Yes, I'm so glad they're doing something about that.
Yeah, I'm gonna stick it up here so people know which account to block, and if it's in case it still is active or gets released again. So when we started, I talked about being in this space that Elon Musk did join. It was the biggest space ever in the history of Twitter, from what they were saying, over 100,000 people in the space. And he talked about shadow bans. He talked about deplatforming. He talked about deboosting, um, and how they're going to try to address those issues. Whether they, essentially, the way he put it, they're going to try to either put some type of um, tag on the accounts to let them know that you can click through and see why that happened, and things of that nature. He referenced Kanye's suspension as a mercy suspension, essentially, which is interesting. He basically phrased it as they were trying to protect him from himself in some way, shape, or form. But overall, the gist of the space was that he was open to ask questions, answer questions. Some people jumped up and asked some very hard questions. Most of it was fanboys, to be honest, but they were cracking jokes about the semis, these electric semi trucks, which I think are going to have a much harder chance with the drivers than the companies. The companies are going to look at them; they're going to love them, but it really boils down to whether or not the drivers embrace them and or find them functional in the real world. So while the fan tech boys will be basically, having orgasms all over themselves talking about this fucking technology, the truck drivers do not care. They want to know that they work and they're reliable and they're not going to be stuck on the side of the road. So that's what's most important on that end. So, but yeah, it was an interesting space, and a lot of big accounts, famous people, famous news reporters, etc., were in there. And so he said he was in his private jet and he was using not the Neuralink, but Stargazer or Starlink or whatever that is, to chat on in his Twitter space. Ironically, although they had over 100,000 people in the space, the Twitter space glitchiness was overly apparent. And no, even though they kept cracking jokes about it, they never stopped to ask them, when are they going to fix it? Like, when is the shit going to be a firm, stable technology where you can go in these spaces and people aren't getting kicked out, people aren't getting dropped, whatever. So that would have been the question I would have asked. But I mean, they probably had 1,000 or 10,000 people trying to get up to speak. So they were only letting up people that they knew. So, but that is a situation where we can relate it to him because he's a zaddy. It's these white institutions and the people who control them. How are they going to protect Black America from themselves is essentially the question. Whether it's the federal government and the state governments and putting laws on the books. There's thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of laws on the books that don't get enforced already. So then who's going to hold them accountable? How in the world, if we put another law on the book, while it may be enforced under one administration for the first couple of years, what happens 10 years down the road when there's multiple changes in administrations in Congress and they roll back the protections, which is what they've done in the past and what they will continue to do, because that's the way the country operates. They can't force states to do it. They can't force counties to do it. They really can't force cities to do it. So at the end of the day, I don't put a whole lot of stock in the theory of protection from the oppressor. I think we need our own protection where we control it, and that way we can ensure the protections are being enforced. But I would love to hear from the audience. Anybody who'd like to come up to speak about how in the hell is Zaddy going to protect us from themselves?
Hey, Black, one thing, Black, a lot of people don't know that Elon Musk, he actually grew up under apartheid.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the guy grew up in South Africa.
Yeah.
And you know, I was in Cape Town, South Africa from 94 to 96. And I saw a lot of interesting things. And it was pretty interesting. And you know, I'm just going back on what I remember seeing. You know, it was just so many things that happened, and it's you know, it can be very, very traumatic out there. So yeah.
Well, he referenced Nelson Mandela the same way these white liberals reference MLK. You know what I'm saying? So he's of the same cloth when it comes to that. You know,
Believe me, he wanted Nelson Mandela dead.
mm-hmm.
All the white people, they wanted him dead.
Yeah. Yeah, I have no doubts about that. And you know, it's like, for instance, I met Tehran Reigns, I believe is his account, at the DC reparations rally. Shout out to the Juneteenth 2023 Juneteenth reparations rally that's coming up. And you know, he's a real cool, solid dude, and he had made a post, ironically, a couple days or weeks after I made a post saying the same thing. He said, you know, I'm at 13,000 followers, and I can't go up or down, and it's been this way, and I've had the same issue. I'm nowhere near 13,000 because they won't let me get past the 3,000, 3,500 that I'm stuck at, and I've been stuck at this number for months. And part of it is I stay at the maximum people that I follow, which is 5,000, and they keep taking people off. And then I'll, you know, if I don't do anything for a week, they will have taken off at least 30 accounts. And then I'll try to follow 30 more people, and then they do the same thing. And every time, every day, it's the same thing. But on the, you know, the supporter side, it's just stuck at this number, like in the mid 3,000s, and it won't go up.
Yeah, it doesn't change. So if you followed those same people that they actually removed, that number doesn't drop, but the number for followers that you have will. That's just ridiculous.
Well, part of it is, and someone actually in that space asked about that, where and they essentially said, you know, I'm stuck at this level where I can't get more followers. And then he said, well, no, actually, he said once, and this is interesting. I'm assuming he's a conservative account, but he said as soon as Elon Musk took over Twitter, all of a sudden he was able to get more followers, and he said his followers have jumped up dramatically since Elon has taken over. So that tells you there were these limitations that are in place as the algorithm is set up in the system. And so that they, and to Elon Musk's credit, he's like, I only been here for a month, and things I want to do is going to take some time, blah blah blah, lip service. But essentially, it's what it's telling me is they've had, and we've known this, the shadow bans, all that crap. They've been throttling accounts and making sure that you stay at a certain level. And supposedly his whole goal is to free it all up, make it free for everybody. Free, you know, as long as you're not harming each other, and as long as it's not outside the limits of the law of the country you're in. But it's going to take some time to get to that point. So, but I'm just saying, we know this shit has been going on. So just stop that part of it and let people's accounts grow organically the way that, you know, that they should, and then get rid of this ridiculous 5,000 following limit, because it's like, damn, you know what I'm saying? I would be at 10,000. I'd be following 10,000 accounts by now if there wasn't that limit there. Holy shit, bro. So shout out to State Power. If you'd like to come up while you're up as a speaker, if you'd like to talk about your election or anything like that, anything you can share with the people, we definitely love to hear that. Shout out to everybody in the room. Facts Out, Trouble, Black Panther, Sun Gazer, and this is my Twitter name. I don't think I've seen that account before, but you're more than welcome to come up, DJ.
Hey everybody, peace to the room. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I've been running for city council out here in this little town that I live in. 29 Palms, California. And I'm winning the race, and it looks like I'm gonna win. They're still counting ballots, but I don't think there's too many more ballots out there in my district, and so just between the family and myself, I think I won the race. So
congratulations, State Power.
Thank you. That's why I've been kind of absent a little bit on Twitter Space. I've been running one heck of a campaign, which is interesting. This town that I live in, we're about 10% black. That's very high for California. The average city in California, I think, is about 5% black. The state average, I think, is 5% black. And so my district, I think, is about 13% black. So still not a majority, but I was running against someone else who was black. So there were some people that didn't vote for either of us. And I think that's interesting. It begs the question, when I'm looking at the numbers, why didn't these people, there was a lot of people, they didn't vote for her and they didn't vote for me. And I wonder if it's because we were both black. I don't know. But I think it's a good thing to, a hypothesis to look at. But yeah, so I just been, I've been out here doing a lot of meeting with people and speaking with a lot of different people out here. And, some people are just lost. And a lot of misinformation is what I'm starting to learn, specifically today when I was interacting with some people. A lot of our people are just misinformed on how the government works. They're demoralized. For whatever you want to use. And so I think that's really unfortunate. And I think it's really important for us to keep continuing to try to educate people on how the country is structured so that we can best utilize the tools at our disposal, right? Because it's like we have a lot of sleepwalkers, a lot of people that just aren't paying attention, and we can be doing a lot better. And so I just wanted to say that. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Oh, wow. Okay. Thank you. I got 2 questions you may or may not be able to answer. One, you're in the ground zero for Black American reparations in California. So was that an issue that came up at any point in time in the campaign? And then the second question is, you said you're roughly 10% of the city the voting population is Black American, and then 13% of the district. It sounds like the vote was split between you and this other person who was Black. Do you know what percentage of the vote you got versus, because you said you feel like some people didn't vote for either of you because of the fact that you're Black?
Yeah, so I'm like at 50. It's real tight. I'm like at 50%, and she's like at 49% and some change. So she's wow. She's right behind me.
Wow.
I think there are a lot of people who didn't vote for either of us, but I do think the reason why I was able to get a lot of support is because of a veteran. Mm-hmm. And we also are living in a town that is a military town. This is the largest Marine Corps base in the country is located in this city. And so we have and that might actually be a reason why we actually have a large Black population compared to the rest of California, because we're really not near any real major metropolitan city.
What district are you in?
I'm in District 4 of 29 Palms.
Okay.
Yeah, and so and my district is downtown, mostly downtown, for the city, or what is considered to be downtown. And so we have less college educated people when I was looking at the statistics, and we do have more minorities. And so even though we don't have large Black population, there are a lot more Latinos that live here. There are some Asians that live here. So as opposed to some of the other districts, which are not really minorities. So I think that might have helped me out. The fact that I'm a veteran, this is a military town, and I was able to really get a lot of the veteran vote. You asked, what was that first question you asked me?
Oh, living in California, did reparations ever come up as an issue or anything like that?
Yeah, no, it didn't come up as an issue here. 29 Palms is not really, they're not really concerned with reparations here in this little town. Down there in Palm Springs, which is right down the hill, they're actively working right now for reparations for the city.
Oh, wow.
Compensation for some of the wrongdoings that they have done to Black Americans in that city specifically, and not pertaining to reparations at the national level. And I believe that we don't have a single person on city council in that city that's Black. We do have one person who is Latina, who's Mexican American. I think that if anything's going to happen, I mean, in California, we have to build coalitions. We have to build coalitions in order to get anything done here, because we're just not the majority. So hopefully that person wins re-election, because I think that she's a better alternative than her opponent, who is some rich white person who is an actor. Literally. Some actor who's got a lot of money and he's white, and he's running against her who's Mexican American. And so she's winning. And I think that she is pro compensation for the wrongdoings of the city of Palm Springs that they've done to Black Americans. So I'm excited about that.
Do you see that being difficult after what happened with the LA City Council in regards to knowing that there are council members who actually could possibly abuse their authority culturally by targeting Black communities in 29 Palms?
So in 29 Palms and Palm Springs, they're kind of different culturally, even though they're kind of close geographically. I think that it has been really helpful for our cause that those city council members in LA, their colors were exposed. Their true intent was exposed, because we got a lot of people here who are married to the Democrats for whatever reason. And I keep trying to tell them, I said, they're not our friends. These people are not our friends. They've been actually working against us. That they've been infiltrating our neighborhoods. They want to take over our neighborhoods. They've been taking over our neighborhoods. And so I've been talking to some family, and they were looking like they were shocked and surprised. And I'm like, I've been talking about this for at least 5 years now. I'm glad you guys woke up finally. Like, I'm glad you guys finally see it. So when we talk about coalitions, right, we have to understand that we don't always have to see eye to eye when we're talking about a coalition. For example, a perfect example of this is World War II. The United States was allied with the Soviet Union to defeat Nazis. I mean, and then right after they got done defeating them Nazis, you saw that there was some disagreements between the United States and the Soviet Union, right? The Soviet Union was not a friend of the United States. The United States is not a friend of the Soviet Union.
I think that was because that the Soviet Union they didn't consider themselves Nazi. How can I say this? They didn't consider themselves the Nazi. Like, they didn't see themselves as being Nazis. I feel like they used the United States to actually war against their enemy. even though their enemy were kind of the same people. They just were fighting over different issues in the same countries, but in the European countries. But then when you look at the Soviet Union, which was made up of several different countries as well, they also still practiced supremacy and racism that they were pretty much trying to fight against the Nazis. And it's just so odd. I think somebody posted a picture of a few Russian generals or scientists, some generals and people who were a part of the Nazi regime, who the United States ended up bringing over to America and put into government positions. And I have to get that information. But when I saw that, I said, okay, well, I need to really fully, walk this out. Because if we're saying that you have the enemy of my enemy wants me to fight his enemy, then that means he's still you're still my enemy.
Absolutely. Exactly. You just hit the nail on the head right there. That's exactly my point. Just because we're out here in California and white supremacy is, it's rampant throughout the country. And, some of these Latinos, they want to be white sometimes when it's beneficial to them. But they also sometimes are subjected to white supremacy too. And they want to carve out a section for themselves as well. And I think that, the only way when we're here in California, we just have to partner with them in order to get anything done for ourselves. But we also have to be mindful that we also have to be mindful that we're also in this island by ourselves. Like that none of these people are really our friends at the end of the day. Just because I'm going to partner with you on this thing because it's going to be mutually beneficial doesn't necessarily mean that this is a long-term relationship, if that makes sense.
It does. It makes a lot of sense. And I think at the same time, we also need to create protections around what that trading and that partnership looks like, meaning that we're partnering on economic deals that would benefit the ecosystem in which we are living in, and it doesn't cause harm. However, on the basis of if I had to say I am going to champion resources for non-citizens, I'm not doing that. I would only do it based on citizens who are gone through the process or, birthed into the United States. I would not champion non-citizenship for people who are actually wanting to receive resources over the American citizens. I just wouldn't do that.
I think that's a good point. I was at the farmer's market today, and I got into this weird conversation with these, they had these black people from Belize. Like, they're Americans, but their ancestry is from Belize. And they were cooking some Belizean food. But these young guys, they're in their early 20s. They were starting to make these weird, in my opinion, they're weird statements about, there were talking points. And these talking points started to really resemble, like QAnon type stuff. They were talking about how the government has how the United States is a republic and not a democracy. And I'm like, well, it's both, actually, to be honest. It's a republic, with democratic systems. And they didn't quite understand that. But it got deeper than that, because they started talking about, well, there's been 2 different constitutions, and the U.S. government is actually, ever since 1871, the U.S. government has actually been a corporation ruled by bankers. And I just thought to myself, I was like, where did these people, where did they learn this information? Because it seems like they know some things, but they're kind of connecting the dots incorrectly. And so I made a statement. I said, a lot of those people that stormed that Capitol, they thought the same thing. They thought that that's the reason why they stormed the Capitol. is because they feel like the U.S. government is kind of under martial law and stuff like that.
I think what we saw, when I hear people, and I mean that definitely goes back to civic engagement and civic knowledge, and even as I sharpen myself as to preparing. So I'll definitely probably hit you up in the back channel and be like, hey, what do I need to do to try to really prepare to run for office? But the other thing is listening to people and their views on how they're impacted by their community, and then listening and hearing people who are from other countries, first, second, even third generation immigrants who also have a empathetic ear to want to say, hey, can you bring over my entire family? Because that to me is patriotism. It really it paints a picture of of American freedmen don't get that option. We don't get the option to live in the lens of the misfortune or misinformation, even though that is happening. But we feel the impact of how things are actually, hitting us from generation to generation to generation. So our lens is not just resting on, what they're saying on the corner, what a few people are talking about on the corner streets. Our lens is actually being passed down through generations of trauma. And so when I hear other people from other countries, like I said, first, second, and third generations, they always seem to have a skewed understanding as well. And that's a big issue. I think that it's our job to really get a hold of the narrative, as well as how civically our states, local cities and towns are constructed, who runs what, who's in charge, and then how the federal government also impacts all those things from the state level all the way down. And if we can do that, then we can quell a lot of the misinformation, and we can, also confirm information that is true too. So I wouldn't, like you said, not everything is wrong, but not everything is entirely true. Because again, as you look at what happened to the LA City Council, you have people making backdoor deals I always call them in the dead of night deals, like the Klan used to do all the time. And remember, the Klan turned into the Tea Party, and then the Tea Party is turning into MAGA. And I know DJ hates hearing me say that, but I think the young lady that was in the other space I was in, Mimi, she was saying, she said the same thing. We're the United States is the republic, and I'm thinking to myself, what the hell? But who is telling these people this? Who is saying this to these people? Where are they getting this from? How are you confirming that to be true? Are you basing that off of the two-party system? Like, what are you talking about?
No, well, yeah, you're absolutely right. What he said was nowhere in the Constitution does it say that we're a democracy. It says that we're a republic, and that's true. But my thing is this: yes, we're a republic. We're a constitutional, federal, democratic republic. If you really want to get very specific, we're still a democracy, even within our states. In California, majority rules when we vote for measures. Majority rules when we vote for certain laws. That's democracy. But the federal system, the United States country, nation, whatever you want to call it, it is a republic by definition. But the two can't. I mean, he's making it seem like it's got to be one or the other, and it can't be both. As if North Korea doesn't call themselves the DPR, the Democratic People's Republic. You know what I mean? Like the two can happen at the same time.
Yes, and that's the reason why I was saying that, the backdoor deals that are being made by the people from the two-party system, they are agreeing to things in their interest, meaning that they are literally exercising the two-party system, which means that democracy and the republic actually, for sure, lies in both instances. And so I don't know. I really, I don't know. We have a lot to learn, relearn, unlearn. I don't know. That's how I feel. DC Scotty, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I just wanted to add something to my own experience. I'm currently right now learning civics and trying to learn government as best as I can. And there just seems to be this strong streak among my people, freedmen, Black people, Black Americans, of dropping out of the system. There's that term is used: drop out of the system, don't vote. And it's really it's gotten to me where it's like, we're trying to leverage politicians and systems to get what we want, and we have this strong streak of there are these very strong voices in the community that are telling people not to engage. And if you tell them to engage, then you get immediately called a shill, or you get categorized as a Democrat who's just trying to get them to vote for nothing. And we're really just trying to get them to strategically use their vote so that we can get something. And it's just, it bothers me. I'm doing my best to try to figure out the best arguments, learning as much as I can, because I don't think that we can get what we want if we're not really weaponizing our numbers, because we don't have any wealth. So I'm doing my best to try to figure out the best way to reach my people, because it scares me a little bit. I'm gonna be honest, it scares me a little bit, because if we don't engage, it's a problem. It's a real big problem for us. So that's all I had to say.
Well, the understanding of, that goes back to, I think, with the question, especially the question of the room, how is Zaddy going to protect Black Americans from Zaddy? And if we look at the two-party systems, they essentially can be called Zaddy, right? They're not doing anything to really protect us from ourselves. They're actually trying to protect us from actually realizing how to leverage, as I think Black American used earlier, the system, but unnecessarily understanding how we actually get involved. I'm not of the mindset of not voting. I'm actually of the mindset of participating so that you can actually have something to vote for. I did believe in no tangibles, no vote some years ago. I think when I heard Tariq Nasheed talking about it when he was a part of or supporting ADOS, I think now the measure must be to educate yourself civically on your state, local government, which is another reason why it is imperative that we at least start to see 2 Black majority states come about, because then now we actually can fully see our engagement come to light. People don't show up prior to voting, so when it's time to vote, you get people trying to force you to use your vote, which you feel, or you feel like you have no reason to vote for because there's nothing representing you on a local or state level. And then we get to the federal, and we are stuck with not having people run for presidential office and all the other federal positions like state senators and things like that, or even run as congressmen, school board members, and things like that on the state level. So it's a double-edged sword sometimes, but it also is. You have to be, I think, mentally strong so that you can navigate the waters of what people are saying, because people who are Democratic, staunch Democratic, vote blue no matter who, they don't mean you any well, as much as people who are Republicans vote, Republican no matter who, or people who say that you shouldn't vote. I think it's very, intellectually and politically lazy from my perspective at this point. to be like, oh, I'm just not going to vote, or I'm going to vote aimlessly, and I don't know what is happening in my state, or what the impact of federal voting, if I don't know who's up for election and how that's going to impact me. So I try to come at it from that angle versus trying to argue people and call them out their names, when I do believe there are people trying to figure this out, but also using the Asian community and using the white community as a measuring stick, as the reason why they get things and we don't. I don't think that's true. They actually have lobbyists that are pretty much in government all the time. We are just establishing organizations now that we're realizing that the Black Caucus does not represent us well, has never represented us properly. The NAACP is not representing us properly on a political or legislative level. Maybe, going after racists in cases where people are being murdered and killed in the street, okay. But when you're talking about lobbying, having organizations that lobby politicians and that are in their ear about the demands from our community, we need that. And if you have not figured that out by now, you're hearing it for the first time, you need to get into the understanding of what that means. The Tea Party wasn't just a Tea Party because, of history. They're the Tea Party because they actually demanded and had lobbyists who went against them, and then they went to destroy some shit. So, go back and read history in its entirety now with a clear mind and try to, look at what was happening. What was the civic engagement, and figure that shit out at that point. But yeah, I'm not in the business of not voting. But I will exercise my vote if I did not show up and have something, I'm going to be like, okay, I'm going to leverage my vote. I think that sounds like a better way to say that.
Yeah, so there is this, there is that no vote thing. I was actually passing out the flyers at the rally, and I'm gonna pull up the numbers because it's always good to get those numbers because it actually tells you a lot. I think in places where we have high populations, if we did it, because this is just another boycott, is essentially what it would turn out to be. But in order for boycotts to work, they have to be highly concentrated on specific industries, politics, whatever. So a nationwide boycott would have the effect of damaging the Democrat Party because in national elections, they depend on our vote to basically beat the Republicans. And that's in a presidential election for the most part. But in these state elections, it gets much more complicated on how, what actual effect it will have in terms of swinging the vote one way or the other. A state like Georgia, where obviously if even 500,000 Black voters stay home, the Democrat can't win because we have such a high margin of Black Democrat voters in that state. In other states like California, where we're 5% of the population, the Black vote, to be for what it's worth, is not as significant as it is in Georgia. So in order to have an effective boycott and a vote boycott at that, you really would have to look at the numbers and look at where that can be effective, and then understand that the vote blue, no matter who, people are never going to not vote. They're just going to vote 80-90% every single time. And that's something that the Democrat Party depends on. It's something that anybody can essentially depend on. And so how effective can it be if you got to spend a lot of time, money, resources trying to get that message out just to affect one election cycle, when there's elections every 2 years, and then there's all these off elections that happen in between the 2 years. So how effective of a strategy could it possibly be over a long period of time? I think if you're going to invest money and resources into trying to re-educate Black voters, the best thing we could do is to just simply not register with any of the parties and become independent voters. And that affects us in the primaries in some states, like Pennsylvania. If you're not registered to a party, you can't vote in the primaries. But there are a lot of open primary states where you can vote in the primaries. If you're very intentional, you could register to vote in the primary of your choice, and then you'd have to change your registration. That gets real complicated. You might get lost in the shuffle. So I really don't recommend that, but people have done it in the past. People have, during the Obama election, that was one of the things that they had the Republicans switching parties to get him on the ballot against Hillary at the time. They were trying to get him up there because they thought there's no way a Black man could win an election. And then he turned around and the African ended up beating McCain at the time. So I would suggest, if we're going to put a lot of time, money, and effort and resources into moving Black voters, it wouldn't be to not vote. It would be to vote as an independent voter, because that sends the message that makes it very, very clear that we're no longer married to the Democrat Party. And then you're in play. And then, because I've been in these Black Republican spaces, and what they say over and over again is that the Republican Party has all this money to spend, but they rarely spend any of that money in the Black community. And even people who are a part of campaigns are begging them to spend money in the Black community, and they'll essentially do a very small buy in Black. Go ahead.
Adjust your mic.
Okay, yeah. So, is that better? Is that better at all? Any way possible? I see we have someone in the room, Miss Tanisha. I've seen that she has a story to tell. If she would like to come up to speak, I'm going to send her a mic because this is
and Zesty.
And Zesty.
Yeah. Oh, he left. Never mind.
Yeah, I don't know his story, but if he comes back in,
he didn't have a story to tell, but I wanted to see what he had to say.
Oh yeah. No, I'm not worried about that. I think his name says it all. But Miss Tanisha, if she'd like to come up, I know she has some valuable information. And but no. So yeah, let's if we're gonna do, because man, I love the guy. He's got the flyers. I'm a supporter of him because personally I know the guy, but outside of that, the numbers just don't add up. And it just again, when have we ever done a national boycott as a population? I just don't know how it would function. And if you only did it one time, okay, all right, you did it one time, and then what? What's the plan after that? What's the success?
Are you talking about outside of like the bus boycott, or are you talking about political boycott?
Yeah, I'm talking about this the whole because it keeps popping up, the no vote, the vote boycott, specifically on a national election, just a vote boycott for 2024, even because we already we're past the midterm. So the next big cycle is 2024, which is a huge election because all the seats in the House are up, a lot of Senate seats are up, the presidency is up. So 2024 actually a really big election. And as always, it's going to be the most important election of our lifetime and all of that. So I don't think we should spend a lot of effort in the vote boycott unless we have the numbers and we can target a candidate or some specific issue where it makes sense to do that. But on a national scale, I think simply going to independent voters would be the best thing that we could do, because again, it just opens it essentially is like we're open for business politically, and we're willing to vote with the party that is going to cater to our votes. It would shake the Democrat Party at its core because they know they cannot win without our votes. And it would at least give these Black Republicans who are working very hard in within the party to try to, give credence and credibility to Black American issues within the Republican Party. It would give them the ammunition they need to then go and say, well, look, we got 20 million independent Black voters, and these are the issues that we need to address. And you can essentially win the presidency for the next whatever 20-30 years, as long as you meet these issues. So that's probably the more legitimate strategy, as far as I can tell, is just us becoming independent. Okay, so we got Miss Tanisha J up. She has a story, and I know DJ WPI was trying to help her boost her message. So you have the mic. You can speak and let us know what's going on.
How are you doing, everyone? Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak on your show. I really, really appreciate that. 2019, we had some detectives who popped up at our house. My husband has, as of right now, he's been incarcerated for a crime he didn't commit. He's been charged with 2 counts of criminal homicide on something that he didn't do. This has blindsided our family. It's caused, as you can imagine, a lot of stress, a lot of frustration. It's been 6 months in now, and it's just devastated our family, our children, and everything. So, long story short, in 2019, 2 feds, not feds, but 2 detectives from Pennsylvania popped up at our home in Virginia. They wanted to speak to my husband. He was at work at the time. He's a business owner and has a truck. He proceeded to talk to them. Once he got off from work, he talked to them at our kitchen table for over an hour and a half, answered all their questions. He felt very comfortable. He didn't have a worry in the world. They asked him, would he be willing to give a DNA sample? He willingly gave a DNA sample. He knew the person that they were talking about, but he was dating her best friend. He didn't know her personally. He knew her in passing. So he talked to these people, didn't have anything to worry about. They proceeded to leave after an hour and a half. When I asked him, Mariko, after they left, because this is during the time we were going through, Trump, and, we were having a lot of issues even in Virginia with race stuff. And I said, Mariko, why did you give these detectives your DNA? And he said, because I don't have anything to hide. And they came all the way down here from Pennsylvania, and they're barking up the wrong tree. Maybe this will put them back on the right path. So after that, 7 months later, they ended up popping back up. At that point, I was like, no, you need to get a lawyer. Something doesn't feel right. So we proceeded to get a lawyer. After we got our lawyer, they didn't want to speak to him anymore. It seemed like once we got the lawyer that things calmed down. We didn't hear from him. They didn't want to speak to him anymore, but they left us alone. For 2.5 years, we have not heard anything from these detectives. All of a sudden, on May 24th, we were on our way taking our kids to taekwondo practice. My husband went outside to move his truck. Next thing you know, I heard my son say, Mom, they're arresting Daddy. I thought that he was telling a fib because it just doesn't coincide in our household. We're not people who go to jail. My husband is ex-law enforcement. He's an ex-correctional officer. He's worked for Hampton and Newport News Sheriff's Office. He's never had a criminal history in his life. No misdemeanors, felony, anything. I proceeded to look outside. They had the task force had him on the ground with guns pointed to him. Ever since then, it's been a nightmare. The detectives from Pennsylvania and this girl who had passed away popped back up into our lives, and now my husband has 2 counts of criminal homicide on him. The case is really, really funny. Number one, because when he willingly gave his DNA, I have the information now. It's been 6 months, so discovery has been had. I know that DNA, it only took a month for it to come back. to the DAs and the prosecution for them once they sent it out for it to come back with results. Nothing else in this case makes sense about Mariko besides the fact that they're trying to say that there was no forced injury. These girls were killed with shots to their head. Somebody shot them in the head. No forced injury, but there was small blood droplets on the stairs and small blood droplets on the door. And they're saying that my husband's DNA matches those blood droplets. He himself has stated he's never been in that home. His ex-girlfriend has stated he's never been in this home. Multiple people have said he has never been in that home. It was no reason for him to go there. His ex-girlfriend didn't live there. She lived way across town somewhere. She had never given him the address there. Nothing makes sense.
Wow.
But now, after 10 years of marriage, my whole family has been turned upside down, and we need funds. I've paid $30,000 to his lawyer already.
Wow.
His lawyer is a very, very good lawyer. He has to have a very good lawyer on this case. The number one reason that people are wrongfully arrested, or wrongfully convicted, you can be wrongfully accused, but once you're wrongfully convicted, one of the number one reasons is they cannot afford representation.
Right.
I have paid $30,000 already. His lawyer's charging $100,000, and I have $30,000 more dollars to pay by the 15th of this month. So I am out pounding the pavement. I'm talking to every church that I can go to, every business, everything, so that he can have a fair shot at justice. Because the place that he is arrested in is Huntingdon County, PA, and there's it's a small hick town. From the stories that he already tells me in jail, from now being on the inside looking out, there's a lot of injustice going on up there, where this is something that they do all the time. They thought that my husband was an easy target, that he was a black man that nobody was going to care about, and they were quietly going to be able to pin this on him with no fight. And so far, it's not working in their favor, and I would love to keep it like that, because he deserves that. Anyone who is wrongfully accused and is innocent deserves that. They deserve a fair shot at justice. And I thank you for letting me speak.
So I have a question. The vial of blood that they took from your husband, where did that vial of blood end up at?
So they didn't take blood. They took a swab out of his mouth.
Okay, so where did the actual test tube, because it's once they take the swab, it's a test tube, right? They put it back in a test tube. Where did that test tube end up?
That test tube went to their facility, so in that town, from the preliminary hearing. And there's articles online about the preliminary hearing. If I'm not mistaken, they have their own system of testing. So it goes, if I'm not mistaken, to the state police, and then they have their own facility that does the testing there in that county. They handle that.
Yeah, because I'm wondering if what they're doing is, which is the same thing they did with Sandra Bland, is that they're using their own facilities, and which is sort of pretty much a case of corruption, where they're utilizing whoever the forensic pathologist is, and they got a scheme set up to trap. And essentially, almost kind of like, almost like entrapment going on, where they're actually going after particular people that they just decide to go after, and then framing them. Have you gone to the FBI or any type of the government agencies?
Right now, I've been letting the lawyer that we hire handle everything, and
I would file with the FBI. I would file so that it's on record. You can talk to your attorney, but I would file so that it's on record with not only the FBI, the state, the state attorney, and I would actually start to now you put the pressure back on PA, like you've done or doing. I'm definitely would love to help you get this money raised.
Thank you. God knows.
This is ridiculous, and Lord knows how many other cases that they've got like this, and that they are.
They have a lot.
I
will
believe
tell
it.
you they
I
have a
believe
lot.
it. And then I would actually ask your attorney how you can actually somehow go after the forensic, the company or the wherever the facility that they're using to include them to make sure that the forensic people are actually testified by saying that, hey, they received the vial. They were the ones
Chain
who
of
tested it
custody.
because there
Chain
was
of
a
custody.
woman, I think an Asian one. It was a couple of actual forensic pathologists that actually were booked on fraud charges
Mm-hmm.
for doing the same exact thing.
Mm-hmm.
So they need to be included in your case.
I will tell you this, that from the beginning at 6 months in, that we knew this was bigger than us. We knew, I felt it was dirty from the beginning. It took our lawyer a little bit of time to realize that something wasn't right. Because of a series of things that had happened when he was signed on to become a lawyer. But I knew it was dirty because I know my husband. I've been married to him for 10 years. It does not make sense at all.
Even I would definitely get a report filed with the FBI to start now to get it on their radar.
All day I've been listening and following advice from people who, I'm not closed-minded. So because I've never been through this before, it's 6 months and nobody has ever said that to me. And I don't know, but I will get on it tomorrow, tonight, and do what I have to do because he's worth it. We don't have, Black fathers are already not in the home. My husband is a family man. He is at every taekwondo practice. He is a hard worker. He is the least person who deserves this, and everyone knows it around him that he's the least person who deserves this. And he's been taken out of our home. My kids don't understand that he may not come home. That's not spoken in our house because we are very spiritual and we believe in a higher power. So his baby son, who's never been away from his father, he's just, Daddy's coming home. Mom, when does his trial start? He's coming. And he doesn't understand the injustice that's behind it. So I have to fight. I have to fight this because I'm raising Black sons. So this is something that we talk to our Black kids about being aware and stuff like that. But when it actually hits your home, I can't even put it into words how it feels because every day I wake up and I feel like I'm in the twilight zone. So I'm on go every day, dealing with my emotions and on go, trying to find the answers or what I can do to assist out here. So I've been letting the lawyer handle it, but anything that I can do, I do. And so, and he's a good lawyer. His lawyer is Jonathan Sims. You guys can look him up. He was personally recruited by the Office of the Attorney General. He used to be a prosecutor in Pennsylvania. He's now a defense attorney. He's very thorough, and that's one thing that I appreciate, but I have to keep him. Because if he gets a court-appointed attorney up there, they're going to railroad him. That's what they want. That's what they've been taunting him about. They're hoping that exactly. They're hoping that we don't have the funds to give him a court-appointed lawyer, so this can all just go away. Their nightmare can go away because I'm not going to stop.
Okay, have you looked into any of those innocent project organizations where they review cases?
I will say this. There's something going on with that, but I'll say it off of this. So, being that I've never been through this before, there's some things that I know that I have to be careful with saying. So, and I don't know what those things are, but I will let you guys know that there are some things. There has been paperwork filed and stuff that are in the works. And I can let you know the details afterwards.
Okay, that's good. Yeah. So let me kind of refresh because I've been through the criminal system multiple times. My family members been through the criminal system multiple times. My brother just got arrested a few days ago. So the thing that this story highlights is the thing that you do not talk to the police. You're not required to. It is your constitutional right not to. You give them your name, address, but you can just show them your ID, and that handles that. Never give any type of blood, DNA, anything, unless there is a warrant for that physical Because the reason that the police ask for things is because they don't have the right to have those things. So whenever a police officer asks you to do something, it's likely that they're violating your constitutional rights, and you should resist it verbally. I mean, that type of thing, but you don't want to get into a confrontation either. And then the attorney situation. So I feel you. I've probably spent $40,000 on attorneys in my lifetime. They are very expensive. They're not all effective. Sometimes they actually work with the prosecution, believe it or not. So you got to be very careful. Yes.
Because I talked to an attorney, one of the first attorneys I talked to in Pennsylvania, did that without even talking to my husband. And I got confirmation months later that thank God I didn't choose him as an attorney for my husband, because he actively works against minorities and works with the DA. After he had a consult with me, the first thing he did was call the DA and the detectives. They literally were taunting my husband when he was being extradited on the train, saying, "We've talked to your lawyer multiple times. We've talked to your lawyer multiple times." And my husband was like, "I don't know who you're talking about. That's not my lawyer." I never told him he was going to be my husband's lawyer. So it is very real out here. And I feel really terrible because my husband is ex-law enforcement. When this happened, this 13-year-old cold case in 2009, he was working for NY Corrections. My husband is originally from New York. We moved here to Virginia. He worked for Newport News and Hampton Sheriff's Office for years before he got his own trucking business. So he knows about law enforcement because he would tell me stories coming home. But somehow in that moment, he thought that they were going to respect him because he was ex-law enforcement. That's why he felt comfortable talking to them, because he had nothing to hide. So he, in his head, if I don't have anything to hide, you can't do anything to me. Not true. Not true.
I know before someone else goes, and the other question is, I would love for you to ask your attorney, has your attorney asked that the DNA samples be sent to a different lab for testing?
So that is on the horizon, but because all these things cost.
They do cost.
And that's where we're stumped at. So he has to make a decision because he has a practice, and he's been working with me the best that he can. I have downsized. I've moved out of my home. I am living with my mother. I am running my husband's trucking business, and I thought that I was going to be able to get funds from my husband's trucking business, but I'm not a driver. So I have a driver. So those funds are split 50-50. And then my half ends up going to his leasing agreement during the week, the insurance, all those things, just keeping the business running. Somebody called down to the leasing, the trucking company a couple of months ago and told them my husband was in jail. The trucking company that we got our truck from is in Mississippi. I have no idea how they found out. I had been running the truck for 3 months before they found out. By the grace of God, there was one woman in there who fought for me, and now that truck is in my name. It's not in my husband's name. So it's in my name. And I don't know anything about trucking besides what my husband taught me.
Wow.
I would definitely, again, that's why I'm saying you really need to file a case with the FBI. So that work can actually be something, and see what they can actually start to do on your behalf, because it seems like there are people trying to stop economically you being able to fight this case.
They're trying to fight my finances. That's been happening for months.
Exactly. And that no doubt that probably is the detectives who are on this case trying to cover it up. And if that's the case, I would definitely, if you remember the time frame that was happening, keep track of those little things that happen, so that way later on, you will win this case. I am for sure praying for that. I'm putting that out in the atmosphere. Your husband will be back home with his family, and that at the end of the day, you keep track of that when that call was made down to the trucking company, and if need be, you can have the date and time to give over to the FBI so that they can follow that lead and see where that call came from. And then you can actually then later on go for a Department of Civil Rights suit against that department, and I know it's going to be a long, like we talking about a long, like we got to get through steps first, but
exactly, because no one will touch it before this is taking the criminal side. That's why he cannot get convicted.
Correct. So, but I would follow suit. I was talking to my sister about she's in a situation. I was telling her she needs to actually counter sue Department of Child Services, because these are people who, in order to do their jobs, and which is really sad, that they are putting cases on people and to bring in money to keep these systems going. But they think that a lot of us don't realize what's happening, but the jig is up. So I hope
they're doing the same thing in Huntington with with putting people in jail. That's exactly what they're doing.
So you need to get those. Hopefully your attorney has those detectives' badges and information and name and stuff, because they need to lose their jobs. And criminal charges after this, once your husband is brought home, they need to be brought up on charges.
Amen.
Full stop. So I'm gonna let Black. We had I think this is my DJ, and then this is my Twitter name, Professor Kingdom. Hey, you guys, welcome to the stage.
Yeah, let me throw this in here real quick, because from the truck driver angle, I've got 20 plus years as a driver, and so what I'm gonna say is this: you have an unfair situation where the driver's taking advantage of you. And what you need to do is, I don't know how you came to this 50-50 agreement, but it needs to be, if you're comfortable with that, it needs to be 50-50 after expenses, so that all your expenses are covered, and then out of the net that you actually do this 50-50 deal, because you cannot take the burden of all of the expenses out of the total profits on yourself, and then they're just walking away scot-free without any responsibility. So if you have to replace this driver, that's what you have to do, but you have to find somebody who understands that if the truck doesn't operate, if the expenses are not paid, no one gets paid.
Nobody gets paid.
Yeah.
If the truck doesn't move, if the fuel is not paid and all those things, I understand that. Absolutely. Okay.
Okay, so we got DJ. I guess you're
guys for inviting me up here. Thank you for letting me talk about this. I've been wanting to talk about this. I didn't know how to talk about it, and I just appreciate the opportunity to talk about this, because there needs to be eyes on this case. People need to know what's going on, because this happened to my husband, but it can happen to anybody. There's a part that I didn't even tell you. We can talk about that another time. It's called DNA phenotyping. Look that up, guys. They're using this to racial profile. It's a very good technology. Normally it's accurate, but at this point they've also racial profiled my husband because of this DNA phenotyping. But now that they have those blood droplets, that doesn't even matter. It doesn't even matter. And they know that.
Yeah, there was a recent Canadian case where they did that phenotype. They put a picture of a black man's face, an artistic rendering out, and we all rallied against it. And they eventually they got so much feedback, they had to drop that that whole deal. But yeah, that's crazy. I read over your tweet about that. That is pretty bad.
Yeah. And I haven't even seen the sketch yet. I have the test, but there's a sketch that comes along with it that says what the person may look like, and those sketches are pretty accurate. They're pretty accurate, but I haven't seen it. I don't know what it looks like. I don't know if even it was given to our lawyer. I haven't even got that far yet. Wow. So yeah, it will be addressed though.
Insane. Okay. Yeah, because that's probably unconstitutional, and it needs to be unconstitutional. Go ahead, DJ.
Yeah, peace to the room, family. What's going on night, everybody? So, with that being said, Sister Tanisha, we tried to speak to you earlier this morning, or whatever, but I was a little sleepy, so I apologize about that. But my thing is now, whoever made that phone call to the trucking company is the person that's setting your family member up, your husband. So, I'm more convinced that on that note, I would try to do everything in my power to try to get those, subpoena those phone records of who called the trucking company and had no right to tell your family business. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's not the trucking company's business if somebody's in jail. Their only concern is that make sure they get their money on the first of the month.
And they haven't lost a payment, but they took over 70,000 of my husband's payments of what he paid into it and made me start a new contract because I had no choice. They put me up against the wall.
You need to talk to, you're going to have to definitely talk to your attorney about that, because then that's going to have to be something else you're going to have to take care of later on. It's a lot.
And I will also use the fact that you're a woman, you don't know anything about trucks, you're just trying to do what you got to do for the family, so they took advantage of a woman as well, you know what I mean? I don't know what's up with the law on that side, brother. Maybe, could break it down, but that's obviously as clear as day.
The only thing I can say is that she needs to take this case to the FBI. She needs to be telling her case to the news and getting this on national news. I don't care if you have to write an article, call the, Washington Post, some sort of local news maybe in the area to get it picked up and going. And then and get it out because you have to tell your story and it needs to be highlighted. Go ahead, DJ. Did you want to finish up?
No, that was pretty much it. Like I said, we got majority of the story from the sister earlier, or whatever the case be. But like explained to her, you're just gonna have to keep repeating this process. It's gonna feel like you in the Matrix and the Twilight Zone, just constantly repeating the same rhetoric. But this is the work that needs to be done in order to get your family member free now. But hit the FBI, hit the CIA, hit Homeland Security, hit everybody up. You know what I mean?
And keep a notebook, and you need to write this down and make copies.
Yeah.
Keep a notebook of details, dates. Write this stuff down, make copies. I don't care if you got to send letters to news stations, letting them know what's your husband's name with a picture, telling them how dire this situation is. Exhaust all avenues.
I will.
Yeah. So I tried.
Real quick too. Did you ever see the documentary Cash for Kids?
Somebody sent that in our text today, and I literally was livid. It's in Pennsylvania that happened, and it hit home because Pennsylvania is so corrupt. They are so corrupt. From what I know and what I've experienced, and I don't even live there. I live in Virginia. But what's happening to my husband and the things that I know, to seeing that, these are some of the most soulless people I've ever seen in my life. But we knew that. We knew that from when the election time happened and what they did with that election. We knew that. But it kind of, it bothers you. Like, you don't think it's going to hit home. You understand? Especially when you don't live in the state and stuff like that. But Pennsylvania needs eyes on it. I know that this election year, they lost a lot of people, that corrupt people that they thought were going to be in office. And, so I know that some things switched on them, but I don't understand why Pennsylvania doesn't have eyes on it with this stuff.
Didn't they come across? They came to Virginia to get him.
Oh yeah, they came to Virginia.
Yeah, I was.
When we went to court the next day, because when they got him, he called me. It was like 5-something in the afternoon. I didn't hear from him till 12 o'clock at night. He was in the jail he used to work at. They put him on suicide protocol in a turtle suit. I couldn't speak to him for 3 days. So I saw him the next day in court when he extradited. When he did his extradition, and those detectives who were in my home came walking through the courtroom, and I was so mad. I started talking to them, and I'm like, you guys are here to get my husband. What is wrong with you? And I remember talking to them, and they said, so I remember one of the detectives saying to me, well, what did your husband get a lawyer for? Like, why did he get a lawyer? And I said, because he's a black man in America and he has to protect himself. I couldn't even believe that they even said that to me. Well, why did he get a lawyer? Why wouldn't he get a lawyer? Y'all pop up at my house. No call, no nothing. You just pop up, open the door. One day there's detectives at my door.
Yeah, see, this is the reason why, again, I gotta have an attorney on standby like ASAP, because I'm not speaking to no police.
No.
I just have but we'll talk about that in a little bit. I think it's my Twitter. I think it's my Twitter.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I was putting chips in my mouth. So I apologize. And also, I put myself on Stack family to talk about the previous topic. And this one seems far more important to continue talking about. So I'm going to just go ahead, let you come back to me a little later. Let's talk about Green Party and voting. So,
okay, I think
right there.
Oh, okay, thank you. I think Professor didn't drop down. Hopefully he'll come back up or come back in. I think we got Kingdom, I believe.
Hey, just real quick, one more thing to Tanisha. So I think I said it to you before in the chat message. You know, I don't know if there's a law librarian in the jail where your husband is at, but he's going to have to do majority of his work on his own because there's only so much you could do from the outside. It's up to him to really try to put two and two together. You know, your job is mainly, you know, reaching out to lawyers and, you know, obviously, you know, trying to enact this, you know, stack this money up to pay for the lawyer and just, you know, holding down the household and the business. So, you know, don't stretch yourself thin trying to do everything. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah. It's hard when you say that because I understand what you said. I'm 6 months in. And literally for the last couple of days, I've been going to churches and begging them to donate to my husband's legal fund. Only one church, a Methodist church, agreed to do that and has called the lawyer because a lawyer, you can call him directly if you're going to make because I'm his wife. So people see me and they're like, of course you're going to believe he's innocent. No, I don't believe he's innocent. This would almost be easier if he was guilty because then I can have some acceptance. This is something you did. I'm going to get you the best lawyer that, you know, I can get, but this is something that you did. There's a difference. Because he is innocent of this, I have no choice but to do everything that I can do, and I don't know what to do. So I take advice from other people. I don't believe that talking to you guys is by chance. I thank God for the advice that you've given me, just for the opportunity. But what I find in these communities, since I've been going to these churches every day, all day, from 9 a.m. in the morning, my last child gets home at 4:30. I'm kind of be back home by 5, 6. They do not want to help with funds. They do not, but they have prison ministries. What are you doing in these prisons? Do you not understand that the people are getting wrongfully convicted and incarcerated? We see it on the news. The Bible says faith without works is dead. So I can have all the faith in the work, but God didn't bring us here to be stupid either. He put people in place. You got to find the answer. So you go to these prisons.
So let me, I'm going to testify to something because since you brought that up. So I've actually been dealing with housing, right? And dealing with coming off of COVID, dealing with housing and battling a situation on eviction. And when you go to churches, it's not even the Black churches. They put you through the ringer to actually try to support you, and they actually want your whole history. You could have been a 6-figure earner, fell down on your luck, and they're like, no, we cannot assist you.
It makes no sense.
You could be poor and impoverished. They would rather see you go homeless. And that's the same thing even with a lot of these state-run resources for Americans. They would rather you be homeless. And then you got to make an appointment with shelters. You got to make an appointment with different avenues for them to get funding to you. But yet they are building sanctuary cities.
Oh, my goodness.
Yes, they are building new edifices on churches. It was a woman I went to a church. She was homeless. She needed money for gas. I got a gas. They gave me a gas card. I said, no, I went and got it because I guess I just went and got it. And I guess I was supposed to be there because I ran into this woman who was homeless. And she needed money for gas. I gave her the card. I gave her the card because I needed actual money for
actual funds,
rent. So it wouldn't have hurt me to give her the gas card because I got gas. So I gave it to her. And so the women in there, mind you, these are churches run by supposedly Christians and majority of people who are supposedly talking about how they are judging people whether or not you're living beyond your means, but you're building these big edifices and churches.
But that's not what the Bible says.
Yes.
The Bible, 1 John 3:17 says, but if anyone has the world's goods and sees his brother in need, yet closes his heart against him, how does God's love abide in him? The Bible scripture specifically talks, it does not just talk about food and shelter. It talks about money.
Okay. And so, and so I say that to say I understand what you're saying, because even with prison ministries, people thinking that, oh, well, all you need to do is send a pastor and go up there and pray for the people in the prison. You're actually supposed to be doing things, figuring out how to actually bring them or Yes, so
a 20-ounce soda is $3-4. It costs for them just to have the basic needs. My husband got sick 2 or 3 times eating the jail food. He can't even get a Tylenol. Those little things. Can he get some Long Johns? He's in Pennsylvania. It's freezing. He's not at a camp.
But this is the issue we're having, and then when people are falsely arrested and then they're released, right, because of being falsely accused, then they want to say, oh, then that's when they want to give you millions of dollars if you or have somebody fight on your behalf. And so these are the things that we're really seeing in our communities, because we don't see falsely accused other people that are not Black Americans being released or coming out of jail getting millions of dollars because they were arrested falsely. No, you don't see that on a high level, but you damn sure see that in our community. And I remember growing up hearing that my uncle, God rest his soul, would say the prison is filled with innocent men.
Even when my husband was working in corrections, he used to say, Tanisha, I worked in corrections for many years, and there's a lot of guilty people in there. He said, but there's also a lot of innocent people. He said, there's a lot of stories of women. He worked at Bedford Hills, where Remy Ma was, and he worked there, and he would tell me stories about women who were in domestic violence situations, and nobody would do anything to help them. They ended up killing their abuser, and they spent years in jail. Like, just different stuff like that when they finally tried to get help. Just different situations where people shouldn't be incarcerated or people were actually innocent in there, Yeah, we have to take a look at that. This has made me look at things differently because of how they portrayed my husband on the news. I noticed that when he first got arrested, it was like a whirlwind. Number one, I never thought my family would be on the news. My husband got arrested. The next day, there's articles coming out about Mariko Johnson, 13-year-old cold case. They had to say police believe, because after they did what they did, he would not talk to them. So they have no confession because there's nothing to confess. But just how the news media reports stuff, if you don't know him, you'd be like, oh, they caught him. Not knowing that this man is fighting for his life on something he did not do. Not knowing that DNA phenotyping that they're talking about, if it's so accurate, it says the person has hazel green eyes and my husband has ice gray eyes. He has a genetic disorder in his eyes that runs in his family. There's no other color but gray in his eyes. And so that excludes him from the phenotype. So if the phenotype is wrong, how the heck did it match the blood droppings if you're saying that these two people are the same person? So back to what you were saying, I do a lot because I can't sleep and I can't rest until something happens. I cannot fathom my husband. He's not coming home. I don't know what my life looks like with my husband not coming home to his family. We just had a grandbaby. Our lives have been turned upside down, and it's not normal for me every single day of my life. There's no normal. It doesn't feel normal. My kids don't feel normal. They're displaced. We are traumatized, and all we can do is fight. And they don't care. They're going to have Christmas dinner with their family. They've had Thanksgiving, and they don't give it. They don't care. We're just Black people in America.
Okay, Miss Tanisha, I tried to follow you, but I'm at my limit. If there's any way you could follow me so that I can send you a private message. I do have I have something that I want to suggest, but it's really not for public consumption. So it's for you and your attorney to look into, but it could definitely get you on the right path, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So I think we have Kingdom now.
Hey everyone, thanks for allowing me on the stage, and thanks DJ for putting me up in the jumbotron. Appreciate that, I really do. I just want to stress that my generational wealth is at fucking zero. I just want to stress how reparations is gonna put us in ownership and put a fucking dime in my pocket. Like, do y'all know what it's like? Okay, some of y'all might not know what it's like to be a young Black woman up here in Massachusetts. Right, my folks migrated, and you know the way I saw that video from back in the day on the folks down south talking how some of us migrated up here, and you know there's this vitriol there, and this is why it just encouraged me to say that, you know, this is why it inspires me to open up my first HBCU up here, because we need to reconnect. This is a big issue. We need to reconnect. I think that, you know, us up here are not in touch with our Southern roots, and I think that's a problem. And, you know, you guys are not in touch with us. And I think that, you know, my first step definitely is making sure that I employ y'all from the South up here too as well, so we can mix with y'all and still be in touch with y'all, because that is so important. And can I just say the youth really need y'all Southern roots, because it's just like the ones we got here, they're just far long gone. Some of them are really just out of touch. And I just want to stress how we actually have to go to PWIs to get education, because we can't afford to go to HBCUs. This is crazy. I just wanted to stress how our babies are not going to have a future, and we ain't got a fucking dime in this bank account.
Interesting. Wow. Okay, man, I didn't get a chance to listen to that video, but I will check it out. That was very powerful from a young Black American woman perspective living in Massachusetts. In this space, we specifically talk about a reverse migration, and where you're at, we need you to start really, really considering the state of Delaware, which has an HBCU, 3 campuses that we can politically take over, and we can ensure that our population is protected and uplifted and empowered, and we get state-based restitution, and then we can really, really fight for federal reparations as a Black majority state. So we really would love for you to tap into that information as well. I'm trying to see if anybody else. Okay, so this is my twiddle. I think you had you wanted to talk about something in terms of voting.
Thank you, Peace Family. This is a amazing space. I appreciate it. I want to just go back to the discussion about a protest vote or something along the lines. I understand not wanting to vote for the duopoly. They don't do anything for us, but I'm not to take up too much space, although I do like taking up a lot of space. The Green Party, and just full disclosure, I am a member of the Green Party, has reparations on the platform for descendants of African enslaved peoples.
I saw that. I posted it recently. So it needs to be updated.
If you don't want to vote for either one of those parties, you can register as a Green. You can run for office in your local Green or your local Green Party. You can, with respect to local government, you could join the commissions. Or you have to apply for it and be appointed by your local government for some of these commissions and committees. But if you wanted to plug yourself in to this government and work from that angle, I think And, I love to talk, I love to listen. With respect to the Green Party, that's a good place to start. Divesting your vote from the major two-party system, the Democrats and the Republicans. They don't do anything, either one of them, for the Black people. They scapegoat us. They blame us for everything when they mess up. It's either our fault, or it's Russia's fault. But it's never their fault. It's never their systems, and it's all craziness. I was talking about how white supremacy is falling apart with respect to their U.S. dollar that supports it. Earlier, I want to, take up a lot of space, like I said, but with respect to withdrawing your vote from the Democrats and the Republicans, I think the Green Party is a great place to start. They even have on their platform demilitarizing. I think right now they got it like 75%. They don't want our people sacrificing their lives, murdering people that look like us.
Okay. Let me jump in here. So I posted the Green Party's platform about reparations. And my comment on it when I went to the website was that I believe on their platform, it looks like we're third or fourth on the list of things that they find of some importance. So that is a problem. The wording is a problem. And if they are going to cater to Black American freedmen descendants, it is up to the Green Party to reach out to those who are leaders in this reparations movement, specifically that are talking about delineation, specifically in order to get their party platform in alignment with the grassroots members of Black American freedmen descendants. That's the first thing. Second thing is we have a couple of politicians in the space who are Black Americans who ran for elections. If they would like to come up to speak to address this Green Party issue, I would love to hear what their thoughts are on it. If you've taken the time to look into it, I personally believe that Black Americans should be independent voters, period, not aligned with any party until we have a party that represents our specific issues, full stop. So, and I know there's a move because I've been in spaces where people have said that they feel pretty strong that Black Americans could take over the Green Party. But then this leads to the next question. Where has the Green Party been effective in the country? Because they're not effective on a national scale. So what areas of the country, locally, countywide, statewide, have they proven themselves to be a viable party?
Is that a question directly for me, or is that for the
Yeah,
politicians?
that's a question for you. And then as you're answering that, also there is this Forward Caucus initiative that seems to be growing. What do you think about that as well? Because I've listened into them. They don't seem to be a party. They seem to be more of they just want to change the way we vote. And but they've got a lot of people excited. So how effective has the Green Party been in the country, and then how effective has it been in relation to Black America?
That's a good question. I unmuted myself, right? You can hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, perfect. My screen goes dark quickly. That's a very good question. I don't know that there's actually anything necessarily directly that they have done specifically for Black Americans, other than hold a lot of meetings to make sure that the space was created, that inside of the movement that there would be reparations and that there would be space to meet some of the needs that the needs that African Americans have lacked from political representation. Does it make sense?
So, and there is a Green Party Black caucus that would be, for me, would be better suited to answer that question than I am. And I don't want to shoot from the hip and say something and it's not correct. Does it make sense? For me, as a Green Party activist, and without doxing myself, I know that I work a lot for my community, and I do it from the space of being a member of the Green Party. And yeah, I'm nervous because I'm new to Twitter and I don't know exactly how all of this works.
Okay, just take a breath. Just be honest. Yeah, just take a breath and be honest. You know,
if you're new to Twitter, it says that you've had your account since 2014. You mean you're new to? Yeah, you're new to Spaces.
I'm new to Spaces and I'm new to using Twitter. I registered the Twitter so that I could have my name.
Okay.
Name so fast, and then recently my kids taught me how to use it, and now I'm addicted. I can't put it down. And I found these guys. I'm like, oh my god. My tribe.
So then let me break the ice. I'll break the ice.
Thank you.
I'll break the ice, and I'll say this. Mm-hmm. Shout out to Stacia Hall, who was actually in the room. She is running for a Republican candidate in Washington, D.C. And shout out to, of course, State Power, who's also a candidate running in 24 Palms, California. And when we have conversations and we talk about the politics of things, I think this is the part where we actually now put all the cards on the table, what we know and don't know. And there is no condemnation. There's only edification. And I would implore you, as whomever you are behind your profile, to get your chest fully invested on, if you are part of the Green Party, what are they specifically talking about legislative wise that does impact American freedmen, Black Americans, African Americans, as you said, in the lens of how are we going to be able to utilize the independent party based off of legislation? What are they championing, right? Because all parties want us to join their party like we are cattle, but they never want to fully actually talk about the things that we are in demand or now standing full throttle on as we see things. They know, each party knows the communities that are in poverty, the communities that are thriving, the communities that are affecting big dollars on the state and local level, and on the federal level, right? However, they do not have legislation that actually speaks to repair, actual repair, that you don't have to jump through hoops and red tape. Because when Ukraine got their money, the money Biden just signed over yet again, there was no red tape. As a matter of fact, a part of that money was pulled from the states. COVID money that was pulled from the states, which is why Ron DeSantis got so upset about how he wasn't going to send his money back, because he's going to utilize that for other means, but he never utilized that money in Florida to actually give to the community as we're still in a pandemic, to the people in need. See, people are in who are in office, winning positions in office, they are literally not only showing their stance on what they believe personally, but they're also championing their own community and making sure their community thrives and survives in this economic influx where people are literally in poverty. And that's on all scales. And I think when you come in and you actually are, ready to actually, get into the conversation, please don't feel nervous. But really talk about what it is the party is actually standing on, and what your beliefs are and what maybe should be happening. Because we all know everyone believes that all lives matter. We get that. I mean, Black people hear it all the damn time. But we know that from a reality standpoint, it does not show that all lives matter, because all lives are not being, or all lives are being impacted in different ways throughout the country, which is why I have a problem with people who try to be contrarian to the American freedmen, when we are starting to talk about now we want our repair, we want our just due, a debt is owed. And if any party, whether you're Republican or Democrat at this point, wants our attention, and this should be across the board, this is just me, this is Rella, saying that you have to earn my vote, because I'm going to leverage my vote. I'm not giving my vote to a blue no matter who, a green party no matter who, or just because I don't like the Democratic Party, I'm going to come running to you. If you do not have an agenda, if you do not have a standing representatives that are actually going to champion in legislation, both House and Senate, to bring a bill to the floor to be voted on, and that is what they're going to champion on, you do not get our votes. That is what that means. And a lot of people run around here talking about some, they're not going to vote. No, that doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that. You can't disavow your civic duty because of the fact that you're angry. You're supposed to use your anger and leverage. And this is what we're learning now, and the culture we're actually cultivating. I love it. And I want to see even the young people after my generation get into the habit of not being a party player. It's always going to be policy over party, no doubt. So that's me breaking the ice. Welcome to the stage.
Yeah, let me also ask this as well. So the Forward Party, I'm sorry, they expressed this, and I've heard it before, but since they're very new and they've sort of absorbed these other parties to create the third largest party in the country, they're expressing frustration with getting on the ballot. They're having a very difficult time getting on the ballot based on federal election laws, state laws, etc. So how many states is the Green Party in? Or are they in the states where Black Americans have predominant populations? And you said you have a Black caucus. So where is the list of Black American candidates that the Green Party is putting up to run in elections? This is my yeah, you got to take your yep, there you go.
Apologies, my phone was my screen, how do you say it? It stops, it locks, my screen locks quickly if I'm not continually touching it. I apologize. So I think I have your question with respect to first of all, thank you for the ice breaking. I appreciate it. I am nervous. I don't apologize. I am nervous. There we go. All right. The Green Party is small, and there's a lot of internal struggling and a lot of, at least in the Green Party of California. I'll speak from the Green Party of California, if that's all right. So there's, we've just barely gotten to the place with respect to the Green Party of California where we have all of our ducks in a row, our ballot access, our statement that goes on the ballots that says who we are. All of that takes a lot of work and talking. And when I first joined, it was a mess. 2016, it was a mess, and it's gotten increasingly better. I don't know if you follow Ajama Baraka. He's a member or the founding member of Black Alliance for Peace. He was the vice president and candidate in 2016, civil rights leader. Amazing human. I do not know how many states we are in, but we have a lot of, more than 30 states, I believe, we have access on their ballots, but I think it's higher than that. I don't want to lie to you, but there's a large number of states. We do not have Georgia at all. We do not have an active Green Party in Georgia. But across the nation, we do have an active Green Party. I don't know if you're familiar with Margaret Kimberly. She's a member of the Green Party Black Caucus. I've been involved in a struggle here locally to save my water from a huge corporation, and have been kind of knee deep in my own stuff. So a little separated from the Green Party. So what they're doing now mostly is lost to me, and so I apologize. But you can go to Green Party. GP.org is the national website for California. You can go to cagreens.org. With respect to the list of Black candidates that they have run, I believe there should be a picture of a bunch of them. You should see my face. I have run for office, and I am currently holding a position in my local government. So, and I work for housing, a bunch of stuff, and very specific to the descendants of enslaved peoples of African descent. I wear a shirt that says African period on it. I'm a Pan-Africanist to the degree that I understand and still am learning about it. I put myself in a student mode. And a lot of things are kind of new to me. Since Kyrie posted the link and we all, like, what in the world? I feel like I have just been reading history and just kind of getting a crash course on the deeper level of the making of global capitalism in this kind of fast-paced, crazy way where all of a sudden the larger world history has come into view. Where, yeah, I'm happy to have found Twitter in these spaces, and I may have lost the direction of this plane for the moment. I think I've answered all of your questions, but if I didn't, please ask them again, and I'll try to calm down and give a better answer.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I'm on the site. It says there's 140 Greens that are in elected office. You run elections, you run candidates in different elections every election cycle. I get that. Again, so you said you're a Pan-African. So what is your lineage? What is your ethnicity? What is your race?
Oops. I'm Black, if you will. I'm African. My grandparents. This is a long story. So I'm mixed race, but after I was born, my mother, who is not Black, left, and then my Black family raised me. And so I don't know. I did, and then if you get home. Okay, and then so I met my mother later in life. I was 18 when I met my mother. So I do know who they are, and I do have access to that side of the family, but I don't access it. If that makes sense. I don't have a relation. I don't have a strong relationship with the part of my family that's not Black. So while
That's all I will say about people who are normally Pan-Africanists. They tend to lead with their lineage, their African lineage versus their American lineage. And they don't tend to talk about history in a cumulative way. And again, that's just I think in the grand scheme of how we're coming into new information, Kyrie Irving posting from Hebrews to Negroes, which is not a new biography. It's been around for some time. He himself is actually doing his own self work. I think that prior to Hebrews to Negroes, there was other information that has been out in the public. And I would say that it's not that you're a Pan-Africanist. It's the mere fact of when you listen to, or at least when I hear you are speaking, I hear you trying to come from a lens to find common ground, I think, in a room that you are not familiar with, because we are talking about things that affect us as Black Americans or American freedmen. And I think what people miss when they start to talk from the lens of their Pan-African beliefs or their Black power beliefs, that they never come down a peg to actually find the common ground on what it means to be an American, and then build from there, and what the impact has been in our experiences as Black Americans, and uncovering the American freedmen history by way of whatever your lineage leads you to, whether if you have ancestral lines that do lead you to tribes in Africa, or European lineage, or indigenous lineage, it all still would fall under where we are as American citizens by chattel slavery birth from ancestors. We can find common ground and actually say those things. We can mention those things. And it's not a slight to you for you saying you're a Pan-Africanist. I know a lot of Pan-Africanists. I know a lot of people who are Black nationalists, who believe in different things. I have my own beliefs, but I always can find the common ground on what has been the impact to me and my people, based on new information and how we actually use our words, and what we are doing on a political, civic level or historical level. And I think that might help you, even if you're not Black, or if you are Black. I can't call it, because look, we all on this app. But at the end of the day, I listen to words. Words mean a lot. And anyone to me who is Black should not quiver or feel inferior in talking about the impact of what you believe, whether you are Green Party, Republican, Democrat. If you know there are things that are wrong, that are being done wrong, legislation that's not being passed, bills that are not being championed, people going to jail, being taken advantage of, we should be able to full throttle, be able to point that out, because there is an experience in our country that we can relate to. I'm not a Black man, but I can relate to seeing and feeling and understanding brothers who are being targeted or who have been targeted. They're not Black women, but they can understand the trauma. And people mistake Black men not having the capacity to actually see what Black women are going through. And we never get to that level of understanding and having a conversation. So again, that's why I'm going to have to pause you to say, it's not really about you being a Pan-Africanist or you wearing a shirt that says Africa on it. What do you stand for when it comes to the Black American descendants, those who are covered under that umbrella, the American freedmen? Because that can go two ways. There were slaves who were indigenous. There were slaves who actually lived on plantations outside of Indian territory, who never became indigenous. And we can have those conversations, but we are the descendants, and we are saying we are not being represented on any level, whether you are independent, Republican, or a Democrat.
Yeah, so I was looking at the site. I looked at the Afro Descendants Black American, African American platform. And I looked at some other things, and it's not horrible. The language needs to be updated. So there are some good things. The thing that I do notice is they're tackling so many issues for so many different groups. And I think this is part of the problem with the Democrat Party is they have this huge platform with all these different issues, and as usual, Black Americans, specifically Black Americans. So this lineage is the descendants of those who were enslaved, the descendants of those who became fugitives, the descendants of those who were self-emancipators, the descendants of those who became American freedmen, the descendants of that bloodline. And it stops right there. It doesn't go back to Africa. Though that group of people, the people who built the country, who are constantly neglected and ignored. Those are the people that we're talking about when we say Black American, when we say descendants, not the immigrants who come over and reap resources on the backs of Black Americans. Because there is a conflict of interest. And looking at the platform, it's built into your platform because you're trying to address so many different groups that Black Americans will get lost in the shuffle because you're trying to help so many groups. That's what we're trying to address.
Peace. I totally understand that. I grasp that. I think with respect to, so what I like about the Green Party, and since I've been involved with it, is that I have a voice, if that makes sense. And right now haven't been active with the Black Caucus, but they do have regular meetings, and this language, if you were to join the Green Party, then you would be you would join some of these committees and change that language. You would update it, and then the party would reflect what you wanted, because you added it to it. That I think that's what I like about what's happened with my involvement on a personal level, and then I believe that's how it would work. I'm sorry, my alarm is going off, and I have locked my screen again. There we go. Can you still hear me, or?
Yeah, we can.
Okay, perfect. So you join the party and you change it, or you let us know. Like, I can go back, I can call for a meeting myself and say, hey, I would join this space, and they want these things and this to be updated, and they will give their consideration for their vote, or their consideration for a liaison to work between the two of us, so that we can figure out what it is so that the Green Party is addressing American freedmen's needs, and not just this large and overly ambiguous language that seems to address things, but maybe just isn't meeting it at the level where we need it to, if that makes sense. And then I wanted to say this as well, because I'm kind of going through this I don't know. I started off, okay, I'm going to start here. I'm Black first. I am us. I am coming from the place of how do you say this? I don't say the Pledge of Allegiance. I'm not for America. America is white supremacist led. I've woken up to their history. I woke up to their history while I was serving in the Air Force. How's that? And I couldn't believe what I was risking my, risk my life for here. I have these beautiful young children that I'm responsible for. My ex-husband was back and forth to Iraq already by himself, just, full-on military family, and the war started. And I came to an understanding that the war was about oil, that we were risking our lives and over somebody else's business contract. And that broke me. And my relationship with the United States and America hasn't been the same since. I hope you guys follow me. So, and then I've been on a learning curve since then, where before that it was all, my grandfathers, both grandfathers, I got one from the Polynesian Islands and one from chattel slavery and with some indigenous blood in there and whatever, yeah. So they were both in the military, yeah. And then my mother was also in the military. So long military, established, fighting for this country, and for what? For somebody else's business contract. That's crazy to me. I don't think so. This is not something that I'm willing to support. So I'm for us first. And then also I just found out, I was listening in one of the spaces, and I haven't had a chance to look, but it sounds to me so. Okay, I'm gonna just interrupt myself. I've had too many thoughts listening to you guys, and I'm trying to hold the answers back. I don't know if you've ever done that, and then now I'm interrupting myself because I've got all the answers coming at the same time. When I first joined the Black Alliance for Peace, I had it in my mind that I wanted for us, Black Americans, American freedmen, American descendants of slaves, us. I've heard a lot of different descriptors for the people who went through the worst. That's us, from the transatlantic slave trade. Us, right? I wanted us to have our own, and I keep saying this, like we need our own safe spaces. This is what I like about this that we're doing, that I've joined now, and to find these beautiful Black spaces where we have our voices. We used to only have this in churches and jazz spots, and then they ruined that for us, and now we don't have any spaces. It seems, I guess, we have these spaces now I'm new to, and it's incredible for me. But when I started this journey, I wanted to just carve up the United States. This is us. You guys, you don't even, like, I was so mad with respect to white supremacy and all, like trying to track down how much with respect to reparations that they owe. Like, they can't pay that. They don't have the money. Plus, their fiat currency isn't backed by anything. They don't have the gold. They don't have the silver. They don't have the natural resources. They just don't. It's all a lie. It's a Ponzi scheme. And that's falling apart.
Who is that?
It's the white supremacists that run this country.
Yeah, but we're not looking for white supremacists to pay reparations. Reparations is going to come from the Federal Reserve. Reparations, state reparations that you hear people talking about, if once you start to get into that is more of a state level initiative that they're going to have to eventually look to the federal government to get involved. So at the end of the day, the federal government is the debtor. I mean, we are the debtor, and they they are the debtor. Excuse me, and they owe a debt. And so I think this is the talking point where I hear white supremacists, or not even white supremacists. I hear people in general who make the claim, I don't believe that I just got here, I should pay, reparations. That's great. We're not looking to you to pay reparations. You're not the federal government. And so I think this is where you coming on Twitter and coming into different spaces where you can actually now just sit back and actually just hear what the conversations are to help develop your your take of information that might be missing, or holes that might been given misinformation. And the other thing is, I'm full-fledged American. Martin Luther King talked about the two Americas, and that is so true. The America that you're speaking about, dealing with white supremacy, is the dominant society that other groups come in and they actually align and benefit doing the same exact thing. And we, in the Americas that we built and that we live under, our America has never been repaired. So I would never disavow, number one, on a recorded space, that I'm not American. Two, that goes against the color of law and that is considered treason. Three, I am a military family. I have a military family. Come from a military family. My great-grandfathers were served in multiple wars. My young seedling is a Navy woman. So I shout out to all the veterans. Thank you for your service. I would tell you that I understand what you're saying, but there is a battle still being fought, and we are still in it. And there is no other country that I would actually hold up and say that that is my land. My motherland is here because my great-grandmother ancestral land where they were enslaved and were freed were here. This is my motherland. My lineage, incumbents may be different countries of African descent, and I have not found that yet. I'm not discounting it. I have not found it yet. We're still mapping our breadcrumbs. That does not mean that I'm going to disavow my land. No, ma'am. Not at all. But I do understand where you're coming from. And I hope that, with maybe a new perspective, someone can help adjust your lens on how you fit in the grand scheme of things based off of your experience, how you see things, and now how you can reinvest yourself back into your country, because your country needs you. Your people need you. And I'm not praising or upholding white supremacy tropes, because that America does not represent me. My America represents me.
Hey, it sounded like she was ready to break up the country. So let me talk about the Black majority state strategy, which we know is vital to future Black America. And again, shout out to all the Black military service and their families. Thank you so much. Appreciate your service. So yeah, we talk about and we formulate the strategy of establishing Black majority voter ruled states, wherein which we create 60% Black majority voters in order to essentially politically take over the systems within the state, the governor's mansion, state legislators, the judiciaries, all of the law enforcement systems, the military systems at the state level, as well as the education, the banking, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Because you have a military mind, and I believe that just inherently, when you had this revelation, you're looking at your children, you're looking at our current existence, and you come into the realization that there is no protection. And this is the title of the space: how how in the world can the federal government, by writing a piece of legislation, actually protect Black American citizens from themselves being white degeneracy, the white degenerate system that controls our environment? They can't possibly protect us from them. So how do we protect ourselves? And the way that we do that ultimately is by reverse migration, a concentration of our population so that we can control the systems that control our lives. That is very, very important. So whether we do that as Tea Party, quote unquote, Republicans, or Democratic Socialist Democrats, or Green Party, Afro descendant Green Party voters and candidates, that's not the most important part, because these parties are just tools and we will use the tools that we feel are the most efficient. What is important is having a Black American agenda that we can put in front of the voters so that we can gain power over the systems that control our entire existence. So it seems that the Green Party is working their way through the system, and that's good, but all politics is local. And so for Black Americans, we have got to divorce ourselves from the national mind state of politics and start to focus in on the local, county, and state level of politics, because that is where the power is at. We get local, state, county power. We also get federal power with our federal representation. And then we can write legislation on all the levels of government to protect, prosper, and empower our population. So again, whether it's whatever party, it's the legislation that matters. Again, I see some good things in the specific Black American legislation on the platform, but there's also a lot of conflicting agendas. And so for those who are Black Americans, they want to join up with the Green Party. They think they can go in and take it over, because I've literally heard that said in spaces before. I'm all for it, as long as it's going to have a Black first, Black American agenda that leads to us controlling states. Because as a scattered minority population, and the way the system is set up, we will be permanent minorities, bottom caste in this society. That is a losing strategy, no matter what political party we vote for, register with, align ourselves with. It's destruction. We must concentrate. We must get control over these states. Who did you boycott today is next.
Hello to the host and the co-host. I think this is my first time in the space. When I heard you start talking about that website of the Green Party, it made me raise my hand. It is beyond comprehension that anyone can make up a agenda and not understand that Black Americans have to be their priority if they're wanting our vote.
Mm-hmm.
Me personally, I worked on Obama's campaign and John Kerry's campaign. Then I did my research in 2020, and I found out that 80 million people did not vote.
Yes.
I will probably be becoming one of those 80 million people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I heard the sister on the stage about not voting. Yes. Unless our people can get organized with what the host said and take over these states that we can get predominantly the population in, every time we walk in there, we are walking in there with our hands tied behind our backs. And I don't plan to be no fool until the good Lord called me away from here, however much time I have left. I'm not telling anybody else what to do, but I would not help tilt the balance in favor of any of these parties, especially not the walking dead DNC party. But it disturbs me that the Green Party wants us to come in and change their structure. They should have put it in place from the jump street. But I'm gonna leave that lane for the rest of my brothers and sisters. My lane is the boycott. And that boycott, I hope and pray, will bring about the policies to make them understand that we intend for them to meet our demands. And that includes reparations, a protected class, and getting rid of these Jim Crow police for the start. Those top three and whatever else we put on that list. And like the sister said, we have two Americas. We have two Americas. They have made it clear to us that we are never going to be included. And then on top of all of that, found out tonight, we had a recorded room that I got thrown out and some other people got thrown out. Then went in the hallway and couldn't find the room. Couldn't even find it in the Twitter line. It's got disappeared. Completely disappeared. Some heavy things were said in that room. Some heavy things were said about how America has brought in people behind our lines of defense to go against us as Black American, Foundation Black American. And who do they pick? They picked melanated people from around the world. They vetted them before they gave them that plane ticket.
Shit. Oh,
they
damn.
made sure that they were on their side.
Oh, what the fuck?
We're in danger because our ancestors did not have to deal with all these ethnicities. They only had to deal with the pale face. They knew them. They seen them a mile away. But now we got everybody under the sun who are ethnicities who can pass for white and who can pass for us. And they're throwing everything but the kitchen sink at us. So I'm not trusting none of them. This Pan-Africa, this flat blackness, this unity, this whatever folks are saying out their mouth about unity. Y'all are all in the same boat. If you are not Foundation Black America, you are the enemy until further notice, until we get our place. If you're coming out your mouth talking about Pan-Africa or unity or flat blackness, you are done. You are done. You are the enemy. You get ready to hurt our kids. They're not even gonna have a future if we don't defeat everybody coming at us. But you will have to deal with us. We will not go down without a fight. I don't want to hear Pan-Africa out of another melanated Black person's mouth. Y'all are dangerous human beings, and I'm sorry if you have dual allegiance. If you are married to somebody from another country, my apologies, because what I'm gonna say is gonna offend you. But I will not permit you to threaten my well-being or the well-being of my people and my bloodline. So for those of you who have dual allegiance, you're going to have to make a decision. Because we don't have time to worry about which side you're going to choose. Because we're out of time. These white people have brought in all of these people behind our enemy lines to go against us as Black Americans. They don't have the nerve to fight us. They can't get inside of our ranks. They have to bring someone that can pass for us. They closed that room down because it was heated. The room is gone. The recording would have made a difference in our community, but it's gone. It's a race.
Wow.
All of these human beings are dangerous. Every last one of them. If you're not Black American, and even some Black Americans are dangerous because they gatekeeping. They're selling out. I don't want none of them around me. I don't want anyone around me like that. I'd rather go down fighting by myself. Don't come near me. I don't even want to hear your voice. Thank you.
Thank you. Man, very passionate, very, very real. That really sums it up, the way Black Americans need to be thinking and moving in this society at this point. The grift, the muling, the shoehorning, the riding on the coattails, all of it is over. It's done. And it's time for us to do what must be done in order to protect our future generations. Draco came up to speak. I'm not sure. Okay, DJ. Wow. DJ put this Balenciaga. Man, you gotta, man, dear God, this is disturbing. The thing, so let me talk about that Elon Musk space. Someone questioned him. Matter of fact, it was a woman. She said she thanked him for, there's some quote out there that he's done more to get rid of pedophilia in 1 month than all these other platforms have done in 10 years. So, and he came back with that. He said he was thankful for the acknowledgement, and he said, you know, he wants to protect children. It is one of their top priorities. And so I salute him for that, if nothing else, that our children need to be protected. And there is this LGBTQP agenda that wants to groom our children. It is very disturbing. It is demonic. It is dangerous to no end. And, you know, for Black America, especially, quite literally, we need to get control of these states, these systems, the educational system, so that we can protect our children from it. It is so disturbing, the images that I see on Twitter, online, whatever. This Balenciaga thing, you know, the interesting thing about this is here you have this French entrepreneur who's married to a Hollywood starlet. That tells you everything you need to know when you look at the pictures that are beneath it, because Hollyweird is the magic place. It's the magic place. It's the place of all of this demonic, deviant sexual behavior. And you see this corporate world married to this demonic, deviant sexual world where they abuse children. So disturbing looking at those pictures. Go ahead, DJ.
My bad, going in on the sandwich. I'll be right back. 2 seconds.
Okay. So let me talk a little bit about what Miss Who Did You Boycott today, and on that, who did you boycott? Blood Pack. Let me shout out the Blood Pack. If you're not following the Blood Pack, please do. They have a community on social, which what I just got put up, and Miss Brooke Sinclair is the host of that. She is the founder of it. So please also get on social, soxial.com with the fire, because we have people who are starting to migrate from Twitter over to social and build their communities out. And so that will be a place where we can have conversations that are not necessarily going to be censored and or monitored by whatever's happening at Twitter. From what I understand, it's a lot of algorithms, a lot of robots, et cetera, whatever that is. The federal government had been essentially dictating to Twitter and other social platforms what they can and cannot allow on the platforms. And that's a whole nother issue that must be addressed. And so while we live under a system that is growing increasingly more tyrannical and overseer-ish, they talked about the credit, the what is it? The credit. It's not the credit score. It's what they have in China, the social credit score. They talked about that in that space. So like this, the way that this country's moving, the woman that came in talking about her situation with her husband being falsely arrested, likely being evidence planted at the scene. I mean, oh God, please don't think that these people are beyond that. All you got to do is search stories of officers who had dropped, they had to drop 200 cases because they fabricated evidence. This goes on every single day in the country. It's likely 50% of our people that are locked up are innocent of the charges, to be perfectly honest. And 10, 20 years ago, it was probably a much higher percentage. So we just got to be thinking that we have to get control, because if we do not, we lose everything. And I believe into another state of bondage, whether it's physical or it's virtual or it's some other form of bondage. When you get to zero wealth, which is where they say we're headed as a collective, and all of these outsider foreigners come in and they are advancing because they have high populations and they're concentrated in certain regions of the country, and they start to reap the benefits of being the majority population, of controlling all the systems within their states. It will be very, very, very stark, the differences between their populations and our population. And they are a new population. We are one of the, if not the founding population in the country. Quite literally, most of the original British and European colonies who came, or colonialists who came over here, a lot of their families are dying off. I posted something that said 50% of the average, and anytime white people say average, they're talking about themselves, but 50% of the average male will not be able to produce sperm in just a few years. They will need assistance. So they will need in vitro fertilization or whatever the case may be. They will not be able to have children naturally. To me, that is a sign. That is a sign from up above. And it may be that their genetic life on this planet is slowly but surely going to come to an end. Black Americans can't sit around and wait for that to happen, but it is likely that that is something that they already have been aware of, to be quite honest, and they're doing everything they can to level the playing field. And it could be that the mRNA and the pandemic has a lot to do with it, because my understanding from a doctor who I believe is a virologist has an interview where he's stating that they are passing this biotechnology to their unvaccinated partners. So in other words, if you got the jab, but your partner did not get the jab, and you have casual contact, kissing, sex, etc., that you can actually pass this genetic material from one person who is jabbed to a person who is not jabbed. That's a bioweapon. What the ultimate outcome of it is remains to be seen, but it's something to be very, very, very concerned about, and to keep on your radar, and definitely just stay aware of what's going on when it comes to these bio weapons, like the lab grown meat that's coming online very, very soon. We gotta try to avoid this stuff as much as we can, as long as we can, and hopefully listen and tap into the people that are giving out real information, truthful, factual information with no agenda other than the truth. DJ, you got it.
Yeah, appreciate you, bro. So just to get back to the Pan-African thing, right? So yeah, hold on, let me come back up in the room right here. So yeah, who did you boycott today? Yeah, you spot on, big sis. You big sis from now on now, yo. So this is my Twitter name. So give you my story on Pan-Africanism, right? I'm born and raised in Newark, New Jersey. My family is from Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, Mississippi, Kansas, all that other good stuff, right? So my folks been here prior to the Newark riots. So when we had our reparations pull up here in New Jersey in September or whatever. But before I tell that story, let's go back to the reparations Juneteenth rally of this summer that just passed, or whatever the case be. And the mayor of Newark, who's a coon, Ras J. Baraka, who is supposed to be this whole Prince son of the city thing, most progressive mayor in Newark. There are currently 200,000 people homeless on the streets of Newark, New Jersey. And keep in mind, he's a Pan-Africanist, by the way. Ras Baraka, right, is selling the city out. He's selling Black Negro Americans out. When I saw him at the Juneteenth reparations rally, hosted by some other coons, in my opinion, the New Jersey Institute of Social Justice, because they've never talked about reparations in the last 7 years that I've been paying attention to them. And they were the Juneteenth host for that particular rally. So at the end of the day, when during the rally, you see nothing but Latinos down here screaming, reparations, reparations. Don't y'all Latino Hispanics know that these politicians is lying to y'all? Reparations is supposed to be for Negro Black freedmen. So with that being said, they just using y'all for a vote, filling space, whatever, how you want to look at it like that. There were a bunch of white people down there. They were holding RBG flags, and it was with the American pattern, but the Pan-African colors or whatever. So I stepped to these white folks to give them some information surrounding what's really the real reparations and what should be the real Juneteenth flag. You see what I'm saying? These white folks didn't even care about that. That whole argument was, this one white dude was telling me, oh yeah, I just wear the RBG one, because it represents all Black people. And I said, well, I'm not identifying as Black because you see me as a melanated person. You know what I mean? How do you even know that? You feel what I'm saying? That I'm Black in that sense. You feel what I'm saying? So I begin to describe to them that, hey, look, those that come from other countries, whether it be Haiti, the Congo, yeah, they could say they Black, but they're really Congolese or Haitian or Dominican. Those are places of origin. So when you say Black,
so what we say about those people?
Hold on. So I don't know who that was, but anyway, at the end of the day, when we say we're Black, we mean in the context of we don't know where we're from. That's what the other terminology or definition of Black. Because if that's the case, where's Black town, city, country, continent, landmass? It don't exist. So when the Juneteenth rally was over with, I saw the mayor, Roscoe Baraka, and I said, hey, Mr. Mayor, reparations should be lineage based. Gave him the information. This joker just rolled his eyes and turned his shoulder on me and just walked off him like I didn't even, was trying to acknowledge him or speaking to him. This is the level of Pan-Africanism that goes. This is the disrespect that Black Americans get from Pan-Africans. And these are Black American Negro freedmen by descendant. But that you cosplaying as a Pan-African. Ain't nothing in Africa that's Pan-Africanism started here in America. You go over to Africa, ain't nothing of that type of stuff going on over there. I see our councilman, Payne Jr. Hey, Mr. Councilman, reparations should be lineage based. We're not going to get reparations unless it's through HR 40. Well, HR 40 ain't nothing but a study. Rest in peace to John Conyers, for writing up the legislation on that to get this whole ball really started. You feel what I'm saying? And Jim Clyburn used a comb because there's a strong possibility Coneburn or Clyburn, as y'all know him, or Slyburn, might have had actual evidence to prove that Representative John Conyers was an innocent man in his so-called rape allegations that took him off the bench that he's been on for like 40 years. So, and then obviously he bringing up the reparations. So, the white folks don't want to hear that, especially from some representative in the Senate or Congress. So I see Cory Booker, right? Hey, Mr. Senator, reparations lineage based, yada, yada, yada. Cory just being the nice guy he is, he just nodded his head, shook my hand, and whatever. You know what I mean? These Pan-Africanists, or those that all claim to be that, I gotta agree 100%. Well, who did you boycott today? You know, these type of people don't have Black Americans' best interests at heart. And y'all are Black Americans, most of y'all. You know, I understand the whole white structure of America, you know, spelled with 3 Ks, not ICA, that make you want to turn over a new leaf and look towards people that look like us, all here in this chat. But that shit is really going to be your downfall, sister. You feel what I'm saying? So fast forward, we had our reparations pull up in September when everybody had their little national local pull-ups. You know, the show over with. We walking down Broad Street right here in Newark, Broader Market area. For those that know, we talking to other Black folks, trying to give them the information. They just on some Pan-African and shit. So we wound up bumping into one of the cats that I know that, you know, sell CDs downtown. Trying to talk to him. He's a Pan-Africanist, full-blown Marcus Garveyite. Hey, bro, it's a strong possibility. Look, this is how I triggered him. Hey, bro, it's a strong, you know, I know you big enough Garvey as the father of Pan-Africanism in that way, you know what I'm saying? But it's a strong possibility Garvey could have been a COINTELPRO detractor. Man, when I tell you this brother was ready to fight me for saying that shit, why you getting upset, yo? You wasn't there. Oh, how you know that? How you know that? How you know that? Because ain't nothing than what he did made any sense. You know what I mean? And I'm not sure. I know that was in my space a couple of days ago. I wasn't sure who brought up the. I think that was Brother McCool and either Giselle, maybe you, Miss Rella, that brought up the connection between Callie House and Marcus Garvey. I'm not sure. That was me. Right. So you already know. So, you know, Pan-Africanism ain't nothing but a distraction to keep us from knowing who we really are. Other thing is, too, the Pan-African thing is really a grift. So, like, let's take it back again to Juneteenth this summer, or any year for that matter. Juneteenth or Pan-Africanism should not have any, what's the word I'm looking for? Any doings with Juneteenth, because Juneteenth is not a Pan-African thing. It's not even a Black American thing in a way. It's really just specific to the folks that were enslaved in Galveston, Texas. But, you know, us as Black folks, you know, we celebrating too, or for whatever reason, across the country. But it pisses me off when the original Juneteenth flag is in the American colors, because we've been born on this land, you know, fought for this land, built up this land, done a lot of stuff for this land, and done it all for nothing for the most part. I think you might going to have to really start diving deep into yourself, sister, to remove yourself from the Pan-African babble, because it's basically bigotry against other Black people. That's the way I look at it.
Let me jump in here real fast, and I'm gonna say this. Let me read the definition of Pan-Africanism, and I'm not telling people what to do. I'm telling you to rethink how you are representing what you're trying to practice. Pan-Africanism, it says, the principle or advocacy of the political union of all the indigenous inhabitants of Africa. Right? The political union of all the indigenous inhabitants of Africa. That's only the dictionary. Then you have Pan-Africanism, literary definition. It says Pan-Africanism is a worldwide movement that aims to encourage and strengthen bonds of solidarity between all indigenous and diaspora peoples of African ancestry. Right? I just read 2 different definitions. One is from the literary school or movement of Pan-Africanism, and then the other one is by definition in the dictionary. And there's a reason why I say that, and I'm reading this on purpose to say this. The inhabitants, if I never inhabited any country in Africa, Africa is a continent, then Pan-Africanism based on, by definition, is not talking about American freedmen present day.
Not at all.
Present day, right? It's talking about maybe people who probably migrate from different countries of Africa who come over to America who still have their traditions. They still have ties to different countries of today, right? Now, if we look at the definition from the literary school movement that says it's supposed to be a solidarity, right? Well, then even with that being utilized, the solidarity never happens because it seems that even American descendants, ADOS, FBA, those who consider themselves Pan-Africanist or Black, what did I say? Black, Black.
Hebrew?
No,
The diaspora?
my brain is y'all, I'm losing it. But even
smoking
though
the weed, brother. Smoking the weed. No.
Shut up, I'm not. My brain is thinking too fast. I'm trying to slow down. And so all I'm saying is those who practice those things do not include the history of America. It only comes after. It comes after. And so then that's where I feel like self-discovery has to happen. And the reason why you have someone up here so passionate like who did you boycott today is because of the fact that we are encountering our own and others who come in with their traditional cultural beliefs disguised under Black, right? But not true. But then when it's time for us to have a conversation on culture, my culture is pushed to the side, and I'm left to just only respect the culture of people coming from other places. And then yet my culture is being used to influence the world. Soul culture, hip hop, rap, jazz, blues, right? Even on the educational level, you know, HBCUs are now being dominated by not just people from the African continent, but you even have Europeans now coming into HBCUs, joining sororities and fraternities and pledging and stuff like that. I have my opinions about that whole Greek life. No disrespect to anyone that's a Greek, but we'll have to talk about that, I guess, some other time.
No, but sorry, but yeah, my girl, I can hear you and I understand. But yeah, like when it comes to like Caribbean heritage, yeah, that is my heritage.
Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with. So let me finish, Mickey. There's nothing wrong with you and your heritage, and I don't think that's the discussion. I think what people miss is that it's not the issue of you and who you are. It's the mere fact that when we start to say that we are not being recognized in the grand scheme, and that we are actually being ciphered off. People are coming and ciphering off the benefits of us, the covering of us, the love of us to prop themselves up when they come over to America, right? Because they're being sold this, you know, American dream. Well, you're given a dream that you can have realized based off of white supremacy. That's that one America. But then they push you to live in our community. They don't push you to go and live in the urban community or, the suburban communities and the communities to dominate the schools where they make sure get all the resources and the test scores are so out the roof that, you know, you can skip high school and go straight to college. They're pushing people who are from other countries into our communities and then keeping the resources from... Hold on. Keeping the resources from us while they ignore us and say, well, aren't we all Black? And that's just not true.
And then, isn't it true that if you're intelligent and you're Black, especially in America, I think, if you have people coming over
you have people kind of pushing their way into your place. I didn't understand. Ask it again. I'm sorry. So, like,
it's crazy.
As a Black American, when Europeans come over, white Europeans come over, they kind of push their way into the place where you should be.
Amen to that. Yeah. You're right about that.
When who comes over?
No. Yeah, she's right. She's saying the Europeans come over and they displace us. She's absolutely right about that.
I'm sorry. I was trying to understand what she was saying. Yeah. So they come over and they literally just push their way in to where you should be.
Amen to that.
And take your place.
Right.
Well, at this point, I think it's almost everybody now. Even the Ukrainians that they brought over to the United States. Now we can take present day, immigrants that have been brought over. They are when I say they, the United States or states governments now are displacing Americans from shelters and putting up sanctuary cities for people that are they're allowing to come across the border. Come through TSA, people they have flown here, strictly from war-torn countries, and they're giving them resources that they're not even giving to our community, to our people. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So it's like,
she's funny.
Yeah. So what you've been, doing your whole life, what you've been fighting for, has now been trashed in a way because Europeans are dive bombing into your life. That's how I feel.
Yeah, so let me state this because Miss and I'll let you go next. This is my Twitter name. We'll let you go next. So I want to give you this information so that because you talked about whether or not the United States, based on fiat currency, can afford reparations to Black American descendants. And so this is from 2014, and these numbers are really hard to find, I believe intentionally so. They're trying to essentially hide this information. But in 2014, the financial position of the United States included assets of at least $269.6 trillion. $269.6 trillion.
Wow, that's a lot of money.
Yeah, the previous year, the number was like 230 trillion. So I would assume this is 2014. We're 8 years beyond that. I would assume this number has gone up significantly. So that you understand, when the United States gets credit and or the way that the United States credit rating works on an international level, they take into account all of the assets of the country, the land, the buildings, et cetera, all the resources in the ground, which is minerals, oil, gas, etc. So it is not based on the money because they printed more money during the pandemic in 2020 than has ever existed in the history of the country. So it's not based on the fiat currency. The United States exists based on its own valuation, based on its military power, which I'm sure you are very aware of, being an active duty service member, and they project their financial authority to the rest of the planet. They can afford it. They have the money. They can write a check and they can pay off the debt of that check for however long it takes. And to give a comparison, the UK, I just posted this a day or so ago. They gave reparations to slave owners or people who were involved in the slave trade, and they just paid off that debt in 2015. So if the U.S. has to take 140 years to pay off this debt that they owe to Black American descendants, so be it. That is their business. That is not our business. That is not our concern. The debt is owed. They must pay it. This is my twiddle is up next.
And thank you so much. That was perfect. So I have a couple of things, and I'm going to try and keep track of it. Yes, the U.S. dollar is backed by three things: military power, our military might, the petrodollar, and our faith in it. Petrodollar is going away because now Saudi Arabia and that military power, that military might is absolutely tied to our relationship with Saudi Arabia, because that's a part where we're displaying our military might is providing that service to Saudi Arabia and the things that they want, and then they in that handshake pay the petroleum that they sell to the U.S. dollar. So all of the rest of the countries, up until a few months ago, had to exchange their currencies to U.S. dollars in order to buy that petroleum. Right now, the Saudis are selling petroleum to China in yuan. That's new. So I'm throwing cautious there. I'm not going to pretend to be an expert in anything at all. As a matter of fact, 2022 makes me feel dumb as a rock. Like everything that I previously thought I knew, out the door. Like sometimes I joke with my kids, like, am I in a coma? What's going on? Because this seems surreal. And it just keeps getting better in a lot of ways, because I don't know. In part, I'm kind of excited at what I'm looking at, and then with respect to the economy, the BRICS and the Mint nations. So BRICS is Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, plus some other 12 countries, and then Mint is like Mexico, Indonesia, Nigeria, and Turkey. Now, these guys are all in agreement, and they're de-dollarizing. Japan, I was just talking about this, Japan just dumped a lot of U.S. debt. So with respect to the rest of the world de-dollarizing, I don't have a whole lot of faith in the U.S. dollar to pay me my money. If that makes any kind of sense, I want land. I want mineral rights below the ground. I want the air rights and complete control, space control. I want that. That's mine. That's what my family lived and fought for. This is right, like. So.
Well, let me stop you right there, and then I'll let you continue. So so individuals are individuals with mineral rights, air rights. I think what you have to understand and appreciate is that these are governmental functionaries. So in other words, you as an individual, family, or corporation have access to those things. However, the government regulates them and controls them. And over time, and this is something that Black Americans must understand, we have a very hard time passing wealth down to multiple generations. By the second or third generation, and this is just the way the system is designed, because we don't have the systems under our control to protect our wealth. By the second or third generation, when we do have wealth, the wealth disappears into it's essentially integrated and assimilated into the system of white degeneracy. So the federal government, because they are a system that sits above the 50 states and the territories, they do not dictate what happens within the states. The state governor, the state legislators dictate what happens within the state. So you have to have control over the state in order to protect those property rights, mineral rights, the air, essentially above a certain plateau. If you worked in the Air Force, you understand that the federal government controls all of that. I mean, that's just the way that that's set up. So I just wanted to give you just a little bit of pushback on that. The digital yuan, which was created for the sole purpose of trying to displace the American dollar, the American petrodollar. If you're telling me that countries are coming online in order to facilitate that, I'll accept it because that's what they created it for. I do not believe it's going to have the effect in the way that you presented it. It sounds like something to be worried about and to be aware of it, but I guarantee you America is extremely aware of it and preparing to counter that as well.
Yeah, I think it's scaremongering to a degree. Does that make sense? That they are trying to scare us into control.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, and to a degree, yeah, we do like pander to that fear because they're saying, oh, you know, it's really scary now. It's really scary. But actually, it's
okay. So let me put this out here.
Honestly, what they're doing is what they're doing is trying to scare us and trying to control us, and we need to just stop and think.
Yeah, I think I agree. I don't know if it's okay to jump in or.
Yeah, let me give you this information. Let me give you this information just so so that the room understands. So this is a Washington Post article from.
You better adjust your mic, Black. We can't hear you.
Okay, all right. Then let this is my twiddle go. I'll drop out and come back in.
Okay, you got it, my twiddle.
Understand that I'm not going to have that. How do I say this? I don't know that I will have that land and mineral rights and air control and all of that. It's a want. You know what I mean? That's that big place where you start at and then trying to work your way back. And I say that, and then with respect to what the gentleman was just saying, with respect to sovereignty, right, they have that model, the Westphalian model of sovereignties that define territories or borders, right, a defined people, and a monopoly on the use of military or police powers, right? That's what defines when you're sovereign, right? A lot of that African countries understand sovereignty with respect to just like on with paper rights. They don't have necessarily defined territory. Their territories is defined by what then folks sat around the table and decided for them, right? And so they're not. Some of those states aren't necessarily sovereign because they don't have a monopoly on the use of military powers or the enough police to keep criminals from destroying everything that they work for. I don't know if I was in this space for a different one or just what, but the idea that we should have our own community effort in policing ourselves is one of the things that I heavily advocate for. But I've been struggling trying to figure out how that would work and how to put that together in my own community, where we do have a lot of police brutality against our community. And then I know I'm all over the place, but I got a lot of questions. So with respect to Pan-Africanism, the second definition that you gave, I think is where I'm at with respect to the continent and then the diaspora. And I've been following the All African People's Revolutionary Party, and I found the arguments for unity between the continent and the diaspora quite compelling, and is the reason why I say that I'm a Pan-Africanist. And like I said, I'm still learning, so and I think a lot of us are, but yeah, always a student, I think, probably for the rest of my life. But with respect to what the All African People's Revolutionary Party was saying was that if they had one united Africa under a scientific socialist economy, right, and under one currency that on the continent they were sharing with themselves, that would support the rest of the diaspora and would allow for a lot of this time, seeing like how the Asians got that anti-Asian hate bill, like within 2 heartbeats, and if nobody was even doing anything really to them. Just it was a normal day. If somebody caught it on tape, they were like, Asian hate everywhere, and it's black people, and they're doing it. And I would argue it's because they still want the regional trade deals that with ASEAN and the other countries that they're trying to get these trade deals with. They keep their microchips and all that going. Nothing necessarily really to do with the Asian people who there wasn't a big spike in necessarily crime against them. I think I could be very wrong. But because they want to make some movements with respect to, I think the Trans-Pacific Trade Partnership.
God, this is why it's hard to just let people come in with their ideas. They're bright ideas.
Those trade deals. And that's a lot of money and a lot of resources and things that they have going back and forth. We don't have that as a community. And so with respect to having like 1 billion people plus, and that's all of us, the continent of Africa, and then the diaspora, then we have a much bigger place to push forward with respect to our own economic well-being. And so that's why I got excited about what the All African People's Revolutionary Party was talking about.
Okay, let me butt in right here. So
you got it.
Let me first address the yuan issue. So this is a Washington Post article. I'm a post it, then I'm gonna put it in the jumbotron from March 2022, where they say U.S. dollars account for 88% of foreign exchange transactions in 2019, compared to just 4.3% for the yuan. So this article is essentially laughing at the thought that the yuan is going to replace the dollar on a global scale. There are several currencies that are much higher than the yuan is when it comes to global exchange. And the Saudis weren't saying they're going to take all of their oil and trade it in the yuan. It just was that they were going to make some of its oil available in the yuan, so that we have that distinction and understand this is not like the end of the world for the US petrodollar. Now, to that point about Pan Africa and all of that. So here's the thing about the continent. It's sub-Saharan Africa, and then there is the northern Africa, which is actually Arabia. So 50% of the continent is controlled by Arabs. And increasingly, the Islamic jihadists are pushing the narrative of Islamic jihad from the north down to the south. This is why Sudan was split apart. This is why you have war in Ethiopia and Tigray regions and different parts of the country, because this ideology that says we have to convert or kill people is pushing its way down the continent. So not only do you have these tribal issues where they can't necessarily have peace within different tribes, within different countries, but you have this religious issue that's been going on for thousands of years, where in which you have one group who feels it is their duty as human beings to slaughter and convert other people. Pan-Africanism does not exist on the continent, the sub-Saharan continent. And on top of that, there is no example in the history of our existence being here of any other diasporan country coming to the aid of Black America. If anything, the reverse, the opposite is true, where in which we have come to their aid over and over and over again. And so they sell us Pan-Africanism because they want us to help them. And we can't help them and help ourselves. So we have to focus on us. All of our energy has to be on us. Because if we can get in a position to where we have control over these states and we have state authority, and then by proxy we have federal authority, then we could actually help these other people because we would have the authority to do so. But we can't do it as citizens scattered across the country with no state authority for ourselves. Everything has to be concentrate, protect ourselves, and then once we are in a position to protect ourselves, then we could start looking to help other people. But those people have to be fully aligned with us. They have to be fully aligned with us. And it can't be a situation where they are simply using us to get benefits for themselves. Chase, you're up.
Yeah, good evening, brother. That was some facts that you broke down there. I just wanted to add to it. Pan-Africanism is dead.
Mm-hmm.
People from the diaspora will do us no good in our movement for reparations. Man, I mean, I don't see pretty much every African you know speaks against it. What is it, 1% that's in favor of it? Yeah, Pan-Africanism is dead. And, you know, anybody holding on to that is really holding on to some wishful thinking. And I landed on that.
Do I jump back in or?
Oh yeah, feel free. I think I don't know if you're reading the room, but you're getting a lot of clarity here. And if you know, it's up. If you want to keep going down that road, that's up to you. But I'm just, you know, sometimes you got to read the room.
Well, okay. So I'm just I guess because I'm kind of telling a longer story. So now I find myself, right. So this is where I was, and like I said, it's a forever story. So I'd like that with respect to the All African People's Revolutionary Party, and that was a great understanding. And then here we come, and we fast forward. Kyrie shares this link, and I fall down this rabbit hole. I just start reading kind of everything that I can get my hands on. I start listening to things. Like I said, my whole world, like, and this has been kind of the thing for 2022. It's just been kind of surreal. Like, everything that I thought I understood and that I knew and was real suddenly isn't, if you understand what I'm saying. Like, the idea of this all African, like you were saying, right? Like, it's a large continent. There's a lot of different things going on, people, political ideology.
You don't even have to start from the continent as a Pan-Africanist. And this is what I always challenge people to do in whatever you believe in. Start where you're at. You know, people in New York, around the country, like big cities where pretty much a lot of the, you see a lot of different cultural groups who have set up themselves as little Chinas, you know, little Taiwan, little Asia, you know, little Haiti, you know, little Nigeria, you know, communities, or Indian communities. The thought of people using history to try to form an alliance under the guise of Pan-Africanism in the United States, where it was originated, has actually not come true. The only people who actually hold up the Pan-African, I think, ideology are people like Narcan and Cobra, those organizations who are trying to gather people under that umbrella to create a globalized support system. Mm-hmm. But if the infrastructure in our country says the main people who are the citizens of this country and the descendants have not gotten their repair, you cannot start with Pan-Africanism in your language. Yeah, you're literally talking about the American descendants. You're talking about American freedmen, FBAs, ADOS, whatever people decide to, you know, gravitate to in their journey in uncovering information and knowledge. But they're all essentially the same people who have, like I said, a lineage connected to different countries of heritages, but not necessarily culture, because our culture here is very different from the traditional cultures of people who come from different countries in Africa and migrate here. You can tell when they actually start to look for themselves and they open up businesses. They're not hiring Americans. I'm a whole cosmetologist. I've been through it all. Mm-hmm. They're not hiring, even in tech. You do not see Nigerians or Ghanaians or other people from different countries in Africa who come here and get into different professions, opening up businesses in large numbers and actually putting Black Americans in positions. They're not doing it. They actually practice the same colonial or supremacy practices that all groups come here to do. They create little enclaves for themselves, and they practice nepotism based on their cultural practices and traditions. That's far from Pan-Africanism. And the idea that I think the Black Americans who believe in unity and love and humanity and wanting, you know, all melanated people to work together, it falls short of that ideal. And no one wants to bring that up. No one wants to talk about it. Instead, they've put on a facade. And the only people that really are doing that are seeming to be people who literally are born here. People who are born here. And then they give this false pretense to, you know, other people who probably are for unity and humanity. And they want to work together. And then somehow they become say, yeah, let's go all and try to, gather up all the people. And it doesn't work because in the grand scheme of things, they completely ignore history and the people who live here in their discussions. They will talk about oppression and take it all the way back to Africa. And then turn around and be like, yes, remember when Dr. Martin Luther King and Rosa Parks, they weren't in Africa. They were in America when they did the bus boycott. Why are you trying to marry the two? And blend and you're trying to blend the waters to find common ground. You can't. That doesn't work like that. There are things in between that information before you can even get to talking about some place in Africa that might have been similar. So, I think it's not to, again, it's not to shame you for being a Pan-Africanist. Like I said, I know people who are. It's really to say you should be more aware of what it is that you're talking about when you're talking to others. Like I could see if this was a room full of, different people from the continent and you wanted to get them to understand Pan-Africanism and why they should actually be allies in supporting the repair for American descendants here in America. I could see if you were having that lens of a conversation, right? Because we already know it's wrong for atrocities that are happening in different African countries, and that the people there need support, that humanity should extend itself, and that, all those good things. We know that here. The fight for Mandela started, the fight for ending apartheid from and getting it on a national stage came from a little place in LA, and it grew bigger on a national scheme, grand scheme. So I really, again, think that we just have to really get down to all the nooks and crannies on a minute level to really start to tell people. I mean, Chase will pull the Band-Aid right on off. Whereas I'm trying to tell you, here's some peroxide and some neosporin. And you shouldn't have to move away from whatever you do in your daily life, but you need a broader lens on how you're actually going to move in this space that you're trying to navigate in, so that you don't have to walk on eggshells. You don't have to feel like your voice is not being heard. And again, I work with people in committees, and we talk about all types of history. And I don't have a problem with talking about African history, Roman history, whatever. But I read the room, and I understand if we're on a topic, I know the points of what we're discussing, because I have to. It's about me. It's about my family, my parents, and my grandparents and great grandparents from here, from where we're born here. So.
Yeah, let me say, so I looked at this all African People's Revolutionary Party. So this is this is the Independence of Ghana party, and it's really comes out of Ghana. I don't really understand, like, there's no mention of America anywhere on this website other than them using Black Americans from the 60s who were in some of these civil rights movements. I mean, they mention a lot of Black Americans and some foreigners who had some part in stuff that happened 60 years ago. I don't even understand what the gist of it is, but it seems like this is a very small thing. Very, very small.
Yeah, that's my bad. I guess I was just trying to share with you how I got where I was. I wasn't preaching or suggesting that someone go and join the All African People's Revolutionary Party. I was just explaining or attempting to explain how I got where I was and where I'm at now. And I think at some point I misstepped or I misspoke or maybe turned some people off. And so
no, you didn't.
Okay.
No, you didn't. Let me stop. You didn't.
Okay.
Everyone in here, I think we meet on a kind of regular basis. So everyone, I think, in or out of spaces kind of have been in discussion and, you know, argue, fought, had our opinions and stuff. You know, shout out to the room. I don't think you did misspeak. You are where you are supposed to be today, and hopefully after today, you will actually be a little further, and that is the blessing, because you have to have the conversations to fill in the gaps, to understand what is, to find other perspectives, if that makes a better sense, and hopefully that everyone who has spoken has given you a bit more to go on, to start to deep dive more on what it is that American descendants of chattel slavery, of the American freedmen descendants are essentially saying, and what does it mean? What do all these things mean? And that will take time again for you to go through. You know, come on spaces where every Saturday at 8. There are other spaces being hosted. Try to stay away from the spaces that have fights. Maybe you can listen to those if you like, if that's your cup of tea. But you know, maybe going into spaces where they're actually giving you room to have the discussion and elevating. You're going to have disagreements. I'm gonna say this to everybody. We're going to have disagreements. We are not a monolith. But we have to be able to do no harm when we are having these discussions. You be as passionate as you want. I get passionate sometimes. Most people have been in my spaces and they have seen me upset about something. But in the grand scheme of things, my intentions are never to harm my own people. And so that is hopefully the seeds and the lens that maybe people who talked here can give you as you do more building for yourself, if that makes sense, and the people around you.
Hey, to that point, next week's space, Saturday at 8:30, is God Gives Grace. Why don't we? And I think what we're trying to do is not convince you of anything, just give you a different perspective and try to help you from avoiding getting wrapped up in that ideology, because there is built into that ideology to extract resources from Black America. And sometimes it takes people a long time to recognize that. And we're just trying to let our people know to be aware of the motive behind it, so that you understand. So if you go into it and you're not blind and you are aware and you understand that that's what's going on, you know, God bless you, more power to you. But we try to steer people away from things that, as Miss Rella said, could cause harm at some point. I think we got DJ and then Chase.
Yeah, brother Chase, go ahead, Chase.
Thank you, brother. I want to give the young lady, ma'am, if you don't mind, a couple examples of what happens when we have people from the diaspora come over here. We had just recently had 2 candidates running. A Black fella out of Michigan wants to end Black History Month. Another female lady I believe she's a state senator, she's trying to end Black History Month. And told us is she from Jamaica? This lady,
are you talking about Winsome Sears?
The lady literally told us.
From Virginia, Winsome Sears?
Told us, yes, ma'am. She told us to get over slavery. Then 2 weeks after that, she went on a damn tour of the Holocaust or wherever they had the tours for the Holocaust at, you know. And she said, this is something we must never forget.
Oh, God.
And the other guy, he was Teddy. I think he was out of Virginia too. He was running, and the guy came up into this Twitter space talking that, you know, a rising boat or a rising tide lift all boats bullshit. And when we asked him that question in Twitter space, do you support reparations for the American black people? This man came out and said no. These are the type of people, this is why we say Pan-Africanism is dead. You know, it's a good thought. It was a holy thought, but you give credit to our people, our ancestors, because that's just how they were. The younger generation, we ain't falling for that shit. We see real clear that it does not work for us, man.
Hey, you know what? Israel, right? Do you know Israel is trying to join the African Union? Can you imagine that? Israel joining the African Union?
Yeah, while they're murdering everyone else and beating them across the head. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, of course. Yes, of course.
Started on Israel. You know that they're they're neutering black people.
Look,
they're neutering black people in their country.
Listen what I'm trying to say. Right. Okay. But guess what? I vision these African countries even voting to let Israel be part of the African Union, even though Israel has this bad reputation on how they treat Africans. Because look, these African countries, they're gonna say, you know what? Israel got money. They have technology, experts, all these good things. Maybe we can get something from Israel. But Israel, what they trying to do is, if they can join the African Union, then they can be in line, you know, first in line to get the mineral rights that, you know, all the minerals that Africa has, right? It can go to Israel. Because Israel has all the technology to mine and manufacture all these rare earths and gold and diamonds and vanadium and all this good stuff. So what I see is Israel is trying to take advantage of the situation, right? They know they have the expertise. The only thing that the Africans have is they have the natural resources, and then the African countries have a lot of vote in the United Nations, so they can use Africa as a springboard on the international level. And you know, I'm telling you, Israel can get very powerful if they can join the African Union, and I can see Israel taking over the African Union.
And that should be fine, Black American brother. Good.
But it's not. It's not.
I'm saying that should be fine for them because they're going to allow that shit to happen, bro. That's not our problem.
It is our problem.
We don't control nothing in Africa. If the Africans aren't getting bored and they're not taking heed to it, that's not our problem.
Look, it's our problem. The reason why we are over here, because the failure of our ancestors back in the 14, 15, 16, and 17, and 1800s. That's why we are here in Jamaica. That's why we're here in Brazil. That's why we're here in Colombia, Panama, Costa Rica, United States. That is why we're here, because there is no African kingdoms and empires that control the West African coastline that can protect, you know, the African people from the European.
Right, but if we can't get stabilized here, there's no way for us to lend a voice to actually to shine a light on colonization that's continuously happening over there. There's and I'm not in disagreement with you, Black American, because at the end of the day, Europeans they are still doing and practicing what they do best: domination, world domination. In Africa, the countries in Africa have never been broken down in a way that they were able to break down the descendants here. They got us by the tail.
Look, Arella. I've been to 10 African countries.
Here we go.
The Africans are very broke down. To me, they're way more breakdown than the Black Americans. I've been to Africa. Look, I'm telling you, I would never go back there to live. I mean, it's a beautiful place. It has potential. But the thing is, those countries are so messed up. I would rather live in Asia than live in any African country. I mean, you know, Black Americans, to me, Black Americans have to do their thing in North America, take supermajority population of a region of states, and then we need the most powerful country in Africa, which I think is Nigeria. They need to consolidate West Africa into this big super United States of West Africa, and then the two groups we do some type of government to government relations with each other. You know, look for Black Americans to have more respect around the world, right? The Africans have to be doing better. Look, when I travel around the world, right?
I don't agree
when
with
I go
that.
from country to country, sometimes they ask me, "Are you Nigerian?" I said, "No, I'm not Nigerian. I'm a Black American."
Yeah, because Nigerians are everywhere.
Then you okay.
They're all over the fucking world.
You a Black American. But if I say I'm Nigerian, or if they look at me like I'm a Nigerian, then they're gonna treat me bad because they think I'm African or Nigerian.
Yeah.
Right. So
But what does that tell you?
They're asking you. That's not good.
Right. And Nigeria created that narrative for themselves. It has nothing to do with Black America at all. The Nigerian narrative is out. Everybody around the planet knows Nigerians come to Paris with parasitical behavior in all of these countries. That's why they keep getting kicked out of every country that they go to. They come in as scammers. They're doing a whole bunch. They're doing way too much in these countries. That has nothing to do with us. Whatever happens in Africa, to be perfectly honest, is on Africa.
You can get affected by them. It can affect us when it comes to international travel, because when they see you, right, if they don't hear you or if they don't see your passport, the first thing they're going to say, "Are you from Ghana? Are you from Nigeria?" "No, I'm not from Nigeria. This is my passport. I'm American." Okay, then you're okay.
Yeah, but that again goes back.
I've been noticed that in the past 10, 15 years.
Then that goes back to, but that is that right there. Let's just pause that right there. That is a truth telling to say that Pan-Africanism is not practiced in the continent of Africa and between the different countries, and that even in their richest areas, they practice classism. There are different things that are going on the continent. But you're talking, we're talking about, so what I'm hearing you say is
United
from
Arab
the
Emirates?
lens of trade, getting ourselves in a position where we can trade around the world, and specifically with countries like Africa. I understand that. But at the same time, on a cultural perspective, and how we are actually being treated and ousted in our own communities, it's already affecting us because their culture of not practicing love for each other, they do bring that here, and then try to actually play on us, and because they're pushed into our communities, and then try to say do the same thing that Marcus Garvey did to make it seem like we don't have any culture, or somehow everything came from Africa. Like, it's just a total disrespect. And so when we start to have that dialogue, we get ignored. And that's the piece that we're trying to convey to you, is that it's not that we don't understand that the countries in Africa have piss poor presidents, or I don't know if they call them presidents, but right, presidents that rule over their countries that are corrupt. It's not that we don't understand that they're dealing with diseases that people are bringing there, that letting off into the country. Asians doing testing on Africans to create the coronavirus. All these different diseases that had popped up came from other people doing experiments in the country for population control. We understand that here. I believe that Americans clearly understand that here, but we're not traveling to African countries in high drove numbers for solitude, because at the end of the day, there is no the only thing that you're going to give up to, in my opinion, is you're trading in one situation for another situation in hopes that someone doesn't mistake you for a different countryman and put you in some sort of jail, kill you, murk you, whatever, or take your resources.
It's worse than that. It's worse than that. I'm not. Well, when I say when people ask me if I'm Nigerian, I'm saying this is traveling in countries outside of Africa. Like Asia, the Middle East, Europe.
Yeah, that is their thing.
See, when
bro.
those people, when they come to the
That's
United States,
on them.
now you're going to understand why
That's
they
on
treat
them, not
Black
you.
Americans bad in America, because they think, well, look, the Black Americans, man, they just like the Nigerians or the Ghanaians or the South Africans or the Mozambicans or the Zimbabweans, because they all
ain't got nothing to do with us.
They all, living on the street. They can say the same thing about us in our own country. That's what I'm trying to say. Look, if Africans are doing bad in Africa and all over the world, right? It can have a terrible effect even on Black Americans on anything we're trying to do.
How? But that's what I'm asking you at that right there. How? We don't trade. When I say we, our direct communities don't trade with we don't trade with any we don't have any trade deals.
All right, okay. This is what I'm trying to say. In India, right? India, they are one of the largest manufacturer of generic medicine in the world, right? I think they produce like 30, 40, 50% of the generic medicine, right? Now, the Africans, right? The African country, they go to India to buy the medicine, and like 50% of the medicine fake. Now, the Indian people, they come to America, right? And they treat the Black Americans the same way. When they have these 7-Elevens, these convenience stores, they treat Black Americans the same way. Because a lot of these Indians, right, before they come to America, they already spent time in Africa, and they understand the relationship between Africans and Europeans, or Africans and Asians. And then when they come to America, they just practice the same relationship when they come to America, or Brazil, or Jamaica, or Cuba, wherever they go. So that's why I said it affects us heavily, right? If they don't have respect for Black Africans, they're not going to have respect for Black Americans either.
Brother, I'd like to ask you two questions, if you don't mind. I'm so sorry. I'd like to ask you two questions. How do you think us Black Americans can stop Israel from coming up with treaties and making deals with some of those different African countries?
No, look, actually, look, Israel, they looking after their own interests, right? Look, what they're going to do is they're going to throw a little, look, they know how to deal with these people. Only thing you have to do, see, you don't have to do nothing for the African people. Only thing you have to do is take care of the people in power. Just give millions of dollars to the top five.
We don't know that, brother.
Huh?
Black Americans, we all know that, brother. You know, we done sat up here and build with you for many a months now, brother. There's some scholars up in here, but look, brother, this is what I'm saying. That's their problem. We need to be on Black people business here in America, because we can't effectuate any change until we get these resources up. Well, those people over there, when they do that, bro, look, the second question I was going to ask you, how do you think Nigeria is going to consolidate and then take over West Africa when the whole of Africa is against Nigerians, brother? Okay. Everybody in Africa is against Nigerians.
Look at it. Okay, there's two entities in West Africa. You got ECOWAS, which is the Economic Community of West African States, and then you got CMAC, right? Okay, do you know that Nigeria, most of the countries in West Africa are very poor. Nigeria, which is also a very poor country, but guess what? They're much richer than any other West African country. They when it comes to the West ECOWAS budget, right? They what's that word? They make up 70% of the budget of the West African states. Not only that, they make up 80% of the military people in the West African state. That means that Nigeria, at any time they want to, they can take over any African country, West African country, Mali, Chad, the Cameroon, the Burkina Faso.
We would need to help all of those Africans that you just named. We would need to help them if Nigerians was trying to take over their countries. Do you really think the western part of Africa will be good under Nigerian control?
Hey, I'm not quite sure. But look, this is the thing. I believe that somehow all these West African countries, most of them are very small. A lot of them are landlocked countries. They have no type of leverage on the international stage. Nigeria is really the only West African country that has a little leverage on the international stage. But I believe if all those countries can consolidate into one large country, where it'd be like 600 million of them, and they would have a larger economy, which is maybe 2 trillion GDP, and a larger military, larger military expenditure, then maybe they can do something on the international stage, you know?
They'd be committing a whole bunch of mass war crimes and everything. That shouldn't be that. Listen, Nigeria can't even take care of their own people in their own country. So what do you think they're going to do to other weaker people? What do you think they're going to do to other weaker people, brother? They're going to massacre
the same thing that the homie tribe did. They would do the same thing that the homie tribe did. Listen, you're trying to play Mr. Morale for, again, countries of people that practice different traditions. It's going to take them themselves coming to the unity standpoint and really getting under the umbrella of Pan-Africanism for themselves. We can't be the moral compass for the entire world if we are destabilized. You're asking Black Americans to essentially kind of do exactly kind of what they did in regards to apartheid, where they fought for apartheid to end and got it right partially, because I really believe it never really ended. They just went dormant, but it never really ended. You know, they were able to get Mandela free, but at the same time, we never got our reparations. We never got our repair. There was never the call for justice and for murders to stop happening, lynchings to stop happening, and the United States presidents and the government to enact protections under the law as us as citizens did not come. It did not come. You know where it came from? It came from our leaders that were assassinated. Who actually had to travel to they actually had to travel to Mecca. They did travels through Mecca, all these other to Jerusalem and all these other places. And we're still
I'm one of the guys. Look, I was there in South Africa in 1994. I was there, man. What's the trans South guy name? Oh my gosh, I've forgotten his name. Man, I actually met that dude when he was in Cape Town, South Africa.
What I'm saying to you is, Black American Homeland, is that in order for us, I should say, let me speak for myself for right now. In order for me to even be prepared to try to fight on any home front for anyone outside of America, I have to be stabilized. I have to be. My voice is needed here. My energy is needed here because there will be no other place for us to go. I have no dual citizenship nowhere. I don't got Stevie Wonder money.
Right.
And I'm not marrying no Nigerian tycoon just so he can have 4 or 5 other brides and then treat me like shit. Do you understand? My way of life and living is here.
Right, I understand that. Look, this is my my plan for the Black American homeland, right? Now, you heard what I just described what Israel was doing, right? My idea for the Black American homeland, once we are established, right, and then we have government-to-government relationships with African countries, right? We join the African Union, right? Now, for the African country to give them incentives to vote us in, we will for 5 years, right? We will pay 25% of the African Union budget for 5 years, right? That will give them an incentive for them to gain for the Black American homeland to become part of the African Union. Because look, they're gonna do the same thing with Israel. They say, okay, Israel, we'll let you become part of the African Union, but you gotta pay this amount of money. And look, and the problem won't be a lot. Look, the African Union budget, right, is $600 million, right, per year. And if you do 25% of that, that's only 150 million. You know, the 8-state southern region, the Black American homeland can easily pay $150 million per year for 5 years. And then look, there's a lot of African countries, right? They are in arrears on their African Union dues, right? We can pay their dues off, right? But this is the thing. Once we do all of that, right, then we can establish authority and power in the African Union, right? We will have the influence, right? When they say, okay, Zaire has, not the Zaire, the Congo, they're looking for a corporation to to mine this project, this mining of rare earth, guess what? The Black American companies, right, will be the first in line to win the rights to mine different natural resources in Africa. Look, to me, it's not all about like this moral thing. I'm a businessman too. I want to do business. I want to make money, and then I want to help Africa as well. And I believe that Black Americans, right? We have the international influence in the world, and I believe that if Black Americans can take some kind of not control, what's that word? Not really control, but kind of help Africa in the international scene, I think we can give Africa a better outlook on the international stage.
That probably won't happen for a long time because we actually don't even have a whole Black Americans don't have a full presence on the international scene. They are keeping us out of trades, and they destabilize manufacturing in Black communities or states. Like I'm for the recommissioning of manufacturing companies here in the United States, protected by Black communities. You don't see that being you don't see that being championed by nobody. So until we can get those things done here, and that goes back to Chase's point, we have to get stabilized here in order to, and then two, we would have to get someone in government who would want to go and help to restabilize the countries you're talking about over there, and that be an initiative. Right now, I would not put that burden on on these Americans that's in office right now, because they're already trying to destabilize countries in Africa for their benefit. That's why Gaddafi was taken out. So I really, come on, we are all aware that people who want to create their own currency and have their own onus on how we are able to trade, that looks like a stabilized a stabilized community, and we cannot do that. We can't do that and then try to do that for them and then try to, get us later. We did that already. It did not work. It didn't work. So the things that you're saying, maybe down the line and later on, I don't mind trading and being in a position to trade, because we're going to have to. We're going to have to circulate other communities' dollars into our ecosystem to get it running. People don't like to hear that type of stuff or that type of discussion, but it's true. Other people's money is going to have to build this shit up. Our reparations is a debt owed that we decide where that's going to go. But as far as in the trade game and getting prepared and getting set up, yes, we have to be prepared to trade with other communities. We don't have nothing to trade right now. They keep us locked out of all industries. They're trying to lock us out of tech. The beauty industry is $1 billion industry. The Asians are trying to lock us out of there. We have no manufacturing companies to rival China right now. So they sell us any and everything with chemicals and shit in it, right? And then we have European trades that are happening, but we don't have any standing in that. We don't have any economic standing.
Look, this is the most important standing we have, right? We live in a country that has the largest consumer market in the world. We are 25. The United States, right? That has a $24 trillion GDP. We are at least 1/3 of the world's GDP. So we are the largest market in the world.
Yes, but that's not money. That's not liquid. But that's not money that we can see. What I'm saying is Black Americans right now, as a community, outside of Pew Research and different, economists, Money that we can actually see going in and out of the community is not stabilizing our communities right now. The $1 trillion that we talk about all the time is not going in and out of our community, and other people's money is actually coming back into the community because we don't have products going outside of our community that we are manufacturing, that we make, and that other people are using.
But I'm saying we have the opportunity of, well, we have the not the opportunity, what's the other word? We have the capabilities of doing it. Look, I've been to a lot of these countries. They want, man, they think, you know, they love Black American culture, right? And they are willing to buy whatever we have to sell, but they don't know what we have. And you say we don't have anything, okay? But that's all we have to do. Like, just start some type of a beer manufacturing that's Black American owned, and believe me, countries around the world will be buying that beer made by Black Americans like crazy. Only thing we have to do is have famous people like LeBron or whoever to.
No, us. We need to have us. I'm talking about you need everybody on this call right now, under the sound of my voice, who need to learn how to manufacture a product and do exactly what we've been actually going back and forth and talking about on this call. I have a company that I'm building up. I have 2 companies. I sit on the phone and I talk to people in regards to them, and how to get stabilized and how to get these things up and running. Why? Because we need those blueprints. The people on this call, not LeBron, not the rest of them. They got money.
No, LeBron, with the celebrities, the only thing you use them for is promoting other products. That's it.
Got that. No, I got that. That part of that.
That part. America, we make the product, we design, and then we sell the product. Look,
right, but we need manufacturing, Black. We need manufacturing companies set up so that we can actually get those things done and restabilize our communities in a Black majority state. We need to do that and make sure we have those companies running full throttle. That is the reason why Black Wall Streets around the country were badass. Because one, they were exporting and importing oil. They had factories and manufacturing companies, and they were decommissioned, destabilized by the government, sent over to China, Taiwan, Japan.
Right. Look, bro, only thing I'm trying to say, if we can get our act together, if we can get our manufacturing together, right, and then we build our product, right, and our product have a great brand name, right, then we can sell our product anywhere in the world, because everywhere I go in the world, these people, Turkish people, anywhere, they want American-made product. They don't care if Black Americans make it or whoever makes it in America. As long as it comes from America, they will buy it like crazy. That's all I'm trying to say. That's my experience. I imported, exported from all over the world. I know. I mean, I've been doing this for a long time. This is what I know, and I know these people will buy our stuff. They'll buy anything.
Okay, so you didn't let your baby sister sit up here all these months, and you had the keys to the kingdom.
But the thing is, see, I'm retired, man. I stopped doing it
in China. Your retired ass got more time on your hands. That's what that means. You're supposed to be lending your wisdom to us.
Right. But look, I tried this stuff. I just feel like people don't want to listen. So
Black, we in this Black. I'm gonna do you like I did. This is my twizzle. Okay, let me go ahead and break down that wall for you. We've been sitting in this room for you for months, Black. Stop trying to get everyone to listen to you, and the ones that are listening to you, you have to show up for us. Just like we got to show up for you. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I understand.
the people who are in your face, the ones who are championing the Black Majority State Initiative, all of those things that you have before you leave this planet, we're in your face right now.
All right. Hey, look. I have a lot of creative ideas in my head, right? And sometimes I have to focus on one thing, you want to be an expert at something, so you have to focus on one thing. On the past 10 years or 12 years, I've been focusing on the Black American homeland because I feel like that's my main, what's that word? My that could be my legacy. That can be what I did business around the world. I did different things, but the Black American homeland is my way of giving back to the community, where I did have family members that said that I kind of gave up on the family or something like that because I wouldn't come back to the United States as frequently as they wanted me to, right? So, it's a lot of different things that's going through my head, right? And sometimes I just don't know how to convey these things. Look, to me, the easiest thing to be in the world is a businessman, because when you're a businessman, that's all you have to do is concentrate on one thing, that's making money, right? So that's the easiest thing to do. But to be a businessman, right, you have to be in a situation where your mind is clear and you don't have to worry about all these other things. Because I know if I was living in America long term, every single day, dealing with, you hear bad things every day, right? I couldn't be that businessman that I am now if I was living in America all the time. I'll be a full-on. I think I'll probably be in jail in America because I can be a very aggressive person, and I take, I don't take no for an answer. So I had to take myself out of the country. That was the best way for me to I can't even think of the word, for me to flourish. I have to leave the country, and I left the country in 1990 when I was 23 years old. I was a young kid.
Well, let me say this to you. I understand you did what you had to do mentally, and what did you do today? We're gonna get to you and DJ. I'm sorry. I'm gonna just say this last thing, and I'm gonna land.
Okay.
A lot of us don't have that option, and I understand that you did what you had to do for your mental stability. I got it. We all get it, but we don't have that option. And to be quite honest with you, I think if I had that option, I wouldn't take it. I still wouldn't take it. I wouldn't take it because as I told you before, my loyalty and my love is to my country and to my people and my family. My father's name, I carry my father's name. I carry my mother's name. And when I laid my father to rest, like I did my mother, I could never leave here.
Mm-hmm.
I'll travel outside, but I will always come back to my homeland. And that's just me. And I think a lot of people here can understand that, and hopefully they understand why you made the choice that you made.
Yeah, but look, I thank you for that. But one thing I have not given up on my homeland, the Black American homeland, is there. It will always be there. It's inevitable in the future. So I have full confidence that the Black American homeland will come into existence. And the thing is, I just have to try to be there, try to, do what I can to promote the Black American homeland. Look, thanks to Gray. Look, hey Gray, when did we meet Gray in 2019, 2020? And look, man, I'm telling you, I was really down, man, because I felt like I couldn't reach people right. And then I met Gray, and I said for the first time, I said, wow, there's somebody that see the vision, that see what I see, that understand how the states work, how the 50 states, how federalism, the 10th Amendment, there were no other Black people talking about that other than myself and Gray. And then in 2021, he came out with his book. So, but yeah.
Hey man, I appreciate everything that you present, and so I appreciate you, giving some flowers there. I want to say this about Africa. So oftentimes the Middle East, quote unquote, is misrepresented. So Israel actually is in Northern Africa when we understand the way the continent is actually constructed. So I just looked it up, and they were added as an observer, or at least that was their goal after 2 decades of being denied. So they're coming in as an observer, whatever that means. But the United States has a massive presence on the continent of Africa. It's called AFRICOM. It is a military presence. And this was in 2020, where they had 29 U.S. military bases in 15 African countries, more than 7,000 American military personnel. And I know, because we talked about it, a Black American 4-star Marine general, who's the first Black American to reach that status, got command. I believe Biden is the one who gave him command over AFRICOM. So I'm saying all that to say this: as states, we have state power, and we control what goes on in the states, and we can build trade with countries that are open to the U.S. to U.S. trade. We can't do trade with countries that are not open to U.S. trade, right? Because international trade is a federal power, right? So it would not be, I don't believe we would, as a state or even as a region of states, would have eligibility to join a foreign union of states. I think that would be a very difficult thing.
Right, this is how it's done. We have to ask, right? We have to ask the federal government for permission or authority to join the African Union, and then the federal government will probably say, okay, if you join the African Union, what's in it for us? So we have to explain what is the benefits and the advantages of the United States or the Black American homeland being part of the African Union. And that's, to me, I think that would be easy to convey that information to the federal government, that, look, we can have influence of the African countries. We can get more American companies to do business in Africa. We can help Africa fight against corruption and tribalism. It's just so many things we can do. I think Black Americans, I really, really, truly think that we can have a positive influence in Africa. I'm telling you, we can do it. I really think we can do it, man, because when I've been over there, man, they listen to Black Americans. Man, when Black Americans, when they see you, right, they see how you dress, they see how you speak, they say, wow, man, I want to be like that guy. Man, I heard them kids say things like that. So we can make a difference in Africa, but we just have to have confidence in ourselves that we can do 2, 3, 5 different things, that we can help ourselves in the United States and we can help other people as well. That's all I'm saying. And then guess what? It don't have to be all moral. Look, we can make profits off this as well. And you know, Africa has a lot of resources that we can benefit. You know, diamonds, gold, vanadium, wherever they have lithium, they got all the products, and we can be first in line. A company, a Black American company, can be first in line to have monopoly over these resources, and we make sure that the African country get the best price. That's all I'm trying to say.
Okay.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Is it my turn?
Yes, you can go.
Thank you. As I was listening to everyone exchange, I was just wondering, do folks in the room know that Nigerian is trying to claim reparations for slaves that were sold from from Africa? They want to make a profit off of the resources of our body that they lost because of slavery.
Mm-hmm.
And it was read in the room tonight, the room that was erased. One of the sisters read the whole thing, laying it out, plain as day, how Nigerian has made a claim to get paid for our slavery of our ancestors. And I'm going to leave it at that, and I'm going to say this. If Black Americans do not get the thing that the brother keeps talking about with the states, if Black Americans do not get in power over here, all these countries can forget about it. They can forget about it. We can forget about it, because it starts over here. The policies are set over here. America has built their arm across around the world to force these people to leave their country. So if it does not happen over here, everybody who's dreaming about this unity and this bargaining and this networking is never going to become. See, immigrants could have come over here and aligned themselves with Black Americans a long time ago. They could have did it 2 years ago, 5 years ago, 10 years ago, and they could have helped their country. But their self-interest got in the way. So Black Americans are going to put themselves first, and hopefully it will give these other people encouragement to do the right thing over there, to figure out how to unify and how to overthrow their evil, corrupt governments. But if it does not happen, we have to make sure that we survive, because they are coming over here. They're coming over here and taking up government positions over here to replace us. So they're covering both bases. They're covering the bases in their own country, and they're covering the bases over here, so that they can get in position in our political system to start erasing our Black history, start erasing our economy. So they're doing everything. They're making the right moves. They're making them every single hour, every single day. They're covering their bases in every one of their continent locations, and they're coming over here and getting in our local, state, and federal government. So I'm done caring about unity until we get our rightful place for 200 years. Until that happens, everybody else is forgotten about. And we may not live. We're not gonna live for 200 years, so we ain't gonna never see it. But I don't think they ever want to unify with us. They will use us to get a leg up. They will use us the same way affirmative action did, the same way civil rights did, the same way women's lib did, the same way LGBTQ did, the same way everybody has done. They will use our numbers to serve their own benefit.
Yeah, but look, I'm gonna tell you this: if we let the Africans use us, then man, we got to be the weirdest people in the world. We should not let African people use us. Have you been? If you go to their country, you wouldn't like, how does these single Nigerian or person from Ghana come to our country and become leaders in the Black American community? You will understand. But they do have one they do have a certain advantages. Number one, because they control their own government, they understand how government works. They know how to. They understand corruption. They understand bribery. They understand how the government works with the court system. They know how the court system deal with the states. Look, the Nigeria, right? They are also a federalist country as well, just like the United States. They have states, so they understand our system. Look, another country that understand our system is the Mexican. The Mexican, they are also a federalist system. They have 33 states. They understand that you have you got the federal government has power, and the 33 states have power. So when they come to the United States, they know exactly how federalism works. So these people,
Excuse me, please. I will bid my brothers and sisters goodbye. I'm not going to listen to any more of this. I'm done. I am done listening to anything. Now we don't understand how Mexicans. I am done. I apologize for our disagreement, but we're not on the same page. There's no need for me to listen to any more.
Hey, hold on.
Do you understand how the system works?
If
you don't understand how the system works, then you're gonna be frustrated for the rest of your life.
Okay, so how are the feds going to protect Black Americans from themselves? So what we're going to do is we're going to bring the room back to Black America, because I think it's pretty evident that our people in this country, specifically in America, Black Americans, are really fed up with foreign intervention, discussions about foreign topics that do not benefit Black Americans solely. That is really at the crux of the issue at this point, because we got to focus on ourselves. We got to uplift ourselves. We got to talk about protecting ourselves and our future generations. We have to center Black America as the conversation, because that's what we're all here for ultimately. So we got Chase with his hand up. We're going to give him the mic, and then we're going to really focus in on topic about protecting ourselves from the federal government, protecting ourselves from the state governments.
You let DJ go.
Oh, DJ, you still out there? Okay, go for it.
I'm here. It don't matter, Chase. Oh man, hold on a second. Just more information for. Hold on 1 second. Okay. Try to come back into the room over here. Where we at? All right. So to that sister, who did you boycott lately? I understand you don't want to hear the Pan-African babble or whatever type rhetoric, but actually, Black America Homeland is actually saying something very smart. But at the end of the day, Black America Homeland, this is what I'm saying to sister. This is my Twitter name. We're done with the Pan-African type, end all be all crowd type rhetoric. A lot of us has been dealing with this shit for over 40 years, where like you guys pretty much said, and I not to repeat it, but they come over here, they know they come from, not to quote Donald Trump, but a shithole country. You don't come for nothing, but you'll come over here and stick your nose up at us. And when we say, hey, look, roll with us, come be Black, and you understand you may be Congo or other, you know what I'm saying? But here in America, you got to identify as Black. So with that being said, I want everybody to get in the Jumbotron, and I want you to look on the far left side. Let's see, it don't went in a couple of them, but the fourth dot from the left, it says MM gang, paid Pan-Africanism is dead. I'm glad you quoted that, Brother Chase, because it got to die in order for Black Americans to survive. You feel what I'm saying? Because That ideology was born over here. It ain't nowhere in Africa. And I actually do agree with you that our cousins around the diaspora, they actually do listen to us, the ones that are in their homeland. Not these jokers that's coming over here. And it's for why everybody's, all wild up at you right now, Black American. It's these jokers that's coming over here that, is the reason why everybody's getting wild up, because they're not, like their parents or whatever. You know what I mean? They don't want to assimilate. They don't want to associate. They don't want to patronize Black American businesses. I don't see no Mexicans coming to the Black American soul food places and eat some fried chicken. I don't see the Asians doing that. You barely see white folks doing that unless you're in the South somewhere. So, with that being said, I'm going to just give y'all a little bit of audio right now. But like I said, if you really want the scoop on what we're talking about, y'all, for those that's like, I guess, trying to visualize this shit, go in the Jumbotron and get on Sister YouTube, Mouthy Megan. Shout out to Sister Mouthy Megan. She got a page blocked or whatever. So go look at her videos over there on the Screw Tube. And it would give you a perfect example of how most of us are feeling, Brother Black America Homeland. But I do agree with you again that we should definitely try to do some business, some type of economic development between us and Africa. The reason why I say that is I talk to a lot of African artists or whatever, and they really be listening to us. They be asking us questions. Hey, why is this, that, and the third? And even ask for advice as far as what you think we should do. You know what I'm saying? I hear a lot of South Africans like, we really look up to Black Americans. We waiting for y'all to give us the word, so we can move. And they watch us, you know what I'm saying, from afar. This is why they was able to kick the Northern Africans out of South Africa and understand that they need to delineate from them as well, because they're coming, the Nigerians, they're coming into South Africa, parts of Pretoria and so on, and selling drugs. They're robbing people, committing crimes and stuff. This is not the South African way of life. So, this is the whole narrative that you can't flatten blackness globally. But I'm going to just give y'all a little bit of audio context real quick, too. I'm not sure who got the feedback. Somebody mute y'all mics just real quick. Real quick, whoever got the feedback. So I'm going to just give y'all a little audio context real quick. Turn the volume up over here. Shout out to the reparationist perspective. So for the sister, this is my Twitter name. I'm not sure if you know who Dr. Claude Anderson is. He's been telling us for like the last, probably longer than I've been on this planet, 42 years. A lot of these immigrants, they're not coming over here to be friends with you. They are coming for resources and to conquer and to take over and to erase you. And damn, if he didn't prophesize that. So the real argument would be, why the hell didn't our elders and ancestors listen to this man? You know what I'm saying? Why didn't they listen to Dr. John Henry Clark and so many of our other scholars that was kicking this shit about, certain African leaders or certain, not even gonna say just African, but, just certain melanated diaspora leaders around the world. This is a problem. So I want y'all to listen to this little bit of audio. Again, go subscribe to the reparationist perspective, Let's listen to this little bit of audio right here.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on 1 second.
We anticipate in the next 10 to 12 years, approximately 8 to 6 billion Hispanics coming into the United States and 21 million Asians. You have been the majority minority for 40 years in this country. You have been the number 2 population for 400 years. You're going to get kicked out of being number 2. You're going to go out and become number 4. So, common sense, third-grade education. If you didn't get anything when you were number 2, you're up to him. But anyway, you can get what you're going to get to become number 4. Do you support reparations?
Number one, the reason why the country we are is because of immigration. We've been able to cherry pick just from every single group. The people who come here have determination, resilience. They are ready to stand up and work like the best. We have 24 or 100 children in our school today is systemic. The idea that we are going to walk away and not provide every opportunity to them is not only stupid and immoral, but it's bad for America. They are the future of America.
Is the Negro in the land. To an act of Congress, the government was giving away millions of acres of land in the West and the Midwest. Meant that it was willing to undergird its white peasants from Europe with an economic floor. But not only did they give the land, they built land grant colleges with government money to teach them how to farm. This is what we are faced with. And this is a reality. Now, when we come to Washington in this campaign, we are coming to get our check.
We are owed $104 trillion on the very low end, plus $735 billion recurring. This number does not include the cost of about 50 Black Wall Streets that were decimated, nor compound interest from 2017 when Sean D. Rochester's book, The Black Tax, was published, nor the cost of Black life, nor the cost of living increases, nor the war on drugs, nor the current day pandemic. The number I'm working with is for slavery, Jim Crow, and accrued ongoing systemic racism, oppression, and disadvantage in the country our ancestors built with their lives.
All right, y'all. Go ahead, stop it right there. Like I said, go subscribe to the sister, the Reparationist Perspective. And big up to the elder Dr. Claude Anderson. He actually put out a statement the other day that he don't think he's gonna be here much longer. So, with that being said, we got a lot of work to do, Black American, before we can ever actually go do business with anybody else. But I understand 100% what you're saying. You know what I mean? I really do. And I don't think anybody should take offense to what you're saying. I think it's just that, we're just so fucking tired, man, of having to be nice to people and being that most empathetic and welcoming folks into our community, other demographics of people. And we see where that shit has gotten us, man. Nowhere, man. We're a fourth class citizen right now. And I don't even think our folks understand it. So just in doing this note, we got actual documentation and word from folks that actually work at these government facilities, social services, which could be welfare and housing, other government facilities, which is like the postal service and somewhere maybe in a city hall or something like that. That the reason why you see these immigrants are coming up is because the government is really funding these people, Black American homeland. They are getting anywhere between $2,800 and $5,000 a month in straight cash. They are also getting any type of medical and EBT assistance or SNAP benefits, is what they call food stamps over there now, SNAP benefits. And if you pay attention again to what I was saying about, the homeless situation over here in Newark, New Jersey, they are kicking out, like, these shelters or like certain hotels that, these old brick hotels that's been around for over 100 years, it got converted to maybe some type of a shelter or whatever until folks are able to get off their feet, and go get a regular house or apartment or whatever. So they are kicking the folks out of the shelter, which mainly are Black Americans, and letting the immigrants move in. Real talk. So it's like, I hear what Sister Rella saying too. We got a lot of work to do. Our only focus really should be us. And like I keep repeating, the only way we can really, 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 truly put what we're talking about here in this room into a visual, because I'm a visual learner. I don't read books like that. I'm just being straight. I'm a technical person, but I could take a TV apart and put it back together. You know what I'm saying? Real shit. I could check, fix my damn car without reading a book and shit, because I just kind of know and been around certain folks and shit that, done taught me. But if y'all want the visuals, man, get up in the Jumbotron where it says pay, and you see the sister, with the afro, MM Gang, go to over YouTube, and I guarantee you're going to be like, damn, I don't even know what I was really even saying in the beginning. Because this shit right here is really happening, man. It's really, really happening. And I also told you, excuse me, not told you, but also tagged you, Black America Homeland, before a tag or whatever. I want you to watch that video about the Filipina P and tell me what you think about it. And hit me back in the DM, yo. Well, go ahead.
Oh, yeah. I seen that video before. Yeah, I seen a few videos.
Yeah. Right. Okay, so now with that being said, what's your quick thoughts on that real quick, though?
Yeah, I mean, she
can't talk because wifey's in the room. I understand. You know what I'm saying?
No. My wife went to church, so look.
Oh, praise the Lord! This is about to get real.
Actually, she done many videos in the past 3-4 years. Let's say, basically, like, I don't know the video you referring to. But let's say some of the earlier videos.
Check your tags real quick. Check your tags real quick before you go on. I probably got to tag you again, but just check your notifications. It's up in there somewhere, and just look at at least the title. At least look at the title, and just come back like that. Or go look at the video and come back.
All right. Hey, Black, just give me a few minutes. I'll be back.
Okay, yeah.
So I just want to say this real quick. If I got kicked out, we can't help anyone else until we help ourselves. And I think I've heard someone even say that, to me. And if you think about it, a lot of the people that are coming into our country, they're helping themselves. But as they get resources, they're not refunneling those resources to Black Americans. And I need people to pay attention to that.
Okay, let me remix what Black American Homeland said, and I'm gonna let them two DJ, because I saw that tag. I'm gonna let y'all deal with that in the background. But let me remix what he said, right? So we get in a position of having state authority, and then we exercise Black majority state authority to go out and extract resources from all of the people in all of the places around the planet that have not come to our aid, that have come to this country and have walked on top of our ancestors and are continuing to walk on top of us today. That means South Americans, Africans, Europeans, Asians, whatever. Anywhere we can go in under the protection of the U.S. military apparatus and extract resources and bring those resources back to our states so that we can build up our industries, I'm all for it. And I believe we can accomplish that without joining any foreign unions. So let me make that point very clear. I don't think we got to join these unions. According to what I just read in terms of the Constitution, the Congress has the power over foreign trade. It really is the Senate that has the power, because all these congressional oversight committees are really in the Senate. And so the senators can go and set up these trade deals. They can set ambassadors. We could have a team of ambassadors from our Black majority states that go into these countries that we want to target. And I think that's the way to look at it, in a way that we understand that we're benefiting Black America ultimately at the end of the day. And as a function of benefiting Black America by extracting resources, we will in some way, shape, or form benefit the local Native population by increasing the wages, increasing the opportunities, et cetera, et cetera. But at the end of the day, our goal and our mission is to bring resources back to the people that we represent and that our government represents in terms of these Black majority states. So we've talked about mutual trade in all parts of the planet. It doesn't have to be Africa specifically. It's just countries that have resources. In the Caribbean, there's resources. In South America, there's resources. In Asian countries, there's resources. So wherever we can get on the ground and get to the resources, that's what we need to be. That's what we need to be able to do. So you have a domestic policy as well as a foreign policy with our federal representation that is doing both for the benefit of our Black majority citizens. And I believe, which I don't see him anymore, he had his hand up, but it looks like he dropped out. So yeah, I'll leave the discussion open from there. If we look at it in that way, we can understand how this benefits our population ultimately. And really and truly, this is what they've done. This is what they do. This is what they've done. This is what they do to us. I say, in order to stop an influx of immigrants into Black majority states, you put a 50% tax on any remittances out of the state, and maybe even 75% tax, so that they don't even want to live around us. You do what you got to do in order to benefit the Black American citizens within the jurisdictions that we want to control.
Yeah, Chase, if you want to go ahead, go ahead.
Is Chase there? Yeah. I think he dropped out. Is he still here?
Yeah, he dropped out. I saw him drop down. I don't know. I don't know if he. I don't know. But anybody who wants to come back up and speak, new speakers, please join the conversation. Please don't be shy. I see familiar profiles. Welcome to the room. And lend your voice to the space, to the edifice of the edification of the room. We'd love to have you.
Okay, welcome back. Who did you boycott today? And that's a very good question. Who did you boycott today? In that Elon Musk space, they asked him if Apple, what was going, because there was an issue where Apple was saying, well, we're not going to advertise anymore, et cetera, et cetera. And that was important because Apple is the largest advertiser on the Twitter platform. So he said, yeah, they're coming back. They misunderstood, blah, 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 blah. That to me is white degeneracy talk for they worked it out in the back channel, essentially. Because ain't shit changed. There's a lot of racism. There's a lot of whatever, a lot of shit going on this app. There's a lot of dark corners that you can go down on this app. Be very careful when you're doing searches. I try to block weird shit that comes across my searches, but that's just me. So I do block a lot of Twitter content, to be honest. But you got it. Who did you block today?
Thank you and for the invite to return. I apologize. I just literally snapped. It's been very traumatizing on top of everyday trauma of just being a melanated person in America and trying to navigate the landmines. To hear that America is vetting people from these countries that come into America to go against Black Americans. They have already vetted them, questioned them upwards and sideways to make sure that they're going to come over here and align themselves with the white power structure.
Mm-hmm.
But they won't tell us that.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing I hear out of their mouth is that we need Black flatness. We need Black unity. We need Black Pan-Africa.
Oh, damn.
When the whole time you're plotting to stab us in the back to replace us, to give our kids no future, while you make sure you cover both spaces. You cover your own birthplace, and then you're coming over. Anyone that's talking about aligning themselves with that is a danger to me.
Mm-hmm.
And I haven't spent 60 years of my life fighting for my survival and the survival of my people to turn a blind eye and a deaf ear to anyone that's talking about aligning themselves with the enemy. I do not want it to happen, but I would go at it alone. If I have to, I'd rather go down by myself because I have given up on my sisters and brothers. and I'm praying for my daughter. But I would not let anyone be a threat to my well-being. I had to learn that at a very young age. I had to walk out my door and just pray to God I made it back home. So before I learned math and science and history, I learned that my environment was not safe. So I learned how to make it back home. I learned how to avoid these landmines. And I cannot sit and listen to anyone that poses a threat to me, because they have a different mindset that they believe and trust this illusion of allies. While everybody, only thing they cares about is profiting off our creativity, whether it's sports, music, acting, anything that we do. Excuse me. Everybody wants to make a profit off of us. They know that. They know they will make a contract of unity until they get the upper hand. And then they forget about. They're gonna get enough people in government if they have their way. They're gonna get rid of our Black history, and they're gonna make sure their country is put first. They can care less. They're using the same playbook that white people have been using for over 400 years. So I apologize, but I'm going in the opposite direction of anyone that's posing a threat to me and my people. I'm sorry. If that offends anybody, so be it. But I would not permit anyone to pose a threat to me or my people.
Hey, can I jump in real quick?
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Thank you. Thank you. Who did you boycott today? Thank you so much for that. We really appreciate your voice. It is a voice that, to be honest, has been missing. It's an elder voice, and it's the frustration. And so we definitely appreciate your voice.
Hey, so yeah, who did you boycott today? So I could feel your passion. I was getting a little, I was starting to feel a type of way. But you know what? I understand what Black American Homeland was saying, but the bottom line is we all, I think everyone in this room is 100% for reparations, and we know it's owed. We're waiting on it. We're fighting for it, etc. And it doesn't negate, in my opinion, what Black American Homeland was saying. But we're not at that stage yet. I would say not as if we're going to focus on something, I feel like not all of us should be focusing on that aspect. But there are some people, because we all have a lane to fit into as we go about this journey. So for it to be, for that concept and that perspective to be fluent in you, Black American Homeland, I would say, yeah, keep working it. Because once we do get our reparations, once we do begin to elevate as a collective, well, that's something we can look into. But right now, it's like the priority needs to be, and the energy needs to be focused on just getting the United States to acknowledge that reparations are owed. But so I don't want to negate what you were saying. I just feel like we can't put that in front of the current position of acknowledge that reparations are owed and start taking action to do it. Because I think Who Did You Boycott Today made a good, clear point. These immigrants are coming over here. They're getting elected office. They're moving for their benefit, for everybody else's benefit. I know people, Mexicans, get to write off their dependents that live in Mexico while they live here and work here, but we don't get that damn break. So, we've got to straighten this thing out first before we go to any other country trying to help them get their shit together, especially if they're not standing up and, and their voices are louder than us. I'm going to land my plane.
Hey, I don't know if there's any Keke Palmer fans in the building, and if anybody watches Saturday Night Live, but I just saw her reveal her pregnancy. Man, there's I mean, she's a beautiful woman anyway, but there's something special about the beauty of a pregnant woman there. So shout out to her and her family that she's creating right there.
And I do agree with what y'all have shared in the room tonight. I agree with a lot of, like Sister said earlier, we're not going to agree on everything, but we will end up bartering with other nations once we get our infrastructure in place, once we get in political position, once we lock down these states that the brother is talking about, once we secure things over here, it's going to impact around the world. It's going to encourage everyone with melanated skin, because we have to take the lead. If we get overthrown, everybody else is doomed. So I have compassion for every melanated person, but I cannot lose sight that we have to lock down things over here, not only for ourselves, but our kids that would come behind us. And it will help to change things in Haiti, Jamaica, the continent, Europe, Canada, wherever it may be that have melanated people. But for some odd reason, everybody is throwing interference. They're causing us to take up a lot of energy to deal with them, to try to explain things to them. It's taking up a lot of energy that we do not have. We are in a swamp, and we are sinking fast. Just get out of the way. If you can't help, just get out of the way and let us take care of what we need to take care of. And we will impact around the world once our infrastructure is in place. But people can't do that. Self-interest gets in the way. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I was in your space earlier, and I sat down to listen because I know you were trying to handle some things, and you definitely are a voice to be reckoned with. A person, I think definitely we need, especially as an elder in this fight. If you get weary, I don't know what we gonna do. So I appreciate you. I also appreciate, the camaraderie you have to build the collective, even in the midst of people who are contrarian or have a difference of opinion to their own detriment. So I want to just give you your flowers. And shout out to Dr. Claude Anderson. I know DJ mentioned earlier, I saw that post in the video that Vicky Diller did with him. We can't allow our generations to leave this realm, and they have no satisfactory. And that was my point earlier. If I can't build if somebody said, well, I think I heard somebody said we might not get reparations in this time. I push back. We will see reparations in this time. I will have a black card or whatever, however it's going to come in my hand, because I've already seen the vision. So at the end of the day, we have to work it. And we have to also be able to explain to people, you have not seen your oppression lifted, because the very least of the people who can heal the world are in trouble. No one else does it but us. And it is documented. No one else heals nations like the Black American does. No one fights for humanity like the Black American does. I don't care what nobody says. You can talk about, crime in the communities and all that stuff, but when it comes to fighting for humanitarian efforts, no one fights harder. And I'll land there.
Hey, I love how she essentially said we are the last line of defense, and I agree with that. And we always have been that, and we just haven't been acknowledged and recognized as such. But by us gaining state authority, they'll have no choice but to recognize us as that. And to Black American Homeland's earlier point, by us elevating us, it will elevate the diaspora as well. And that's just how it is, because they see everything through European eyes, through Asian eyes, through Latin American eyes. And at some point, when we control not just the culture and the music and the entertainment, but we control everything that's on the table, they will have no choice but to recognize us for what we are. We got OGJL7 up.
Okay, yeah, thanks, guys. I appreciate it. Shout out to everybody on the space. I appreciate you guys holding the space. It's been a great space. I've been listening. Was gonna sit this one out, really. Wasn't gonna say anything. Then I got a little compelled. Everybody bringing some fire knowledge to the table. I really appreciate that. Especially Ms. One Love. Keep that education and that knowledge going. We got a lot to pass on. Listen, I think some of us OGs, the older generation and whatnot, I think we have grown weary. We just haven't given up. Okay. And there may be some stark differences and contrasts in just those two terminologies of, weariness and giving up. But, we have several layers and several levels and several layers of antagonism to dispel. We got to go all the way back to some history. We got to come back forward to what's currently happening. We've got to be discerning of what's being played out. We've got to be watchful and mindful of everything that is going against us. There's no reason in the world, there's no reason in hell, there's no reason that we shouldn't already have had reparations going on 40, 50 years ago. Okay? There's just no reason. Okay? I guarantee you delineation would have been a lot easier back then. Okay? So, yeah, we've had no choice but to put up with this stalling tactic. And we can see it for what it is. And it just doesn't make sense. So we just keep wondering why we have to keep putting up with layer after layer after layer after layer of resistance. Okay? When it's very clear, it's been clear. Okay? And however we feel about white supremacy or the dominant, they're not that. That's some kind of a fake. It's a fake dominance. Okay? Because they weren't really able to handle that when it first came about. Our ancestors were just too cordial. Okay? But we can't fault them for being so cordial. We can't at all. Okay? Because apparently the gods and the creator God, whoever, didn't see fit for us to be a people who just went around bullying. Didn't see fit for us to just be somebody who just wanted to dominate the world. We were a sharing people. Okay? even some of our criminals share with other people, you know? So, anyway, I'm not going to ramble on and on. There's lots of specific details I could get into, but I guess we got to save it and try to find ways to, create this message to make it even much more clear. Because right now we've got all of these different factions of, black people. We've got all these different factions of ethnicities, and we got everybody clamoring, trying to create their description to be able to fit certain narratives. We got all of this going on, and at the same time, you got people who aren't able to discern or aren't able to piece together the different aspects of the dynamics. So we got a lot of different dynamics that's at play here, and nobody's understanding, And every time another level or another layer of antagonism gets added, we have to just go back to the drawing board, describe what was already describe and explain what was already established, and almost like we have to reestablish every single time. And how many times can we keep going back to the drawing board? We have to keep going back to the drawing board so many times. That is the thing that's going to disqualify us the most, because it's going to make us look, very unstable, very underhanded. We already know that we've been undermined. So, and it's going to make us look So, you guys keep up that fight, man. I haven't given up.
I want to say something. I think I heard that there was a space hosted by someone, I don't know who, but I did hear of a space that went in on the older generation, and that it was not, and it was not tasteful. And as I do understand, and I have asked even my elders, what happened? And in my inquisitiveness or exploratory self, wanting to know what happened, because I do understand that there was a brief period between the 60s and the 80s that, probably the 90s, going over to the 90s, that led to a period of time where a particular fight was pretty much sat down.
The ball was dropped.
And again, I want to say that I don't respect people who disrespect elders. I don't have no respect for you. And I say that with my full chest. You can say whatever you want. You can call me all kind of names in the books. I really don't care. I'm the same person you hear on Twitter. I'm the same in person. And I have no respect for people who disrespect elders. We can have our discussions. We can be inquisitive. We can ask questions. We can explore and uncover without disregarding and throwing out our elders, because history shows us that between those two periods of time, coming out of Jim Crow and the Great Depression, people were tired. And I think that the reason of that tiredness brought about the Pan-Africanist ideology that if they bring in more people, melanated people, to come and fight oppression here, that somehow they would have built a line of support from America to the African continent, and it didn't happen. I want to say that that's a discussion that should be had by the right people. It should never end the discussion on elders feeling like that somehow they ain't shit, or that even in the midst of trauma, that they should be thrown out of the discussions of fighting for reparations. Because as you see, there are elders who run for office. There are people still active in the community. And as I said before, even though I always say, celebrities are not to be used as pawns, but they are a voter base, and they have influence. That's the same with elders. They are a voter base from a different generation. That means they have resources and knowledge that we need so that we can develop a new plan. If you can't get into the mindset of what guerrilla warfare means, and you just out here in the public reckless, you need to check you. If when people leave your space, when you host spaces or discussions, and they feel like they are not even a part of the fight, it is not them. It's you. You can be angry. You can be passionate. You can be all those things. But your goal is supposed to be making sure that people become a part of the collective in how they can show up, not how you want them to show up. That's how we work collectively. That's how you get people to come and want to hear what the fuck you gotta say. Excuse my language. I don't have to be happy about everything I read and understand, and then turn around and regurgitate that back onto the people who I can see it happen to. I can say, I saw that this happened. I see that this happened. We can't allow that to happen again. So what were the tools that you used to get civil rights done? What happened, and how did you get a collective of people to do a bus boycott properly? There are tools and nuggets in all eras of time. If we take time to just find them and have the conversations before people leave this earth. The reason why I stopped following, outside of Yvette Cornell blocking me, because one of the things that turned me off was when she came after Dr. Claude Anderson. I heard her with my own 2 ears. And she said that he was too old. That his generation didn't have enough stamina to fight. When in actuality, they were trying just like we're trying. They didn't get a chance to get to the perspectives that we were getting to. And perhaps it was not their time. But at the end of the day, there's still nuggets to be learned from or to be given. Even with the Yvette and Antonio, as much as the SBA and ADOS, all kinds of fragmented things going on, there are nuggets to be learned and to be taken from all those things. We have to get to a point where we start to recognize that. Period. Have your discussions. Talk about all the in-betweens. Don't stay there. Because the fight is not landed on what the generation before us didn't do. The fight is actually landed on, okay, what weren't they able to do that we can do today? Because there's still dogs mauling people in the street. Police are still shooting people in the heads. Well, now they've gotten worse and bolder. And people are still being lynched. Mothers are crying. I mean, I'm sorry that you had to come in here and you had to feel the need that somehow you weren't enough at the time when you were, and that you didn't deserve rest at the time that you needed. And I do understand that, Mr. OG, there is a space for you and the generations before you who still have more to give if you can, while those of us prepare for battle. Because that's what it is. It's mental and a physical warfare and a spiritual warfare. And I refuse to indulge in with people who do not have emotional control, intellectual control, with their words. I just can't do it. I'm tired. I'm tired in that aspect because I'm just going to start flying cuss words at people. And I'm trying not to get to that point. So I really hope that we do better and when we're having conversations and we are developing strategies and working with amongst each other, that we definitely are building actively, because eventually we will all meet in person. And if you are going at me on Twitter, you're not going to like me in person.
Hey, let me say this. I would prefer to have a room full of elders, because elders get up, they go out, they vote. They're hardworking, they pay their taxes, they are civic minded, dutiful citizens of the country. They've lived a long life. They got a wealth of knowledge and experience. So I would prefer to have a civilized conversation with elders and really sit back and learn a lot. But I wanted to say this as well. The Reconstruction generation crawled so that the 1964 Civil Rights generation could walk. The 1960 generation walked so that we now can run, and we need to run. We must run so that in 60 years, our future generations can fly. And that really is the process. And that is the way that we build on top of legacies. And we just keep building and building and building. So we got Who Did You Boycott Today is up.
Thank you again. And I want to start with what Sister said about what was like growing up for me as a child. I believed when I started hearing that other melanated people were coming to America. I knew what my mother had went through. I knew she had worked 2 and 3 jobs to get us out of the projects. It's painful to have to grow up and know that your mom had to sit you down and read the newspaper to you. To warn you about walking outside your door. Trying to life. I am preparing you for the real world. I can't count how many times my mother said that to me and my sisters and brothers. I can't count the number of times she sat us down and read a newspaper article of a Black person being mistreated and being locked up or killed. So she sat us down and she told us 3 things that we had to understand before we stepped out that door. If you are approached by a police person, do not give them any reason to mistreat you. Do not give them any reason to take you to jail. Do not give them any reason to kill you. So yes, I accept the responsibility, like OG said, that we relaxed. I went into the military 11 days after graduation to help my mom. I went through all of that prejudice in the military.
Mm.
I almost threw in the towel. I almost asked to get out.
Mm.
But then I remembered my mother didn't give up. So I changed my mind. I told them I wasn't going to walk away. I was not going to let them beat me down. So yes, it's hard to hear the generations that came after 1980 place blame here and place blame there. Well, I will be the first to tell you, I blame myself. I know I let myself down and I let my community down. But I think also that we needed that time, like Sister said. We believed that civil rights was going to finally
change everything.
Give us what our people had died for, what our people had got hung and burned for. That they integrated our schools. I don't remember seeing white people until I got to junior high school. And so integration happened at the end of halfway through my life. By the time it hit me, I had already been shaped by my environment. I had to go to sleep to gunshots. I had to witness a brother getting killed over a marble at 7 years old. But I still knew I had to keep on putting one foot in front of the other and never giving up. Never thinking for 1 minute or second that we were not going to survive. So yes, I accept the responsibility. But at the same time, after 1980, the world changed. We didn't have the internet. We didn't have all the distractions. We just simply tried to survive. So they didn't hit us with what they hit the generation that came after 1980. We had 3 channels. Lucky we had a phone or a TV. So I had to raise my daughter after 1980. So I fully understand how the generations that came after 1980 feel. They got introduced to the technology and everything else that came with it. So I'm not going to push any blame off on anyone. I'm just going to take the blame and put it on myself and understand that every day that the good Lord has given me after 50 has been nothing but gravy. And it was meant for me to be here for some purpose, to give back in every way humanly possible. Because everyone that came before me gave so that I could have a chance at life, so that I could have a chance to live out my days on this earth the best way humanly possible. So it's hard at times to sit in spaces. So I do apologize again for leaving. But like Sister said again, I checked myself and I knew I had to come back because I was wrong. So thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate you coming back.
Me too.
Me three.
Shut up.
Can I say something real quick? Can I say something real quick?
Yes, sir, Chase.
Yeah, sister, this is directly to you. There's enough blame for everybody to go around, and everybody grabbing it. Okay? But now, let's get to the building part. We know that I can sit up here. I know personally within my own family. So them old heads, stone cold, fucking Uncle Ruckus. You know, and we all go, and you know, some of us have family members, or we know somebody with an Uncle Ruckus in their family. That's the most horrible shit you can see. You know, these are the type of people that should be given that blame to. You know, and you know, and it's like a lot of younger folks, we really can't understand what our grandparents went through and what our parents went through, because we wasn't that we didn't live their lives in their childhood. Y'all seen a lot of the bad things. You know, a lot of the young folks, man, they're like really sheltered. You know, you put them out here and you let them loose, and do you really think that they'll be able to take care of themselves? Nah, the Black community need mothers like you. We need the older sisters to hold it down and keep us stabilized and everything. All right, y'all get refocused. This is what y'all need to do now. All right, y'all done wild out a little too goddamn long. Now straighten up. You know, and you know it's unfortunate. You know what I'm saying, that the older people in our bloodline, in our family, Black Americans, is very unfortunate that the younger Black folks will be real quick to scapegoat them. And you know, my question is, a young person asks an old person, what did y'all do? My question to the young people is, what the fuck did you do? You know, you're talking about a lot of shit on right now. You know, these guys are still talking about making music videos and popping bottles and going to the club. And you got all this shit going on in the world. So tell me what the fuck you do. You see, but now what it takes is that the smart people in our community, young and old, the mature people in our community, young and old, to get together, because all of this shit is just basically left to us. Ain't nobody thinking about doing stuff like this. Hey, these are our think tanks right now. This is where we're at. This is where you're getting up with other Black people that are like-minded. Man, we ain't out here just to be on some kumbaya shit. You know, we can get to that later on. You know, but now, you know, this task is left up to people like us that think shit through. And I'm going to go ahead and stop the bus on that. But we appreciate you, sister. Don't think that you're not appreciated.
Hey, look, yeah, I just want to say, look, when I speak my ideas and my visions and concepts, you know, it's like 5, 10, 15, 20 years in the future. I always think in the future. Many times I don't think in the past. I think in the future. So I just want people just to, just try to vision, what I say, it's in the future. That's all I have to say.
Please don't think about Nigeria taking over West Africa anymore. Could you stop thinking about that, please?
Well, you know what? It is something that came to me back in the early 1990s, and I went to.
Well, send it away from you. Tell them, say, "Get thee behind me, Satan." Go ahead, take that idea out to it. Black Americans, we need you down for us. Look, before I got rubbed up, this is what I wanted to tell you, brother. Yeah. You're surrounded by Black excellence, and that knowledge you got about import, export, and stuff like that. Brother, we got sisters in here with a diaper company, sisters holding other things down, and they don't have no Black brothers mentoring them and giving them the game like that. And brother, you've been sitting on this knowledge, bro. Man, Black American homeland. I'm getting a little, bro. You need to be mentoring these sisters. The more brothers that help these sisters out and get to those spots, you know what I'm saying? And listen, man, Raina got a whole diaper brand, Hello Puppet.
Mm-hmm.
One Love says she got 2 companies. Brother, you got business experience, man. Share that with these sisters and with some of these young brothers. I'm in the tech shit. Man, and when I find black people who talk about tech, they're not trying to do anything other than be a fucking techie. They're not doing nothing for black people.
Mm.
So I'm like, I'm basically alone with this shit. But bro, you got that experience. Come on, Black American. Come on, bro. Man, sit down and have the forum with these sisters, man. Build them up, bro. And some of these young brothers, man, give us some of that knowledge. You retired? You got some time on your hand? I'm going to go ahead and stop the bus on that.
Oh, excuse me. I want to apologize to Black America. And I want to also apologize to everyone in the room again. And thank y'all for all your support.
No. What are you apologizing for? What are you apologizing for?
How I responded to our disagreement.
Oh, okay. I must have missed that. Well, I'm sorry. Let me not speak for someone else because I didn't hear anything. I actually got kicked out. So.
Yeah, put out the room. I didn't see you. You was there 1 minute and gone.
Yeah, the space kept kicking me out. And Secret Sister, I don't know why it's not letting me bring you up here.
Okay, we got Miss Trouble up.
Hey, everybody. How's everyone doing tonight?
Hey, sis. And I see Neil in the room, too. All my beautiful brothers and sisters all up in this space. Yeah.
What? Riding out late. Well, I don't know how late it is for y'all. It's 3 o'clock my time. But peace and love to the group. I'm not going to keep y'all on. I know y'all been rocking a long time all night. I feel bad, and I'm sorry for our elders who, is passionate about their people, and passionate about helping in any way that they can, and have been doing all that they can and have been able to do in their youth, even to the point to where they had to stop doing for their people at a particular time to raise their families or to just, take care of themselves. And I've had to pull myself back from. I love to space hop sometimes because I like to learn from different people, even if I disagree with them. Sometimes, you can always learn something. But the conversations surrounding our elders have become so contentious and disgusting. Till I can't even let myself go back into some of the people's rooms who have been holding those spaces because of the arrogance in their voice that I hear coming from them. And it's like Brother Chase had said, he summed it up so well. Each generation, you learn something different that the generation before you didn't know. And we've been blessed up until this point with the age of the internet. And I really, really wish our younger folks was, because I'm in that in between space. I'm not young, ain't gonna never be young again. I ain't too old, but my bones is telling me a different story. But I'm I'm still at that in between space. But it's really. And I don't know, maybe us in between folks need to be the bridge in between that gap. I don't like to get inside of their spaces because they don't like to allow you to hold the mic very long when you say something that they don't necessarily want to hear. Because, and I'm gonna be 100% truthful with you all. And I know that this is not going to sound right, but I don't have a different analogy to in my mind at this moment to place it on. When we look back at some of the videos and some of the pictures of the old of a young crowd of white boys and white children standing around our black folks who's being burned or being hung from a tree, and they have this certain type of arrogance and this look on their face, this burn them at the stake type of mentality that you could see on them. Sometimes when I go inside of these rooms with our young folks, the attitude that they have towards our elders is resemblant upon that. That's how it makes me feel when I hear them. It's this cult-like mentality where burn the elders, kill them. And you're not saying that, but your attitude reflects that. Now, maybe you all don't get that, and that's okay. That's all well and good. That's how I feel. That's what I see. And it's real disgusting. They don't allow them to have the mic for long. They get the mic and they want to tear them down immediately. And it's this impulse for them to constantly blame. What, and like the brother said, what are you doing? What would you have done in that situation? Would you have been out there with the MLKs and the Rosa Parks of the world who had the fortitude to sit on the bus and go through that foolishness? Would you been able to get hit upside your head with a brick? Would you have had the fortitude to sit down at a sitting? Everything that they've done in their past led up to where we're at right now and what we're able to do. There's going to always be mistakes. Hell, we're making some mistakes. These young folks are going to make some mistakes. And what is your children going to say about you? They're going to tell you the same thing that you're trying to tell our elders right now. Is that you should have done more. You didn't do A, B, and C. But you all want to be the face of a movement so bad. Baby, do you know what it means to be the face of a movement? Are you really ready for that smoke? I don't think you're ready for that kind of smoke, honey, because those who wanted to be the face of this movement are no longer here.
That's what comes
if
with
they
it.
don't understand that, I don't
That's
know what to tell them. You think being on Twitter, if you want to be the face and the voice, so you can be that on Twitter, but you're gonna be that out in the streets. It's cool when you sitting online chiming with your little homies that come up in your room every time you hold one, and y'all sitting there rubbing each other's butts and patting each other on the back and rubbing each other's bellies and kiss, smooch. That's all. That's real goddamn cute. I done been inside some marches. I lived in Kansas, marching down the street, didn't know what my drill team was joining inside of a Pan-Africanist march. And the woman had my drill team. I was about 13, 14 years old, chanting, "The White House is the crack house, and Uncle Sam is the pusher man." Who's the number one pusher in the world today? The government, the CIA. We didn't know what the hell we were saying, but it sounded good, and goddamn it, we felt that. But you know what we wasn't ready for? We wasn't ready for them line of crackers who was standing up the street throwing rocks at our black asses as we was marching with them.
Wow. Wow.
And my mother, who was the director of the drill team, had us hut to the left, and had us left, right, left our asses right up out that damn march. Because she knew what time it was. But us being young, we was ready for the fight. We wanted to pick up rocks, and the woman, the Pan-African who was running it, y'all put the rocks down. Don't react. She didn't want us to react. But she didn't understand my drill team was full of gangbangers and sisters of gangbangers, and we wasn't getting ready to take that. My mother recognized that and said, "To the left." And we left up out that march. So you young kids online right now, it's cute when you sitting behind your closed doors talking about what woulda, shoulda, coulda, goddamn woulda, shoulda, coulda. But you ain't gonna get your ass offline and do it. It's cute how y'all sit there and talk smack to the next man. Oh, I do this. I pull up. Where you live at? Where you live at? Nigga, if you lived across the street, you wouldn't roll up on nothing. You wouldn't bust a goddamn grape. I am so tired of the younger generation smelling their goddamn selves, and they probably learn how to wipe that ass properly. Still got mother's milk on your breath, but you want to have all of this smoke for the elders.
Look, trouble. What my mother would say, milk under your breath and shit in your ass.
Okay.
I'm never eating cereal again after that.
My mother was a Pisces, straight out of Shreveport, Louisiana. And was raised by a gangster. She had a tongue of a sailor. So when I say that she was about it, my mother was about it. Okay, and she carried herself like a lady, but she would beat your ass.
Sister, you got to say it like this. They just don't. They just don't build women like y'all anymore. And, you know, and I'm looking at y'all sisters. If you ain't got no burn marks on the back of your neck from that hot curling iron, you just ain't built like that. That's a joke. Y'all should know about that hot curling iron.
You know we know about that hot curling.
Hey, man, you just want to have make don't go into PSTD, yo, Chase. You know,
look, and what they do, put some butter on it. What they do, put some butter on it.
It was good. Listen. Didn't nobody look? They was it was trial and error. Listen, Madam C.J. Walker built the culture off of teaching Black women how to use that hot comb and some grease. And as time moved on, they didn't transition until after the 80s. And when they damn it realized, oh, you're not supposed to be using Crown Royal with the hot comb. But that's how you got the presses to last. Look, it was Blue Magic or Crown Royal. And some people use, I think, Murray's too. But look, at the end of the day, them are memories that the younger generation they won't see. They won't know. So Trouble is right. She right on the money, honey.
Yeah, I just want them to stop being so arrogant, stop being so hateful towards our elders, and stop looking for somebody to place the blame on, because we love placing the blame when we don't know where else to put it. We just assign it somewhere and get comfortable, but with it being right there, whether we fully understand that's where it's supposed to be or not. And that is not, our elders are not where the blame lies at. That we had all kind of COINTELPRO type of operations going on back then, and it's gotten even more sophisticated now. And some of them sitting there cheesing and chumming it up with each other and don't know that the other person that they so close with is an agent. And they sitting there on a space with them every day, all day long, inboxing back and forth, and don't know that that person was sent to be that agent. They were sent to get close to you. They were sent to monitor everything. And you sitting there feeling like you got a corner market on what? Because y'all don't understand that the majority of the work that has to be done is not going to be done online. It's not going to be done in these spaces. It's nice that we could collaborate and find the people that we have like minds with, but to be honest and true with it, the real work happens in the street. That's the test of time. That has always been the test of times. And I'm sorry, but our elders work with what they had. They didn't have this internet, so they work harder than what the hell y'all doing right now. Because they had to go in between the little phone calls that they was able to make. They had to send messages through mail. They had to go in between from one city to the next. They had work. That was work. You sitting on side of a space I don't want to demean what it is that we're doing now, but come on. I need people to act like they got a little bit of act right. They got a little bit of common sense. I know common sense ain't too common in this generation, but damn. We got to stop vexing our elders and start learning from them. Start asking the tough questions, and actually sit down and listen for understanding and not for a reaction, so you can have something cute and smart to say because you're feeling a little educated. You're feeling like you're doing something a whole lot better. You got a little swizzle in your tizzle. I just need our people to stop vexing each other. There's very little elders that I hear vexing the youth, but I hear more of the youth vexing the elders. And any fool could tell you, I done been there to a place where I thought I knew more than my mama. And she tried to tell me, and I had to grow up and get my own kids before I finally understood, damn, mama, you was right. I can't go back and tell my mama that she was right because she gone now. But there's some days I sit here with my heart so full and my tears betraying me. because I want to tell her, damn, Mama, you was right. I apologize for being that asshole that thought I knew it all and you was really trying to teach me. You was trying to school me, but I swear I thought I knew it all. I swear I thought I was smarter than you. I swear, because you from South Carolina, you from the country. Mama, we living in a city. You don't know what you talking about. Times done changed, Mama. And while some things have changed, there's some things that remain the goddamn same. And I'm going to land right there.
You sure you want to land? I don't think we're ready for you to land right now.
You know that sister, when they talk like that, you know she got them burn marks from that eye curling out too.
I know that's right.
And the forehead and the neck.
Don't forget the ear.
Okay.
Hey, secret sister, welcome.
Major red flag. Hi, how you doing? Irella. Hi, Israella. Hi, family. I just wanted to come in and say hi. You know, Trouble, you was tearing it up, and that's the problem I had on here. As I think you didn't seen it a lot. I had a lot of problems. I felt as though coming on here, I loved learning from youth, middle age. I love learning from everybody. We all could learn from each other. But the thing is look at me. I didn't put boots to the ground, even since reparations. You getting what I'm saying? So the fact that I went for Marcel. I went, I did all these things, and I'm like, okay, so where's the youth? But all they know how to say, like you said, is they know how to put us down. They know how to put the elders down, and you're stupid, you're old, you're too old, you don't know. But they don't realize that it's the elders' generation that got you where you're at. I'm realizing they are forgetting who they are and where they came from. And most elders look back and they say, because I had to step back off of this. And I had to say, you know what? Since I came on here to educate my people and be a whistleblower for my people. And I don't care. I put my life on the line once again for my people. And my people shit on me. Do I give up on y'all? No. But I can't give up on myself either. So I had to push back, because what I'm not going to do, I'm not going to be disrespected. If I don't disrespect anyone else, it's no need, to be called all these names, to be getting nasty things in my DM boxes. When I don't push anything on anyone, I just try to tell you the secrets that I have in my head from working with these people. And I want to tell my family that what they're telling you, they're telling you the opposite. Take anything that these crackers have told you, and I'm going to be honest, flip it. If they said that they the majority and we the minority, flip it. You getting what I'm saying? And I'm just trying to tell them, just like I've been trying to open up and tell you men, but they're after you. Like they have like a whole manifesto to take you down by way of being gay. That's why they took the powdered milk. When I was trying to tell people that, they took the powdered milk and they put more estrogen in it. They now want to breed gays. They want to breed y'all out. You getting what I'm saying? The same thing I was trying to tell people, y'all be careful when y'all go to the rally, and you make sure. I said they're going to be on the roof. I'm only being a whistleblower for my family. I don't give a fuck about them white people. I can't. We got too much work we got to do in our family right here. I can't care about cousins across the water. I can't care about how somebody feel. I can't give a fuck about none of that. Because for real, I would really like for all the motherfuckers go. Because they the only ones that could be deported. They're the only ones that can. We can't be deported. This is our shit. You getting what I'm saying? And everybody just wants to shut out the old people because y'all got all the answers. And when you go to just say, okay, and keep your thing back, then you got to be called when you're just telling the truth. Now, the truth might not always sound so real because we've been fed lies. We are still dealing with mental slavery. So what they tell y'all, I'm not in that. I'm not under mind control like or my people is, because I knew, and you understand, I knew what they were doing, and they couldn't do it to an employee. So my thing is, and I'm trying to keep y'all from being there. Open your minds up and understand there ain't nothing that cannot be. Everything is possible. So take that shit and go. They have all these rules. We didn't need, when we was here by ourselves, we didn't need a government then. So why the hell are we under any of their government now? It's enough of us. And the thing is I hate to sit back and see my people, y'all hate yourselves. And I'm going to say that. I'm looking like y'all hate yourselves. You got to hate yourselves when you can shoot somebody that look like you. Y'all hate yourselves. You're just too much of a bitch to put the gun in your mouth and do it to you. I know that sounds harsh, but this is what I want to say to the young people. You want to act all tough, but you won't put that gun in your mouth and pull the trigger. Because it's the same thing when you pull it on your brother and it look just like you. So that breaks a matriarch's heart to sit there and see that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? And it Trouble, you was just tearing it up. It was so much you was hitting on, and I love learning from them. DJ is my teacher. He knows that. He's my teacher. I'm learning so much about this computer stuff through DJ. I am not lying. I don't know this. I sat in on Elon Musk's Twitter space today, and he was, asking people, give me things that, I can make it better. He's sticking with this free speech. But my thing is we need to be standing up to the fact they want to sit here and cancel us, take down a page, this, that, and the other. But everybody can say nigger? Really? Like, they can say nigger and nobody gets there's no repercussions for that. They say nigger. They say big, they call a woman a bitch and all that. So if you really want to do all that, how come I can't say Jew? Jewish. Because they are Jewish. They are Jew-like. They ain't really no Jews, and they know that. They're white people. Caucasians from the Caucasus Mountains where they ate each other. They do, see, they are the monkeys, the savages, the zoo animals. They are kids that we had that have some kind of disability in their gene work. So say trouble. I will say, when I was sitting here, I was like, "Oh my God, somebody here!" So I have been gone. I just said, I can't do this. No, I can't be disrespected because I like to get on the plane. I will get on the plane and go whoop your motherfucking ass. So I just be like, let me just stop. And then the fact that I can do what I want, I mean, through being what I used to be, you messing with the law. Like I'm trying to use it to help you, but you keep on fucking with me.
And everybody, I'll say it again. That's another sister that sounds like she got some of them burn marks on the back of her neck. Curly eyes.
I damn sure do. The ones you put on the heat stove with the fire. Oh yeah. And guess what? I still got them. They call it Marcel curlers. Say it with me, Marcel's. It's crazy. They call it Marcel curlers. And guess what? They give the best curls. They slay, lay, and lay to the side, everything. They do all that. But and another thing, when I be trying to sit here and I say to these young women, on how to properly be a lady, like when two men are arguing, shut the hell up. That ain't for you to do. And then when they call you a black bitch, I can't argue. I mean, I can't say nothing because now you done stepped in their shoes. I raised my kids. You respect everybody until they don't respect you. I don't care how old they are, because if it's 100-year-old woman, long as she got her man, and she's calling my son, you faggot ass bitch, and then guess what? She put herself in a child's position, so you're going to get that child work. So that's why I come in rooms and I said, if I bring respect, I'm going to get it. It's no other way they can come. But now I look like, damn, I'm respectful. These little bastards are still disrespectful. Who raised you? So then you guys say, well, goddamn. But see, I come from a line of marriages. And so this is why I said, the father in the house, and when I hear these little girls say, I don't need no man, girl, shut up. Yes, you do. I do. Unless you go that little other way. I'm not saying them little letters, and I only know one language. It's dyke, faggot. I know, I don't, might sound harsh now because y'all are so soft. Like, we come from the...
Hold on, stick sister Mitchell, like, this is TSL. You ain't got no degrees. You ain't got no Howard.
Shut up.
Who are you? Don't misgender me. Don't misgender me.
Excuse me. Could I ask you something, sister, and everybody else in the room? Because I've been twirling this thought in my head when he was talking about our population and everything like that. When it was really referring to white folks' population. But what I'm getting at is that I was thinking during the time when the crack epidemic hit the black communities, and you started seeing brothers go down with the shit, and then sisters going down, and family. That's when you started seeing a rapid decline with the black family. And then I'm thinking that some of the bullshit that we got going on, I swear, I'm thinking it's like the grandkids of crack babies.
Yes.
Because I swear they just do some of this.
It seems like the genes went forward or something. Don't it seem like it's like the genes, like it's passed, the stupid shit is passed down in the genes or something. And I'm sitting there because our kids, me and my husband's kids, they think old school. You getting what I'm saying? And they are 32, and my daughter will be 30 this year. But she don't got no kids. She said, I want to stack my money. They got their own cribs and things like that. You know what I'm saying? And they sit there and tell me, Mom, that, this is what they do now. because they looking on old mind frame. But if the Black community could have a do-over and go back, and I know this might sound harsh as hell, but come on, y'all. We in slavery and back in, and I don't please don't take it the wrong way. Just listen to the little meat that I'm talking about. In slavery, Jim Crow, our men, we had family units, and we knew how to handle our shit. We are the women. We are our children's first teacher. Daddy's the disciplinary. And guess what? You want me to tell your dad? And them kids get straight. Grandma and granddad, and then great granddad and grandma, they were porch teachers. They told you, get your ass over here. I got to tell you a story. Back then, you thought, oh, here go another one. But in reality, now, I'm using it now because I learned something through a story, and everybody know that. But see, they'll never be able to tell their lineage, their generational story, because these little motherfuckers don't want to sit down. You know what I mean? They don't want to hear nothing. They know everything. You know, and I told my kids, I'm not even grown. To be grown is to know it all. I do not know it all. And I know damn well y'all don't, because you're shooting each other. You're killing each other up. You know what I'm saying? But believe it or not, our population ain't doing nothing but growing. All these killing each other, and the population's still growing. They try, and one thing about it is Black people, they found out our key. For one, our Black men got the golden seed. They literally have that in the manifesto I was reading. And because anything y'all get, we can be holders of anything. And our babies might come out looking like it's white and we Black. But when it's a Black daddy, you could tell that child got a Black daddy. But not always, even when it's a mixed child. When it's a white daddy and a Black mommy, do you ever see how that child look? So they started to realize that. Then they started to realize they know we smarter because we don't really need no books. Our stuff is, we go out, try it, and if it works, we do. We are very innovative because we have melanin. Like we are good to go. I had hair on my arm. I didn't know what that was. I thought it was a bug. But it's just we just gotta try to do a do-over in a current time, if that makes any sense. Like give it some and some boost, but just try to respect each other and respect each other's generations, because we all can learn from each other. On that note, I am going to sit, but thank you, Trouble, because you tore that up. And DJ, leave me alone.
Woo-hoo. Okay, thank you for that, Secret Sister. So let me do this so that we don't have a space that sort of went down the road of generational I don't even know what the word, generational war. So like I think Chase mentioned that it was some of his elders in his family even who sort of went down the wrong path. And that's true in the youth, but there also are some warriors in the youth as well. And we got to find those ones and help them help us, because the torch gets passed, and the torch, for whatever reason, in that what I call the 5 stages of grief. The first stage is sort of that denial and party phase, and I believe that's really what the 70s was like, a party. So a lot got lost in that, because that generation did feel like they had accomplished the mission. They achieved everything. And of course, the way this white degeneracy works is it mutates and it evolves. So it's a slow process in real time, but when you have a chance to look back on it, you see that they are constantly working to alter and essentially reassert themselves, and it doesn't really matter what the system is. So even when we gain full control over these states, they are still going to be working to mutate and evolve to gain control over the levers. And so this is a constant fight. And I believe what we've learned as one of our main lessons and principles is it's never over. It's never going to be over. And we have to pass that knowledge down to the youth so that they understand you will never be able to take a break. You can't take a decade off or whatever. You've got to stay in the fight. That's very, very important. So it's about 4 a.m. There is a topic that I'm kind of itching for the news toter space, because I see that it is in the space. It is a hot topic. So, if you get a chance to come to the news toter space tomorrow night, please do. Because this is interesting. I see a lot of people got a lot of takes on it. I'm probably against, or not against, and not even in opposition. I just have the opposite view on what's going on in that particular situation. So I do want to come in that space and at least speak to it, because it seems like everybody's got one opinion of it, and I see the bigger vision in a lot of things, and sometimes it's hard to be that way when everybody else is kind of just looking at what's happening in the moment. Even with and Ye's a big example of that, where throughout his career he seemed to have always have the bigger vision. People didn't necessarily understand it at different points in time, and even with all of his extremely bad takes and problematic takes, I mean, that recent interview was I mean, I only saw the clips. I do want to go back and watch the whole thing, but there was the moments in the clips where you're just like, oh my God, and of course they highlight those clips. They don't go through and get the clips where he actually is saying something that's coherent, that actually makes sense, that people would support. So they always paint the narrative the way they want to. But at any rate, I still, and I'm probably one of the few people on the planet that's still holding out hope for some bigger vision that this guy has, for what it's worth. So, and I know he's in consultation with the Nation of Islam and other groups like that. So just gotta hope and pray that he gets much closer to those people and gets far away from these other people, and then just focuses in on the Black American community, because for what it's worth, Tyler Perry got wealthy off the Black community. All of these Black American record owners, the record label companies, they all got wealthy off the Black American community. The clothing companies got wealthy. So there is a path to where you can develop a business that caters to Black America. You can develop a model where you can become wealthy, and you don't have to essentially, I don't know what to call it anymore. It's like a midlife crisis in between of a religious crisis and who knows what mental health crisis. There's a lot of crises going on, but hopefully he finds his purpose and he calms way down. And because that whole presidential run seems absurd at this point. As a supporter from a distance, I do not want him with the access to nuclear codes. I'm sorry. That's just not okay with me at this point. But other than that, I do want to see people go in that news sort of space, because there's going to be some good topics in there tomorrow. So, But it's 4 a.m. If anybody else would like to come up and speak, please do. Okay, let me see. We got Miss Rella. She keeps getting, man, man, they had her in the Matrix. They've had her in timeout all night long, and that sucks, man. So I swear there's spaces where I'm in it like that, and no matter what I do, they just keep dropping and dropping and dropping and dropping. And you know, they probably tagged the account with these little whatever codes, the algorithm or whatever the case would be. And it's interesting in that Elon meeting space, he kept talking about the code and saying how Twitter's code was horrible coming in. I mean, that's these are his words. He's saying coming in, looking at the Twitter code and engineering, the way it was built, he said it was horrible. It essentially trash. And he's trying to get engineers and code writers to actually build it up to what it should be, which is very interesting, being an outsider or whatever, and hearing that information, because you know, I never got that impression until the spaces, and then you start seeing a lot of people getting you know, shadow banned, deplatformed, whatever the case may be. So that is very, very interesting. Okay, Chase, and then Professor came up to speak. Let's see. You got it, Chase.
All right, so Twitter is built off of an RTC type of architecture. There's nothing wrong with Twitter. Twitter's designed and working the way that it's supposed to operate. That's RTC.
Okay.
Because they have control of the codes, they can manipulate the algorithms, and they can do all to. They're in total control of it now.
Okay.
The only thing that this guy is trying to do is bring in engineers so they can bring blockchain to Twitter. That's his whole plan on ushering it in, because he's not. Listen, Twitter been working all this time, and now all of a sudden, by convenience, it just starts messing up when he takes over. No, we know the spaces are fairly new, but Twitter has been working the way that it's designed to work. It's just an RTC.
Okay.
The reason why he's bringing in those engineers is because he wants to bring blockchain to Twitter. And guess who's getting ready to start using blockchain? All of y'all people on Twitter.
Interesting.
That's my conspiracy theory.
Okay. Yeah, RTC, I'll have to look into that. So we got, I don't know if Professor wanted to speak, but if not, Secret Sister, you got it.
I would have to say we don't have to do that, Chase. All we have to do is go to majority state, member, social, and I'm going to leave it all in your hands, Mr. Majority. So if something goes down, you and DJ, you're responsible. So I'd rather my brother be responsible than a white guy.
Yeah, so social. So what I will say is that the platform that we have is Black American centered, and the platform that is built on is planning to introduce live video conferencing with multiple speakers and multiple listeners and a chat room. And so essentially it'll be, I'm assuming, much like Zoom, but on the social platform. So hosts of communities will be able to launch a live video conferencing stream, and then people will be able to come up and speak. And it is a video conferencing, but I'm assuming that you'll be able to use an avatar, so you don't necessarily have to be on camera, but it can operate very similar to the spaces, just with the avatar. And if someone wants to be on camera, like right now I'm on YouTube, I'm on camera on YouTube, the host can do that if they choose to. But yeah, that'll be a nice addition and something that kind of been hoping for, some way for us to communicate on there and have meetings and events on there as well. And so I'm looking forward to it. We do have people signing up, joining. I think we're very close to 200 members at this point, and we have some people who are building communities, and actually trying to get our first paywall community set up. So that's a little exciting. So we got to get news. So I said it to him once, but we got to get him to be quite honest. He's somebody who I know he has a I think he has a subscription type service on his platform, but it would be nice for him to have a paywall on social where he can put some unique stories, and then people who want to support him can definitely support him on social and get his unique content over there, because it'll just create a revenue stream that can help, if he has monthly subscribers or whatever the case may be. So go ahead, Professor.
Yeah, thank you, brother Majority, man. Good to see you in the space tonight.
Mm-hmm.
I see you down there, Sister Trouble. What's up, Secret Sister? How you doing?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and okay, I see Rilla made it back up in there. Yeah, I said she had dropped out. I see she made it back. I see that's
Hi, Professor.
Yes, how you doing?
I'm okay. How are you?
Shit, I'm sleepy as hell. Yeah, I had to
What
drop
you
out
sleepy for?
because I had to work today. I ended up having to do mandatory overtime. So, so when I was in the earlier space, man, I was getting so tired. I said, "Shit, I'm about to drop out of here because I need to go lay down." And but yeah, they had us doing mandatory overtime today. It pissed me off, but anyway. I digress. But I was in that Elon. I listened to that crap for a little bit where he was talking over there, and one of the things that's been concerning, and I'm pretty sure for all of us, for the most of us, is the 208% of the racial slurs that's being used against our people on these spaces. I think that's what I saw the other day. The numbers is like 208%.
Yes.
And we're not just talking about racial slurs. We're talking about people making actual threats. Like I was in some space. I think it was Leon. It was in Leon's space yesterday. Some caucasoid or caucasoid bot or whatever you want to call it comes up in the space and just starts spitting out some hatred, talking about you niggas gonna die and this type of stuff. And I said, "Oh shit! See, this is what I'm talking about. Elon got to get a grip on this." That was the question that I put in a little comment thing while he was doing his little thing tonight. I think he spoke on it, not the way he probably should have spoke on it, but he talked about because that question came up a couple of times by different people. I know I was one of them. He said something about the bots. He said, I got to see about defeating these bots. I think that's what he said. And it's just I got to find a way to get a control on these bots. And I was like, it ain't all bots.
So the bots are responsible for racism now? The fuck out of here.
It sounds like that's what he said.
This man done destabilized whole countries down there in South America. Whole fucking countries just so he can get his hands on lithium. And Elon is racist himself.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Being that I think he's from South Africa. Yes, and of course he comes out of a privileged family. Let's just tell it like it is. His mom, I believe, was some kind of model. I think she still calls herself at 70-something years old, still modeling. But he comes out of a privileged family, out of South Africa. So this man is racist. Of course, he knows about the apartheid. He knows all about it.
But he said, yeah, he talked about the bots. Now, and let's be honest, y'all. These people that's in these spaces doing this stuff are not bots. It might be some, but I mean, the majority of these folks that's making these threats towards us is live white supremacists that are getting up in here and they changing their avatar. They going to different profiles and setting up fake accounts all over the place, and so they can come up in our spaces and just say whatever to us and make threats and stuff like that.
Forget the voice changer.
Can I read my?
Remember that voice changer they used?
Listen, I'm gonna read my latest post. This is just from tonight, an hour ago. It says, "Hi there." It's from Joseph Moore. The pictures of a white guy, and he says, "Hi there. Would you like some money? I'd be willing to pay you as reparations for my white privilege if you like." I'm reading the words exactly how he wrote it.
Yeah, I've been getting those too. They were saying something about being a mammy or something like that, and that's your reparations and stuff like that. I mean, they're coming at us, and then when you send those in, nothing happen. Nothing happen.
That's what I'm gonna tell y'all, because after this nut job came up in that space last night with Leon, he added me to some type of anti-Semite follow page, and I looked and said, "What the hell? This what?" He added me. It was like a list of all different black people and white people, and
we don't have to talk about that behind.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, it was a list of anti-Semite. Basically, he was trying to say all of us are anti-Semites, and that at the top of it said that this is the list that Elon need to get rid of. He need to get rid of these pages here, is what he was saying. And I was like, now, how is it that I'm an anti-Semite? How did I ended up in this list? And but I went through that page that this person set up, and he had a whole bunch of people, like screenshots of different things that we have said, things that we have retweeted, or whatever we have said. He posted his screenshots, and I said, "Damn, whoever this is, man, this is the type of shit that Elon needs to remove." And then I noticed, I think it was in your space right now tonight. Black Majority, Leon or somebody put it up in your Jumbotron that person's page was actually blocked. It's in y'all Jumbotron. I saw it tonight.
Oh yeah.
The guy, as a matter of fact, the guy's name is Chutter Holly or something like that.
Yeah, we blocked him.
I reported that guy, and then they sent me that they found him in violation for that picture that he posted. Yeah.
Yeah, but is his page still up there?
I don't know if his page is still up, but he.
I fixed the picture. Third from the left in the Jumbotron. Get in the upper room. Secret sister. Nah.
I honestly, to be honest with you, like, when you think about it, like, none of the agencies are all connected to Twitter and stuff. They monitoring Twitter. They ain't leaving Twitter because Twitter is a bedrock for criminals gone wild, and people who commit domestic terrorism. I'm starting to just go ahead and flag their ass. Because I'm not playing no games with these people.
Block them, report them.
And that's why Elon just sent out a message talking about this will be used against you in court. Hell yeah, it'll be used against you in court. And if at the end of the day, I think if we get wise, we also could get to a point where we might have to even file a class action lawsuit against Elon Musk, because he doesn't seem to want to get rid of these people or have his engineers take care of the issues like domestic terrorism or cyber terrorism on this app. And if that's not his issue, well, why we going ahead and Twix it? Because I coined the term Twix it. It's like Brexit, but Twix it. And go ahead and carry ourselves off onto Black platforms. Let Twitter fall where it may. Like, it honestly, I think our issues, we really need to hit them where it hurts. And where it's going to hurt is you go ahead and get these people flagged. Every time you see a message, matter of fact, I think I flagged a young, so I guess people were like, oh, he's just a young boy. Ain't nobody worried about him. You gonna flag a young boy at his house. Well, consequences will happen. If his ass wanted to put out threats to people, well, he needs to go ahead and see the police. FBI needs to come visit his goddamn house.
Exactly.
Like they do everybody else. Because ain't nobody, no one does it better. I always say no one does it better than a white boy or a white man when it comes to domestic terrorism. Because it seems like that's all they know. They march down the damn street with their face covered. While you see they in the communities walking down the street with face coverings on. Why you got face coverings on? Aren't y'all proud? You not proud to be doing what you're doing? Because if you was proud, why you not just showing your face walking down the street? No, you're not. Because you want to be undercover, hidden in these streets, causing mischief. Them are thugs, and they need to be classified as domestic terrorists. And the labels need to fall where it may. Tell every goddamn body. As soon as you see them, scream it out loud. If you walking down the street and somebody try to make you sidestep off the curb, he is harassing you. Domestic terrorism. Them people was like, oh, you being a Karen. No, I can't be a Karen. I can't be a Karen, but I'll be a Cheryl on your ass. Real quick. So
Big Swole, 42.
I like that. Well, yeah, I see everybody reported that guy there because I reported him last night. As soon as he came in there and made that threat, I went and reported him for violence. And every time I see one of them coming in these spaces, making threats like that, I'm going to report him for the violence.
Right before you left, I was trying to call Zesty up on stage, and he rolled on out. I said, "Oh, Zesty didn't left." Well, all their asses gonna be reported, flagging all of them. His name was a white guy named Zesty. His name was Zesty.
Zesty, because I want to block him. I want to be able to go turn him in, and that's it. Just Zesty.
Yeah, Zesty. That was it.
Okay.
That was the fat white boy that was telling Kanye if he was in my hood.
No, that wasn't No, I don't remember what his name was. But yeah, he got flagged too. I flagged I tagged the FBI, I tagged Department of Defense, and I flagged Homeland Security. And I put on here, these are domestic cyber threats. And they need to be tracked. Somebody needs to go see him. And so all the white boys came down the timeline talking about oh, you overdoing it and da-da-da. You goddamn right I am. You goddamn right. Because when they was doing water holes and dogs, guess what? My ancestors didn't get to call the FBI right away. So I'm a damn sure use my damn resources as they are available to me. Yes.
Yeah, so on that account, he so what they did was they gave him the opportunity to delete the post. So his account's still up, but they're making him delete the post. So for whatever that's worth, I don't think that's worth a whole hell of a lot, to be honest.
Yeah, it's not. We need that guy's page to be taken down along with the rest of these nut jobs on here. And every time I see him, I'm going to report him, no doubt about it. But I'm gonna do like Sister Rilla too.
You got to do a mass reporting.
Yes, we do mass reporting. Yep.
Yep, that's how we're going to get them down, y'all. We're going to have to all do mass reporting, and we're going to do what Sister Rilla is doing. We're going to tag Homeland Security, FBI, and whoever else where we can report these domestic terrorists, because that is what these folks are.
Domestic terrorists, yeah. Yeah, that sucks. Yeah.
See, sister, little hand gonna fall off.
Go ahead, secret sister.
Okay, so I'm looking.
You gotta turn your TV down now.
Hold on. I'm sorry. Can you hear me now? I'm looking at. Is it just regular Zesty, or wait a minute? Let me see. Or is it simply Zesty, or is it Zesty T? What is that? TN?
I don't know. I just remember the name that Zesty is a white man with his shirt off.
Oh, see, I don't. I got these. Is just Z. I wish somebody could show me his thing, because I got all the one I got. I don't see nobody with no shirts off and things, because I wanna send them in. That's what I'm saying.
Hey, secret sister, it's gonna be plenty of them out there for you to block, so don't even worry about the one. There's a bunch of them out there.
You know what? All of them need to go to jail for doing that, because we don't do stuff.
Pokemon Professor got to catch them all, yo. Secret says stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Shut up. I say all. I'm trying to get them all out of here. But I mean, honestly, when he do this kind of stuff, now this is the stuff that we would go to jail for. So, I mean, why not him? Anybody with some melanation, so he could go too. And I don't feel bad about it either. I don't know if he's zesty. I'm trying to get this. I'm a find this little. And you said he was going to leave.
The thing is, though, secret, these folks, man, they slick with these profiles. They bring them up, and then they'll delete them. Then they go set up another profile. Then they delete that and set up another one. So you might not find Zesty, is what I'm saying. Zesty might
Zesty on here, but he didn't do nothing. He popped out as soon as I called his name. He left.
Oh dang!
Yeah, I found her.
Could you let me put him up in that little dilbit?
I'm gonna send it to your DM.
Okay, and then I'm gonna try it. Okay, I got it. Okay.
But dude, the mystery is solved, the Zesty clown or whatever.
His name is this.
Because maybe he needs to be visited, you know. I'm gonna see
But my point is, y'all, it's so many of them on here, because we have been in spaces, and how many times do we see these folks pop up in spaces, and all of a sudden they'll start screaming out some kind of filthy language, you know, towards us. And so it's so many of them that we have to catch. So we'll just keep an eye out as we see them come, we report them. But we need to do it.
If the spaces is recorded, then we need to make sure that goes to that portion of the recording goes to somebody, or we keep track of that, so that way we got to file a class action lawsuit. Elon to me saying that he got the money. That's what he's saying. If he don't want to do nothing about it, he telling me he got the money and he'll pay the tab. So if these people want to risk his money, let the chips fall where they may.
I agree. Because you know, in that space tonight, he talked about that so-called First Amendment. You know, he talked about he wants to protect free speech. Okay, well, fine. Look, we all like free speech, but what these folks are doing in our spaces is they're not doing free speech. When people are getting on a platform to come in to call people N-words, and we're gonna kill you N-word, or we want you N-word out of here. that's going beyond free speech. See, that's not free speech in my mind. I understand what Elon is saying about free speech, but when you come in denigrating a group of people and threatening a group of people because of their skin tone.
Yeah, but then Elon Musk did that. That's why he's the guy that worked for him, I think it was the engineer. Or I want to say he was the engineer. I can't remember, but the black guy that was working for him, and he was calling him out his name, and his ass had to pay what, 10 million? Was it 10 million? He ended up having to pay him, or a million?
I think about 10 million, yeah.
Or was it 10 million?
Yeah,
So again,
it was originally 100 and something million. The first judge awarded them, but the Tesla arbitrated it to a third party judge, and the judge said it was too much money, and he knocked it down to like 20 million or something like that.
Oh, okay.
So, I think it ended up getting knocked down to a very less amount. Like DJ said, it was huge in the beginning.
But that's what I'm saying. If Elon wants to have free speech up in this piece, let them have their free speech, but it's gonna cost you. That's how we should be rolling. You can have your free speech all you want, but it's gonna cost you. It's gonna cost you. It's gonna cost you because apparently you got the money. That's what he's saying. That's what I hear. I don't know about anybody else, but that's what I hear. You want free speech, just like free speech. You trying to say freedom ain't free. Free speech gonna cost you. And that's the time we need to be on, because we ain't got time to be playing with these people. I'm not out here babysitting no white folks and telling them what they can and cannot say. You want to live free, live free. We the generation that's going to get your ass. So go ahead. Go ahead.
And that's what we have to be on, y'all. We got to start doing legal actions, and we will be within our rights to do so. So I'm all about it. What Sister Rilla is saying, we got to do these class action lawsuits. He's allowing. You got to think, y'all. If we go to court right now, we can present the evidence right now to the courts and say, look at this right here. 208% of racial animosity and racial slurs and threats are being made on this platform. We could present that right now. And there's no way for Elon to deny it because everybody has seen the numbers.
Yes, and he has differentiated who the bots are. And if you ask me, I think he calling us the bots. That's what I hear. When I hear y'all say he said the bots, I think he's calling us the bots. And that is his way of stating that we are kind of essentially the virus on the platform, that he needs to get off the platform. Because that's what bots are actually in the tech world. I have a background in tech, so I understand that terminology. And I feel like when I hear him say that in a room full of other white people, because did any black people even get on stage when he was talking for 2 hours?
I thought I heard Sister Juicy up in there. Did anybody else hear her name? Because I could have swore I heard her ask him a question.
I seen her in the room. I seen her in the room, but she was on. I didn't stay long because as soon as I started hearing him talk, he ran this, and the guy double speaks.
Yes, he does.
He does.
But I think I heard her
so different. He sounds so. I wouldn't imagine his voice to sound like that. I heard a little bit of the recording. I was just like, oh, okay.
But I was like you, Sister Real. He sounded different, than what I thought. And but I'm not surprised about the 208%, y'all, when it comes to Elon. So that's why we're gonna make, like Sister Willa said, we're gonna make Elon pay. He knows what's going on. He knows it's being reported. Yeah, people report these threats every day. These comments and stuff.
They canceled them. They suspended Kanye West's account twice under two different managerial situations and Kanye wasn't even talking about hurting nobody.
That's right.
We can argue what he said later, but he ain't talking about hurting nobody. These people get on here and posting threats and using racial slurs. So if that's how they want to move, they need to pay. Cha-ching. So every time I hear somebody come in, and so I screenshotted that message in my inbox. I just tweeted Elon Musk because I need documentation, a track record. It's time to start documenting. I mean, P's and Q's.
Hey, Rella, we should have a screenshot party, yo. I got
hell yeah.
Screenshots, yo. What's up?
Yes, and I mean, and for those, especially them damn rooms that they didn't had, like them rooms that they was having all them racial, they had them people on here with them frogs, cause they already listed all over social media. Them people, they had them frogs on their profiles and stuff.
Right.
That's a racial that is a hate like a hate symbol. Right. If you see somebody with the number, I think it's like 44 or 88. Like I have to put all that stuff up. Like these 88, are
88 in the lightning bolt. That's
lightning bolt. Hell Hitler. That's why I be like the ADL be talking about something. They going after everybody. No, you not. No, you not.
Going after these them Germans that were still working back in the day. But hey, you know what I was about to say? We should have a meme party, right? Because this is what I was thinking about a while ago. We should take these memes and turn them into like a game, like a Pokemon game and shit, y'all, cards, and sell them shit, yo. Hey, yo, look at this motherfucker right here. What you gonna say? Does that was defamation of character? You really said that. So how you gonna sue me? Matter of fact, we counter suing you for $100 million. You know what I'm saying? You drop that lawsuit, yo. You know what I mean? You feel me? Word up. You about to lose everything fucking with us. Let's turn that shit into a game. I got the most memes. Look in the Jumbotron. You be real shit.
You got 200. You got the documentation 200%. 200%, and the media has already reported that hate speech is up. That's why I don't know how the fucking Ashkenazi Jewish community fucking got a hate crime bill passed when they just said 208% or racial slurs and using the N-word. The N-word is a racial slur. That saying it just like that. It's all the same. N-word, nigga, all of that is racial slur. And they've been saying that shit was on the rise forever, prior to him taking over. And he still bought this damn app. So he gonna have to pay. That's what that means.
I have a hard time trusting the media on that because when did you all actively start looking to see how often the N-word was being used? And I mean, because I know when Trump was in office, I definitely seen a whole lot of N-word stuff because he empowered them white folks so much that they was slinging it around like candy. You know, so when did you all start actively seeking this information out, and why? Why were you looking for this information? I mean, it really just kind of makes me wonder when they come out with these statistics, what made you think to start looking for this particular type of information? And are you gaslighting us because you need to use the Black community like you always use the Black community to say, okay, well, we're against Elon, so we need Black people to be upset with Elon. So look, Black people, the hate against you all has risen. Mm-hmm. When it
ain't never changed.
Rose a whole long time. I mean, what's that?
It ain't never changed. Matter of fact, we could probably roll quarters every time somebody had an encounter with one of these white supremacists on this app. I'm saying,
and I'm tired of them using the Black community to fight their little proxy wars with whomever they have a disagreement with. You don't like Trump, so
yes.
The Black community.
Yes.
You don't like this person, you want to use the Black community.
But that's the same thing that Russia doing. Russia
synagogue.
Yes.
The Black community is the ones that you want to target. You got white shooters going up to the schoolhouse, but it's the Black people and the black on black crime you want to target. You got white people killing up their whole families and stuff, but it's the Black community that you want to target and center your focus on. And it's like it's this big deflection, and the Black community is always being used to deflect from whatever degeneracy everybody else got going on.
When that white boy told Tariq Nasheed during that space that what did he say? He said the reason why the hate is up right now is because of black people or something like that. Y'all remember in the recording? And I'm thinking to myself, what the hell is he talking about? Hate has always been up. It has never changed. And it's not because of black people. It's because of y'all. You all. Them. They are the ones that are doing that.
But sister, if you notice, them Jewish people are real slick. They will never go and tell the white supremacists that are actually shooting this shit up. They will never say anything.
Well, I think that's what Tariq said. He said, you talking about the synagogue shooting and the club shooting. He said they were white. He said that's what Tariq said to him. He said, yeah, but he said, yeah, but they were influenced by Kanye. How in the hell are you serious? Really?
That part right there.
They were influenced by Kanye. So a black man influenced a white man to go kill random people. Where?
No, white folks always want to do this stuff anyway. They always want to do this type of stuff. Yes, they always want to. That's the history of white America.
But you know what? This is one thing. I'm glad you said that, Willa. Because one thing we're not realizing, when are we have to start getting away from them. We have to mentally, because we are like MK Ultra to the next level. You understand? And we are allowing them, okay, because when you do have, other family, and I'm talking about black family, try to say something to one of us, they have already put it in our ancestors, which we still carry those genes. So light skin and dark skin, they don't like each other, all this kind of stuff. That is the same as house and field nigga. And then once a week, they made them get out there and fight each other. You understand what I'm saying? And when you are the loser and you get tied to trees and beat because you lost, you will start to hate the master as well as your own brethren that beat your ass. And see, we got to start getting away from that, the whole mind frame. We have to, I'm trying to think of the word. We know better. The bottom line is we know better. We have more class. We are more educated because school, college, that ain't nothing but facilities to teach us further how to be white, further how to be under them. If we were to have in our neighborhoods fathers back in the home, and daddy's going to tell you what his daddy taught him, and his daddy taught him, look, somebody mess with you, this is what you do. You don't have to pick up a gun. See, that is something that only a father can tell a son. We don't have them. You don't have to pick up a gun. Daddy will say, dude, go get your father. And then both them sons get out there and they do that thing. And when you're done, now take your asses somewhere and go play. This is the stuff that I'm used to. And then now I'm looking at it, say like, I'm going to go real quick to the thing. How are fads going to protect Black America from themselves? I am ridiculed for it, but I'm going to be honest, by becoming one of them. But see, they send me hateful, and it's our people, hateful things saying you're a snitch and you're dumb. How am I a snitch when I'm taking information from them and telling my people? What kind of snitch is that? Furthermore, I'm not in a gang. I don't live by no street.
Okay, YouTube, we are going to go out. Check it out. Thank you so much for coming in.
Black majority.
SOXCIAL social.com.
I know of a
Black
different
American
code,
Center
a
platform.
totally different code.
Please join.
Okay.
SOXCIAL.com.
Anyone, no one.
We will see you next weekend.
We were too afraid to
channel.
Disrespect an elder.
Peace.
We knew on the way home as weapons was coming. Oh,